All right, all right. Welcome, chat. Welcome everyone who's tuned in. We are on a little bit delayed time. There's no one to blame but me, guys. Don't throw it on any of the other people here. It's definitely my bad. But with that, this is a different kind of stream. That's why it took a little bit longer to prepare. You know, it was something that I wanted to do for a while, and also this group of creators right here is probably my favorite group to, you know, start off doing this with, given that, you know, it's like the supernovas here. We're gonna let people come into the stream. I know I just went live, so people are gonna pool in, all that jazz, and we'll give it a little bit, and then wait, Threevil, how are you not? All right, there you go. Added moderator. All right, cool. So we are gonna explain what's happening in full after the introductions, but before that I'll give you a brief understanding of what's going on. So we are in the last saga, and here with me today we have some of the best theorists on the platform, in the space. I mean, I don't know other languages, and I don't watch the international YouTubers or content creators, but I maybe internationally some of the like most knowledgeable people on One Piece. I don't know, you know, if anyone can verify that for me.
We're top 10 in verse, I think.
Top 10 in verse. Power scaling so. There. Yeah. So, and since we're in the last saga, there's a lot of ideas that connect, don't connect, differ. I think we all have different perspectives, which is crazy that we're 1,000 chapters in, almost 1,100 chapters in, and it's still like, it's still open-ended. There's still so many ideas, and that being said, a lot of us are newer creators, but we still have made a bunch of videos about the same topics, and you would click on them and you would be like, wait, what is this guy talking about? Wait, huh? What is that guy talking? How are they talking about the same thing? Yet one guy goes into history, one goes into science, one goes into like Japanese folklore, like all of these different, you know, rooted concepts and disciplines. And yet they all kind of make sense at the same time. I don't know how many of you guys have sat down, watched a video from any of these creators and be like, yep, that's it. That's it. And then you click on another one on the same topic and you're like, wait a second. No, this is it. Wait, I don't know anymore. And then you keep on clicking and you end up confused. So then, you know, we gotta have everyone here in one room and start figuring it out. We don't have a lot of time for it. So when we hit topics, there'll be certain topics, and they'll be quicker than, you know, our YouTube videos that are 10 to 20 minutes long. We don't have all that time. So I'm going to ask the creators to give like a tagline, brief explanation, and then what we'll do on some of the heavier topics. We'll do a poll in the YouTube chat. I know there's a lot of guys on the Twitch chat. If there's a mod there that wants to handle that for me, that'd be great. But it'll be the easiest through the YouTube chat. And then by the end of it, we're going to figure out which one of these theorists, not including myself because I'm the host here today, which one is the closest to the One Piece on the road to LAUGHTALE. And so with that, let's get through some of these introductions. Oh, and one other thing, with super chats. So we are planning to end around like 2-ish p.m. Eastern time on the, you know, the segment and stuff. If there's super chats that have a really great question, I will be looking at them that fit in or they aren't aligned with something that I said. I may include it off the rip, but if you super chat or do members, we will address all of them with whichever creator is still with me by the end of this show. We'll stay till as long as we cover them. But yeah, so if you guys don't already know, if you guys came from these other creators' channels, I am Parvision. I also make theories, but first and foremost, I like making connections. You know, if you guys have tuned into any of my non-chapter streams, I have more fun just having conversations about One Piece, whatever it is, and like making the YouTube videos is cool, but like I started off just like wanting to talk to people about One Piece, and I think a lot of you guys and a lot of, you know, everybody in this room, in this Discord too, start off in a similar boat. And so with that, let's find out where each creator's boat has taken them on their journey as a YouTuber. So first we have no, oh wait, hold on, the camera's a little scuffed. Hold on, let me just figure that out real quick. Technical difficulties, give me a second, guys. That's so interesting. Okay,
First
there
off,
we go. All right.
Also, just want to say, the stream layout looks very clean. I'm looking at it right now on my end. I love the like the tech.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it's nice.
You know, if I was honestly thinking before we get into the thing, 'cause I just figured out that I made it easier for myself. I didn't need to transition anything, so there are no technical difficulties. I'm the difficulty. But I wanted to cosplay as like Shaka or something, but I don't have my stuff, and I was gonna just be like not Parvision and just be like the host of this. But you know, I appreciate it. Thank you. But so without further ado, our first highlighted creator, our first supernova, is Threevil. So his bounty being 3,460,000,000 with a crew size of 34.6 thousand people. That's a massive crew. I don't know if there's crews in One Piece with that many people, honestly. But the occupation of a historian, status as a supernova. He has the notoriety even more so than a warlord. This pirate has run an empire that's quickly growing, one of the fastest growings in the shadows of the Grand Line, and is primarily known for his mystical foresight. You know, we're gonna get into what that means later on. If you guys read 1073, that there was some mystical foresight there for sure. And if I had to summarize Threevil, a powerful ally and a fearsome foe. So Threevil, if you want to let everybody know more about yourself, go for it.
Yo, what's good, everybody? It's the big three, Big Weevil. Just do One Piece theories, man. That's my mojo. I'm just into the whole deep thinking thing in life. I love philosophy. If I'm sitting there watching movies with friends, like I'll literally like speculate the whole time. I will kill the enjoyment. But lots of good people here today. I'm glad to work with Hidden Island, Dax, and Parvision. These guys, like, they know their stuff, and yeah, I feel like a lot of my supporters are watching the stream right now. But yeah, I'm just the theory guy. Like, I'll try to tie a lot of connections in the story together. Try to make a list about like things we'll know. I'll make a bullet point list and make the safest conclusion. Or sometimes I'll look into history and see what Oda has a pattern of like using, whether it's like Greek mythology, Hinduism, whatever. But I'm just the theory guy. That's the short explanation.
Sounds good, sounds good. And for those of you guys who don't know, I think what might separate us from Threevil in a big way in terms of content is Threevil, you cover you do spoiler streams as well earlier in the week? Yeah, so
yeah,
like
I'll stream spoilers.
So if you guys you know are interested in that, make sure to check that out. And next up we got, oh wait, hold on.
This layout you're doing is amazing. I just want to say while I have a chance. This is amazing.
Thank you. Hold on. Now, okay, so there was actually technical difficulty. 1 second. Threevil, if you have anything else to say about yourself, go for it.
I guess I'll like throw out like my biggest theories, because like a lot of people, you know, they'll hear about a One Piece theory, they'll be like, oh my god, it's so good, but then they kind of forget, like, you know, the person who crafted the whole thing. Everyone here has like bigger theories for sure. Yeah. Just like you might have heard, like Luffy has a Hitsu no Mi. Luffy's based on Hanuman. Dragon's father's Vayu. I've seen that go around a lot. Gorosei are planets. Emu is the moon god. Blackbeard's an octopus. Like, I have just endless theories about everything. But if you heard of those, you probably saw my video at some point. Hopefully.
Or you heard the whispers throughout the community. Because
hopefully
the sound, the voice of all things runs strong here. someone says something and then it, you know, it reaches the heavens, so to say. Let's see. All right, almost done. Sorry about that, guys. Once I get this layout like perfected, because this is the first time I'm testing running it.
That's a funny thing. I'm gonna start referring to that. The voice of all things, like the general zeitgeist of the community, like the way the community just decides on like shit, like, oh, we're gonna just all like, this is how it is, like, oh yeah, that silhouette, like that's Uda, like, until like, I know that Oda confirmed it since then, but like,
yeah,
you know how like after that panel came out, like the whole community almost overnight decided on something, like yeah, this has to be that. I think that's the voice of all things. I think that's what I'm just gonna call it that. Like that's smart.
100%.
Like
it's either Punk Records or Voice of All Things, which is like, you know, when someone comes into a stream or something and then they're like, you know, they're like, oh, have you heard of this thing? And then like, I already know that all of you guys have probably said it on your own, so I'm like, that's like a hive mind kind of thing, because we're all just, you know, connected to One Piece one way or the other.
Yeah.
But yeah, so if you guys don't know, another supernova on the channel, on the stream, is the Hidden Island with a bounty of 1,740,000,000. Also crew size 17.4 thousand. The occupation of a bartender, if you can't see from his background, cocktails and dreams. Also a the status of a supernova. I think primarily he's the pirate who likes to be at the center of the world. If you guys don't know, he himself has traveled to the land of Wano, Japan, and you know, experienced One Piece in a way that most of us creators have not, and you know, truly envious. And he prides himself on being a hub for knowledge, music, good vibes, and most importantly, adventures. And also, if you guys tune into Reverie, this man is a cracked lawyer. I would say he's a defender of the new generation. And as a man, he's never backs down from his sense of justice. So, Hidden, take it away. Let them know who you are, where you are, and some theories that you want to shout out of your own.
Yeah, well, first off, thank you, Brian. I love the introduction. Yeah, guys, for those of you guys that don't know about my channel, my name is The Hidden Island. I said this at the Reverie, I'll say it again. I am your personal One Piece bartender, and instead of serving you cocktails, I am serving you wonderful theories and analysis, and that's what my channel's all about. It's just, I mean, honestly, what The Hidden Island is at this point is just a mouthpiece for me to talk about whatever I want to with One Piece. It's, you know, it started out as theories, but, you know, now I'm kind of reaching out. I'm trying other things. I want to get into analysis. I want to get into talking point videos, but basically if you want like not like a snarky, but like maybe like a humorous, lighthearted take with maybe some, you know, some romance mixed in, some appreciation for the story, some really in-depth theories, come to my channel and check it out. And I got a new video out recently actually where I tried to read the Poneglyphs, and I think you guys might appreciate that. That's an example of like the new stuff I'm doing. I want to try some of the crazier ideas for once. So if you want to know if there's any symbology hidden in the Poneglyphs, check that video out on my channel.
And another thing to highlight that, you know, separates Hidden from the rest of us is that he actually knows Japanese more than us. I think Hidden himself will say he's not an expert, obviously.
I'm not.
But he is learning, and that knowledge is extremely helpful when it comes to, you know, the chapter reactions. He's able to tell you the deeper, you know, like TCB, how they like tell you certain things that, like, you know, behind the scenes meanings. Go to Hidden's live reactions for those. He and his videos for those, because he always comes out with amazing meanings. With I think my favorite one was the Kibi Dango one, the festival that wasn't really highlighted,
yeah.
But and then you also explained another one during the Reverie as well, about like the paradise stuff. So
yeah, the peach symbolism.
Yep. And so thank you, Hidden, for being here. Last but not least, we have, okay, I gotta fix your camera because this afro is too big. This afro is too powerful.
Hey, that's how we need it. That's perfect. The bigger the better.
So we have Dax Sake, who is a super rookie, and I want to emphasize the super rookie part because he started his channel literally like less than a year ago and already surmounted a bounty of 1.71 billion and has a crew of 17,000. His occupation is a beast tamer, I think he'd appreciate that. And if you guys know Dax, you guys will understand where that's coming from. Now, as a rising star, he somehow managed to not buckle his way through, push through the treacherous grand line and make it to the reverie of Randy's reverie. If you guys didn't see towards the end, Daxake showed off his how powerful his mole gang is, the Pluton mole theory, one of my favorite ones. And so this is a pirate who clearly loves animals, but those animals are not to be messed with. I warn you. He just came out with a video too that highlighted why you should be worried about the certain animals in One Piece. They have smiles, but ooh, they're scary. So something else that sets Dak apart from the rest of us is that he has an expertise in environmental science, and so he might be one of the greatest navigators to have in terms of theories, but also navigating the One Piece world, given how important environment seems to be coming up. So Dax, take it away. Let them know who you are, what you do, and some of your theories.
Well, that was an excellent introduction. Thank you, Par. To build off some of the last things you said, yeah, I am. I don't want to go too far into it, but I do have an environmental background kind of professionally, and I also have been a huge fan of animals my whole life. I have 4 pets, and you guys may have even seen some in the background already. And Oda has made, science and the environment and animals all major themes of One Piece, and science is obviously kind of like the focus of everything we're doing now. Like Vegapunk has mastered the environment and all that, so that's one of many reasons that I love One Piece. And like Par was talking about, I have a lot of theories tying to animals, specifically Pluton is a mole. And I also just dropped a Uranus theory. I don't really have a great tagline for it yet, but I think the best way is Uranus is a literal celestial dragon. That's basically my theory, I guess, a space traveling dragon of some sort. And I have a bunch of other theories as well that I think are worth checking out if you want to go check out my channel. But I'm also making analysis videos. I've done, a Wano analysis, and one of my big videos recently was just about the popularity of One Piece, because I'm sure, as probably everyone here has noticed, One Piece is absolutely blowing up in popularity pretty much everywhere, especially here in the West, and who knows what it's going to look like by the end. So yeah, that's kind of my channel. I really love One Piece just like everyone else, and I talked about it way too much, and my friends got annoyed with me, so I had to start the channel, and here we are. So pumped to be here. Thank you, Par.
Yep. Welcome to the Supernova Clash. Okay, so now let's transition into the part where we start to explain what we're going to be doing. So obviously when it comes to One Piece, there's many crews, many pirates. Everybody, when the start of the series with the catalyst towards the golden age of pirates would be Roger telling the world that the One Piece is, well, not the One Piece is real, that's what Whitebeard did, but the One Piece is there somewhere and everyone needs to go get it, right? And the thing is, the Grand Line has many paths. You could follow maybe an infinite amount of paths. The imagery on the screen probably doesn't even encapsulate how many islands Oda could create, honestly. And Marco, I think, told us that there was like 20 million islands or something like that. So with that, each of these creators has taken their own path towards figuring out what the One Piece is. And my opinion is, like, I feel like somewhere down the line, all of those different paths will connect regardless of where they came from. And that's what's so cool about what Oda has written and what the One Piece story is like. And so today we're going to be presenting these creators with a few topics, a few questions, and seeing how they answer, and then you'll get to understand what paths they've taken. And then, the questions will start off in an interesting place, get to a more current timeline, and then we'll start hitting the end stage discussions towards the end of this, around probably 1:15 in 45 minutes. Let's probably, give 45 minutes to the last thing. So, yeah, and then I guess the other part is, we'll be testing out some of these questions in terms of I'll be having you guys vote. Again, this is a new format, so bear with me in that regard. And yeah, and so the ultimate goal is to see, which creator currently feels like the closest to the One Piece, to the LAUGHTALE line of thinking, and maybe that'll inspire some of the creators to start thinking with new perspectives with their own videos, and maybe that'll make some of our content more exciting, because if we talk about the same thing, same line of thinking every single time, that might get boring. So it'll be interesting, and hopefully it sparks more collabs, more alliances, and a bunch of other streams too. I see some creators. Just want to shout out Randy. I saw Marshall D Preach in the chat. Thank you guys for being here. Mods, let me know if I missed anybody, but those are some other creators that you might see in this format later on. I'm just here in case Kizaru pulls up for the Supernova. Oh no, not Kizaru. What will we ever do? Wouldn't you be worried for Saint Saturn? That'd be kind of where I'd be worried about. But so some of these questions we'll be putting up to a poll, and the way I'm gonna probably do it is, and some of the creators might already know, some of these questions, it might benefit people to go later. So what I'll start doing is, if the person who wins the poll might answer the next question first, and that'll help the other people with their things. And so that'll be an interesting way to set it up. And again, we'll be testing out how this runs out for this stream. So we're gonna start off light. I'm gonna ask you guys hopefully an easy question. Okay, that is the first question. Got it. So this is a vital decision question, and I'll be putting Hidden up first. Actually, let's see how this goes. Okay, so Hidden's up first. Between Egghead, Elbaf, and Winner's Island, which island would be the best one to sail towards, in your opinion?
Like as in between the 3 islands that the Supernovas had to choose from.
Yes.
Which is the best one? Easily Egghead.
Easily Egghead. Okay.
Easily Egghead.
Do you want to give a brief explanation as to why?
Absolutely. Yeah. I would say that between those 3 locations, Egghead is the one with the most information related to the Ancient Kingdom and the most connections to the Ancient Kingdom, even though Elbaf probably has a lot of mythology and stuff stored away. They don't have I'm assuming they don't have overt iron giants lying around the island, or all this technology, scrap technology that Vegapunk is basing all this futuristic stuff off of. Elbaf seems, from what we've seen, to be pretty primitive in that regard. So how much they've actually retained from the Ancient Kingdom comparatively to Egghead, I would say not very much. And Egghead just has the most knowledge and information out of all 3 of those islands. If I had to choose, like, which one would set me forward the most on my journey, it's probably Egghead, assuming I don't get absolutely wrecked by Seraphim or CP0 or whatever else is happening there. So I have to go with that.
Gotcha. I like that answer. Okay, so you guys heard Hidden's answer. He chose Egghead. So next up, we'll have Threevil answer. Which island would you choose, Threevil?
Definitely Egghead, 100%.
Okay.
The way that I process it is like, you said Winter Island, as in like where Blackbeard and Lara at, right?
Yeah.
That's just automatic pack in the air. If you go against Blackbeard, you're done. Just like, not only from power scale wise, but just the way that Oda gasses up villains. He would never put Blackbeard in a position to be equal or to lose to someone unless he gains something huge in the process. So like when you think about Kaido, he was introduced by jumping off of a sky island and he failed to delete himself. I don't really see like you going towards Blackbeard, but right before he fights Luffy, or at least somewhat before he fights Luffy, for you to win. I don't really understand that, but I would mark that off. Then it's like Elbaf or Egghead. We don't know too much about Elbaf yet as to like what it has to offer for the Straw Hats or a crew, but we know a lot about Egghead. Everything Hidden Island said was just chef's kiss, spot on. I agree with Hidden Island.
Gotcha. All right, so we have 2 people for Egghead. So what we'll do in a case where people agree on certain things, if the vote comes down to that one being the chat's also answer, then also best answer, then both of the people will get a point. And then also what we'll do is sometimes I'm also here too, so like we're all pirates here, so and I have my own theory, so I might throw a wrench in some of these plans, some of these ideas, some of these conversations that might sway your ideas. And so before Dax goes, some things to consider is like, Egghead has admirals going to it, Gorosei going into it, the CP0 going to it. Vegapunk maybe is not necessary, since we know that Egghead Elbaf contains the Library of Ohara, which if you ended up choosing, then that would be pretty interesting. So and then on Law's side, Winter Island, if you got through the Blackbeard part of things, it is technically the closest one towards Lodestar according to the map. So things to consider. And so Dax, you wanna give your answer real quick?
Yeah, so I think one thing we can all agree on is that Winter Island is the worst choice. It's like the other person you're facing has plot armor, so that's like guaranteed a bad choice. And then now I actually do disagree, and I think Elbaf is the better choice. And the reason for that is kind of what Par was saying, is it's a government island. Like the only reason the Straw Hats got in is because they're the Straw Hats specifically. Remember when like Lilith had them and Shaka came in and said no? So maybe for the Straw Hats, the Egghead is the best choice, but if we're presuming it's any other crew or our crew, which I think is the question, I'm not really sure, but that's what I'm presuming, then I think it's definitely Elbaf, because Kid is going there, and Kid gets slandered all the time because people think he's weak, so if he can go there and handle it, then I assume we can all handle it too. So I'm definitely going Elbaf, and Elbaf might have the last road Poneglyph, right? Like, Egghead doesn't seem to have one. Like, I'd rather go to somewhere with a Poneglyph, even though we don't know for sure. It's more likely than Egghead at this point, it seems like. So I would take Elbaf.
Gotcha. All right. So
That was great reasoning.
Yeah, I mean,
I appreciate it.
If I could just say with the Ohara thing, that is valid. I just feel like if we're gonna are you gonna read all the books, or are you gonna talk to Vegapunk, who already read all the books and he's just gonna tell you stuff?
Saul's waiting at Elbaf. The man with the burn scar, he's waiting for
that's
me.
That's a lot of books to go through. So,
and
now this man's gonna be on his Blackbeard energy. Where's the Poneglyph?
I think that's going to be Kid. Maybe we can get into this discussion at a later point, maybe. But I think that's what's going to happen. He's going to go in, give me that thing.
And this was also a good topic, because I figured that two people would agree on this one. And so another thing about some of the questions, I'll open it up, especially for the theory side of things, the ones that the creators, have heavier focus on. I'll allow the creators to essentially give pushback on some of the theories. So then, essentially what I did in this one, where it's like two people chose Egghead, so then I, put a little weight on the Elbaf side to boost it up, and then we see the chat is voting for Elbaf right now. So technically, if we were to close this poll right now at 91 votes, I think I'll do, since there's 380 people, probably do half vote. So like if it gets to, or let's do like 100, so it keeps it quick.
Shout out to the chat, by the way.
Shouts to the chat. Yeah, so it's at 100 votes right now. I'll let it, sit out, but it's Elbaf is the winner here. So then we'll mark that down, and at the end we'll tally it up. And let me see. I'm trying to think if there was one other thing I wanted to say.
Sorry, just real quick.
Yeah.
Just someone in the chat, Vihawks, you had a great chat. The best option is to stay in Wano and get Pluton. Yes, absolutely, 100%. Get the mole. Which
I don't know if you guys aren't seeing the YouTube thing, but I put a fourth option of quitting. I just like but also if as a creator, if you don't have a particular theory on something or a discussion thing, there is, if you happen to know another person's theory, Parvision, that might bode well for you in terms of voting. And so, something that we have to recognize in terms of pirates is that a lot of times what happens is the pirates that goes first ends up having the brunt of the situation, but then, the other pirates get to learn about that and then, act accordingly. And we'll see that, interact here a few times, and how that might help out other people, because Blackbeard ends up getting a lot of W's, not by essentially trailblazing, but by hiding in the shadows behind the people in front of him, and that's been working out for some people. Let's see if that works out for you guys. All right, so with that, we'll close this poll and we'll move on to the next question, which is let me see, I gotta close this thing out. Okay, so another decision, or not necessarily decision, but are there going to be more crewmates on the Thousand Sunny? If yes, how many and who? And since Dax won the last one, you go first.
Is the answer, generally speaking, is yes. And how many is a minimum of 1 and a maximum of 2? And I'm talking hardcore Straw Hats. Like Vegapunk doesn't count if he rides temporarily, right? I think that's fair. Like full on Straw Hats.
Yep, full on Straw.
I'm thinking Vivi's gonna make a return, guaranteed at some point. So there's one guaranteed. And then Yamato at some point, because they have to go back to Wano, or the people in Wano have to meet back up with the Straw Hats at some point, right? Like Pluton's going to get released, the water is going to get released, and there's going to be a lot of stuff going on, and like, you know what I mean? Eventually they're going to get back into it. So Vivi is a guaranteed one, and then I would guess that Yamato is going to join eventually, but that's the maximum. 2 would be absolute max. Might only just be Vivi.
All right, so you guys heard maximum 2, minimum 1, Vivi and Yamato. So minimum 1 would be Vivi, right?
Yes, Vivi is an absolute guarantee, and then I would say Yamato's a maybe. It does go, like, you know, Luffy did say he wanted 10, so that would go over to 11, so if Vivi does fully count. Now, maybe Vivi, you know, Vivi's still a Straw Hat now, you know what I mean? Just not riding with the ship type Straw Hat, so... So, you know, so maybe she comes back, but then, I don't know. But Vivi guaranteed is coming back riding on the ship as a crew member at some point. So, and then Yamato, I would say over 50% chance, but definitely not a guarantee, but guaranteed 1, and it's Vivi.
Gotcha. All right, so next up, we'll throw up Hidden Island. What is your take on this question?
To be honest, now that we're in the final saga, I think we are getting no more new people on Thousand Sunny. I think if we're counting already, I mean, in my opinion, Vivi already counts as a crew member. Vivi's not new for me. When we're talking about the new crew member conversation, I think of like new person, not like tied to the Straw Hats directly right now, but they will be later. Mm-hmm. I don't think that's going to happen. I think that this is paralleling the whole Sabaody thing, like that whole sequence of events, and that everything from that onward did not add any new people onto the crew. We ended pre-time skip without adding new people to the crew. We're now at the end of post-time skip. So for me, it's like whatever we have going into this now is going to be our final group of people on the ship, and maybe we're going to have Vivi tag in at the end because she's already kind of part of that. But ultimately, every other ally that the Straw Hats have, including Yamato, including Momo, are all going to be clumped into the Grand Fleet that makes the pull-up at the end with Luffy for the final war. I think Yamato is going to return with the Samurai of Wano, with Momo, with Kinemon, with everyone at the end. But I don't think they're all going to just jump on the ship. They're not going to like make a stop back at Wano and be like, hey, now we're done. Come join the ship, guys. Like, ready to go? Like, I don't think that's going to happen. I think the crew is pretty much set as it is right now.
Gotcha.
So
all right.
Just Vivi. If anyone, just Vivi, and that's it.
Got it. So to summarize that for you guys, it'll basically nobody, and you know, honorably Vivi. You know, we're not disrespecting Vivi in that regard, right?
Yeah,
we're not retconning Vivi off the crew.
He's in there.
And so Threevil, what's your take on this question?
All right, I'm gonna sound extremely pessimistic. I promise you that's not my goal here. I strongly believe there will not be another crew member. So the reason why I feel this way is because to start with Vivi, I would say one of my first successful theories is basically everything that happened at the Reverie. A lot of people would say Vivi's she escaped or she got captured. Sabo died. Sabo lived. Like there's like, you guys know yourselves, there's like a million different outcomes people had. But the way I broke it down like so many times because I kept revisiting it is exactly what we got. And I think what we're heading towards is Imu capturing Vivi. If you look at Ravana from Hinduism, Andika from Hinduism, Imhotep from Egyptian theology, and then you even have Princess Kaguya from Japan, like all these people that are most likely inspiring Imu, they all captured a princess, and I think that's just way too ironic. And you saw like Vivi being on a poster going up to the empty throne in the hands of Imu. I think it's just unbelievably unlikely that Imu captured Vivi, so I would just mark her off, even though like technically I would consider her a Straw Hat. Aside from that though, I do agree with everything that Hidden Island said. I think it's like way too late. Since the Straw Hats have 3 road poneglyphs, I think the chance of them getting a crewmate, then grabbing the 4th road poneglyph probably in the same island and going to LAUGHTALE, it seems kind of weird to me. How I always understood it is that Luffy's gathering crewmates to reach LAUGHTALE. So it's just kind of like, I feel like it's just too late in that regard. But
Point.
just to quickly wrap up that whole big mountain of stuff. I really like how Hidden Island said that there's going to be different factions around the world. So in terms of Yamato, like she would have been a great addition, but without Yamato, I feel like Wano would be a lot weaker. So they need someone like Yamato in their squad.
Gotcha. Yeah. So it's interesting because, you know, the crewmate debate has been there for a long time. Let me just write up these poll things real quick. So just again to summarize, Dak said minimum 1 to 2, and it equating to Vivi and Yamato as the people. Hidden said 0, but Vivi would be included. And then Threevil said 0 and 0 because Vivi is probably occupied with Emu / do you think that like she'll die? Question mark.
No, I don't think she'll die, but I think it'll be another damsel in distress. And like I know there's gonna be pushback for that because people are like, oh, I don't like, you know, the same thing happening over again. We shouldn't have to help Vivi. But one thing I always take into consideration when I'm like theory crafting or trying to make predictions is like, I'll word this as precisely as I can, but like what you want in the story to happen isn't a form of evidence. So that's just how I kind of feel about it.
Gotcha. So on this question, I threw in a wrench. I threw in my own theory as one of the options, one of my latest videos. And those of you guys who don't know it, it's that the last crewmate might be Shanks. And it's a fun one. You know, I don't put too much stock in it, but you know, Oda put Shanks on the Straw Hat crew in over 25 volumes of One Piece now, so I'm just throwing that out there. And we're closing in on 100 votes, and right now, wow, this is pretty surprising now that I'm looking at it.
It was crazy how the Shanks one like immediately bolted to the top, and now it's going back down. But everyone saw you had an option and went for it.
Frame one voted for the Shanks one, just for the meme.
Oh, wait, we're closing it. This is getting a little tight towards the 100 votes. So, you know, I'm gonna let you guys settle the dust here. But right now, Threevil is gonna be crowned the winner of this one. I'm gonna let it go for a few more seconds.
I feel like this is a healthy distribution.
Yeah,
right
this
here.
is.
I do think the idea of Vivi dying, that's something that I hadn't even thought of, and I kind of like that idea. I don't want Vivi to die. I'm just saying, like, I do think that like if there's someone that Oda could play up for some dramatic impact to have die in the story. Everyone's like eyeing Garp. Everyone's eyeing Shanks. These are like the obvious picks for who's gonna die. But no one's like talking about Vivi. And I feel like that would be the curveball where it's like she's like the crew member that's not on the crew, right? So like Oda said none of the Straw Hats. Maybe Oda said none of the Straw Hats might die. I think he's quoted as saying that somewhere. But like Vivi, I don't know. She's not on the ship. So maybe there's room for something like that to happen.
Yeah.
So I don't know. It's kind of an interesting thought that you brought up there. I like that.
I do like you guys' reasoning for Vivi. And that would 100% be a curveball, and that would definitely be like if Oda's gonna kill off a character, I feel like he does it big, right? You had Ace, you had Whitebeard, etc. So with Vivi dying, that would be monumental for the story. But you know, you always want to be careful. And I'm not saying you guys are doing this, obviously, but like when you're kind of theory crafting, you don't want to create false dichotomies where it's like, oh, if Vivi is captured, she must end up dead. Like it doesn't necessarily have to be either she's dead or alive. Like she could get captured and be used as like a body, like a container, or she could be manipulated, or she could be used as a weapon. There's like a huge gray area of things.
Not Vivi being used. Oh no, so many Vivi fans right now are just like trembling. Not Vivi.
I am too.
Not best generation. Burn Vivi alive. Hidden Island 2023. Okay.
Look, guys. Look. This is not a merry thing. Okay, this is different. This is different. This is for narrative. This has narrative purpose.
All right. With that, we'll move on to another one. I see some of you guys bringing this one up. So, Threevil took the last one. So you'll start this one, Threevil. You have Caribou stowed away on your ship. Do you toss him or do you keep him?
I'm tossing him. Oh god. In terms of like how good of a person characters in One Piece could be, like morally and my own subjective point of view, he's probably like one of the worst. He's literally and figuratively slimy. He just can't be trusted. He looks very creepy. I think he even did something questionable to a female character at one point, but I don't really want to get into that. He cannot be trusted. Also, I feel like he would definitely die for his brother and put his brother above anyone. And I feel like a lot of his time, is it Caribou? Is that his brother?
Yeah, it's his brother, Caribou.
Like
I feel like a lot of the time people kind of forget he even had his brother Caribou. And I even think like there was a cover story where Caribou was captured. Caribou came over, rescued Caribou, and then Caribou ended up captured, and then Caribou didn't go back, so he even slimed his brother out. Like, so.
Yep.
Fair enough.
I'm tossing him. That's my answer, though.
Yeah, toss him. All right. So we'll go with Hidden next on this one. What would you do with Caribou? Do you feel that Caribou might be valuable towards LAUGHTALE time? You know.
Yes.
So you keep him.
I keep him. And well, the question that determines my answer here is, am I Luffy or am I like a random pirate that's not related to this set of circumstances?
These questions are more so insight onto who you guys are, you know? Like
okay, so if I'm a pirate and I'm on the Grand Line and he's on my ship, yeah, I keep him because the dude has knowledge of all the ancient weapons and stuff. Like he's been picking up this stuff in the background this entire time. Of course, I would want access to that information on my ship. You know, but the thing is, like, if I was Luffy, I would say no, because Luffy already has this information without Caribou.
True.
But if I was a random person, I would not have that info. I would not be privileged to have that information like Luffy, so Caribou would be invaluable. He'd basically be as good as having Robin on the crew, you know, for someone that doesn't have someone that can straight up read the Poneglyphs. Also, this guy's just really good at hiding. He's a good covert operative. So if I want to send this guy in anywhere to get more information, if I want to send him anywhere to get a Poneglyph rubbing for me, let's say I needed him to get one off someone else's Poneglyph, he could go in there, sneak in, take the rubbing, store it inside the swamp, come back out, meet me, give me the Poneglyph, and then I can duff him and then kick him out of the ship. So for me, it's like Caribou's that's an easy yes.
All right. You guys heard it here. We got toss and keep. Dax, where are you at with Caribou?
I guess my I don't even know what my qualifying question or whatever is. If he's in the barrel, I'm keeping him. If he's not in a barrel, I'm tossing him because I mean, obviously, like my own strength level on the Grand Line, you know, would be, you know, it depends where I'm at in the journey and whatever. But you know, he's a Logia type and everything, and like he can, you know, make you suffocate like immediately by like, you know, filling your body with swamp, whatever it is. So basically, if I'm able to like control him, then I'm definitely keeping him for all the reasons Hidden said. But he's an absolutely terrible person. So like the only reason I would want him is to leverage him for the info, because like Threevil was saying, Caribou, like Jinbei dropped Caribou off at G5, and then Caribou came to save him, and immediately Caribou just took the ship and left his brothers behind. And then later, his brothers come back to still find him, like they come and find him on a separate island, and then Caribou is like running and he's like asking him for help, like, dude, you just left them behind and now you're asking them for help. So he's just a terrible person, and on my crew, you know, I want good people. So if I can keep him in a barrel so he doesn't talk or do anything and I can leverage him, 100% keeping him. If he has to be out of the barrel at all, other than, you know, when we go to an island and I need him to go steal something for me or whatever, then, you know, then I'm getting rid of him if I can't completely control him, I guess.
Okay. All right. So for you, Dax, we'll keep him.
If he's in a barrel.
If he's in a barrel. All right. So
only in a barrel.
We'll mark it down as keep. We'll mark it down as keep, and then let's see what the chat says. The chat is 180 votes in, and it's kind of in the middle. It's kind of in the middle, but swaying towards tossing him. I wanted to see where like how many votes we would get on this one to you know, get an idea of where things will stalemate. But wow, I'm kind of surprised. I was thinking that the chat would just want to toss his ass, but like
same.
You know, I have a video that says like Caribou might be really important, so.
Well,
I don't know if that's swaying things here, because like you know, when it comes to the One Piece and LAUGHTALE, we don't know who might be important and who you might need as an ally. But I do agree with the sentiment overall that Caribou is a bad person. The only caveat to that is that Luffy doesn't associate himself with inherently bad people in that light. You know, if they're good people, he kind of like he did that with Yamato. Like he saw Yamato and he's just like, oh, this is a good person. I can trust them, even though it's Kaido's son in the introduction, right? Like that was like, you know, very confusing, but he was still like, observation Aki, this is a good person. Feel like he's doing that to Caribou. I don't know. But for this question, this one was kind of an interesting one. I'm gonna you know, just end the poll here and say it goes to Threevil for the tossing him. Interesting.
And one quick thing I want to say, just because you're talking about how important Caribou might be, in his cover story, he looked identical to someone named Gabiru, who was like the hero of this island that he landed on. Like there's like an old woman there who was Gabiru's mom and stuff, and she like jokingly thought Caribou was this Gabiru guy. Well, now we know cloning is a thing. So what if he is a clone of that Gabiru guy, and Gabiru was a good person, so like maybe Caribou is a bad person, but he has like lineage of a good person, and so Luffy can feel that or something. I'm not sure.
Yeah. I mean, and then, you know, people in the chat was like, yeah, the rocks angle is getting stronger with the clone stuff too. It's like we don't know who's important, who's not important anymore. And that's actually a great segue into a question that I didn't add yet, but I'm adding it right now. And that is actually, you know what? Let's do it like this. Let's see. Let's take this question right here and let's change it to, if you had to choose a single character that is a clone in One Piece, obviously besides Stussy and like Germa and like the obvious, you know, canon clones, who is it and why? A single clone in One Piece, who is it and why? There we go. And for that, since Threevil took it, you go first, Threevil.
I think excuse me. I think the most likely option for another clone in One Piece is actually Blackbeard. And you know, unfortunately with the whole Clone Wars of One Piece, it seems like if you kind of put out an idea like, hey, this guy's a clone because of A through Z, people just like shoot it down. You think everyone's going to be a clone. But you know, there's a lot of reasons why Blackbeard could be a clone, and that could play into why his body is so disfigured as far as what Marco believes. But when I say, like, maybe I should clarify myself, but when I say that Blackbeard has the best chance of being a clone, I think he'd actually be a failed clone. So like if the Mads group was kind of playing around with Rock's DNA in terms of the Rock's crew, I think that could play into Weevil, but I think there might be a precursor to that, because when we saw, sorry, I'm all over the place. When we saw Stussy, they labeled her as the first successful clone. And the way Oda writes his story, I feel like he's like, this is the first successful clone. Successful, guys. It's just like, was there like a failed subject before? I think Blackbeard would be a likely option. He could be a failed clone of Zebek. I'd imagine Zebek, if he heard like someone was trying to clone people, he would go to Vegapunk or whoever and tell him like, hey, please clone me. I want to take over the world easier. Blackbeard would be a failed clone. It would give him multiple hearts or something. Maybe play into the whole aspect as to why he has multiple devil fruits. I have a whole video on that, so I think it's like the second to last video I dropped. I go super in detail, but I'm not trying to hog the stage right now.
Got you. All right, so you heard that. Threevil thinks Blackbeard is a clone, and by the way, you guys can choose the same person if it is, and just provide your reasoning, and reflect that on the points at the end. But Dax, next up is you. Who do you think is a clone and why? And you can also say no. You could say like there aren't more clones too.
Well, I will say that if there are any, it's going to be one, maybe two, because I know there's a million theories, and like I'm not saying which ones are right and wrong, but I'm telling you that 90-something% will be wrong and whatever. But I guess one other kind of qualifying question is, do test tube babies count? Like not necessarily a clone, but like an in vitro situation made in a test tube. Does that count as a clone?
Did I tell you? Oh, at the end of one of my videos, I used the word in vitro for the Big Mom thing. Let's stick with like the Germa-esque clones. Like
duplicating a person, not using. Okay, if we're talking duplicating a person or at least attempting to, then I think, and Par, I know you're gonna like this. I think Killer being a clone of Shiki is probably one of the best ideas I've heard for the clones. Obviously, the hair looks similar. Even when we saw him without the mask, he had bandages that were covering certain parts of his face. Like, I mean, the eyebrows would be a dead giveaway if we saw him, you know what I mean? And, you know, it's just, I mean, the fact he wears a mask to begin with, right? Like, that alone is kind of like, why is he hiding his face, you know what I mean? Like, maybe it's because he looks like Shiki and got hunted all the time and he was tired of it, right? So I think that one makes the most sense, and I like that one the most of the clone ideas I've heard so far.
Nice. And so if you guys don't know, Dax is referencing a short I made, but shout outs to King J for, you know, hitting me with that idea, and then I made the short, and that short inspired some more ideas. But yo, Killer Shiki is kind of crazy. So, you know, Dax pulled out the pirate tactics, and
Killer is like kind of like Zoro in the sense of like he's the only other non-captain that's a supernova, right? So he's really, really strong. Now it would be ironic if Zoro and Killer both were clones because they're both like the supernova that aren't captains, so that'd be kind of funny. But I think all that adds up really well. We're like, why does Kid have this randomly really strong person? And like, you know, Law's crew, I mean, you know, we saw Sachi and Penguin do better, but they're kind of mid. You know, like Beppo hasn't done a single thing. So it's like, why is there this random really strong person on Kid's crew? And it would make sense. Like he also has a mask, so I like it, honestly.
All right, Hidden, hit me with it. Who do you think is a clone, if there are any?
All right. I've been this whole time I've been trying to think of whether or not to give the real answer or a meme answer. I'm gonna give the meme answer, or the real answer. Actually, I'm not gonna tell you which one's which.
Just want to let you guys know beforehand, Hidden is the bouncer of the Clone Club. If you guys don't know what we're talking about, check out his last streams.
I'll let you guys know if you're allowed in the club for clones. But the premier VIP for the day of the Clone Club is Lao G being a clone of Monkey D. Garp. And the reason I think this is because, first off, Garp, Lao G, okay, off to a good start. Now let's think about this. How about the idea that they're both really old and Lao G also wears a superhero outfit? Hero, superhero, hero of the Marines. Now let's think about this even further. Guys. What do we know about Garp? Garp cannot be controlled by the Celestial Dragons. Garp doesn't answer to the Celestial Dragons. So what was the solution, guys? How about make a clone who does answer to a Celestial Dragon? So they made Lao G, who answers to Doflamingo, a Celestial Dragon. Guess what, guys? Lao G, this entire time, has been the hidden weapon that Doflamingo was talking about. The treasure in Mary Joie. The treasure in Mary Joie. It was actually Lao fucking G, baby. Oh, and that's my clone theory. That's my clone theory for the day.
Hidden didn't even use the most damning evidence. Their facial hair is exactly 1-to-1, guys.
Their facial hair, their eyebrows, the facial expression, it's all the same. Oda, you're not hiding anything from me, bro. You think you're slick, but you're not hiding this shit. I see him on the page. I already know what's good. Lao G, get ready for the return. That's all I'm gonna say. The return is happening. Don't worry about Enel, guys. Don't worry about Enel. It's Lao. It's the return of Lao.
This is crazy that Hidden came out. He prefaced that he was memeing, guys. And then you guys blew the votes out. Instantly took him past 50%. And he's still winning this poll over my... Guys, this is my channel. I have a short about Killer, guys. So where's the bias? Hello? This isn't supposed to be fair. We're pirates here. Okay, so Lao G clears it.
There's the G.
Hidden,
it's over.
Hidden takes
also,
it.
I just got a shout out. I got a shout out Tainted Marth in the chat. He's the one that he brought up the Lao G thing in my last stream, and I just have to shout him out for that because I played around after he said that. I played around with that idea just to like see if I could turn it into something funny. But I just have to shout out Marth, man. That's my dude.
I think that, you know, what Threeville said at the beginning of this conversation, right? Like how clones is an annoying subject for outside of One Piece context, right? In the same light as Toki and Time was annoying, right? People automatically wanted to shut off the clone pipeline. And then but like each of you could just put out one clone theory and it's like, oh my god, you think everyone's a clone? But like at the same time, it's like why not have like lighthearted fun too about like characters like Lao G? I mean, at the end of the day, like imagine Oda comes out in SBS like, yeah, Lao G's a clone, guys. What do you mean? It's like literally it's the same character. And like the thing is Lao G ever gonna come back in the story for that to be disproven? I don't know. But if you submitted an SBS and asking if Lao G's a clone, I feel like Oda might just be like, yeah, why not? You know? So but yeah, like these theories I do like, you know, on one end it's like there's too many is a problem, but I think it is fun to open up the possibilities, and you guys can hear the different logic behind it too, where honestly hearing you guys talk about it makes me feel like there are more, because it's like, yeah, like I subscribe to the same idea where Stussie's, when we got the box, it said the first successful one. So how many failed ones? You know, how many times do you need to fail in order to succeed? Well, we're talking about cloning, guys. Like, and when you think about that, like Mad's cloning was the predecessor for Germa, and Germa just like clones this random dude. You know what I mean? Like they just took this random dude and cloned him a million times. So like, who's to say all these other random people weren't cloned either? But yeah, so we're gonna close this one off, and we're gonna give that one to Hidden, as funny as that is.
Well, I've been giving straight answers the whole time, and the one time I meme, it's like, it's so good.
So we're gonna shift gears here, and this might be preferential to a certain content creator who, you know, if you guys haven't seen his latest videos, proclaims to have been able to read the Poneglyphs. And so the question is, and you know, he won the last one. So what kind of information will be on the last 3 road Poneglyphs? Because we don't know what they have and what they say. But the one on Zoe, that was a road Poneglyph. It said that if you combine the last 3, it'll tell you where LAUGHTALE is, essentially. But we don't know what that means. Is it a riddle? Is it a location? Is A plus B plus C equals, you know, that? Like, what is it? Hidden, what do you think?
That's a really interesting point. So with the road Poneglyphs, I always thought when it comes to actual information, those would appear on all the stuff that goes into the Rio Poneglyph. Because the Rio Poneglyph is the one that's supposed to tell the true history of the world by connecting all the correct Poneglyphs together. In the explanation they give in the story, they actually separate out the road Poneglyphs into their own category and say that these Poneglyphs are, if I'm not mistaken, and I'm not misremembering, purely for direction. I'm pretty sure, like, there's 2 types of Poneglyphs, ones that give you history and ones that give you directions. These are directional Poneglyphs. So if I had to just guess, I think that all the road Poneglyphs say generally the same explanation of how they work, and then they're accompanied by some location or some area. I think the real question is going to be, what location are the Poneglyphs going to actually point to? Like, what are the 4 X marks? Because these Poneglyphs can be moved around, right? So if they can be moved around, presumably it's not where you find them that's the X from that location. It's whatever's written on there. It tells you where to put the X. So I'm thinking about it like, well, the X marks have to be somewhat intentional. They have to be in very specific locations to meet up at LAUGHTALE. So I think the interesting thing is not going to be what's written on them, but specifically where they point to. And then I guess that's my answer.
Okay, so primarily 4 rigid locations that, when comes together, creates a you know, a central point kind of thing, right?
Yeah, and it could be something. If I had to make a prediction, it could be like the central home kingdom of each of like the ancient kingdom races. So like one X could be on Elbaf, one X could be on Fishman Island, another X would be on Wano, and then the last X would be on, let's say, I don't know, I guess Zoe, or wherever Zoe is originally from. And then they all these civilization like kingdoms, all these kingdoms have an X over them, line up, and then that's where the central kingdom is with LAUGHTALE, I guess. Gotcha. Is what I would have to. Yeah.
All right. So next up we'll have Dax, and just before that, I want to preface something of my own input, where it's like, and this is not, you know, canon of the story or anything, but in the light of, like, you know, when Kid was just like, you know, the man with the burn scar is very like hidden in a riddle almost kind of thing. So like, and Oda creates a story where like, it's not riddles, but he likes us theorizing. So like, I almost feel like there might be like, you know, a code thing that like needs to be deciphered kind of thing. And you know, just putting that out there. But Dax, what do you think?
Well, one thing, just because I saw a few chatters bring this up, I'm pretty sure that that Inuyasha did, or nobody said that like the Poneglyph in Zoe said that the other ones line up or whatever. Like he was just saying that you need all four, basically saying, because the question says with the last three. I think the question's basically like how do the four work? I think. Yeah. People have been wondering why it's three.
The way you know, the question is kind of difficult to answer or phrase because we don't know the nature of them, but the way I understood it, and you know, again, like what Dax is saying is right, is more or less that when you combine the rest of them, we would get the answer, but we learn that information on this first one. So is that all that is written on this first one and the other three tell us, or is this one also included in combining it? That's very valid too.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I think that because Inuyasha also said that Roger learned that at Lodestar, like then he had to go back and start. So I think the four all just give, you know, certain instructions, but that's basically the question. So I'll just get into it instead of the specifics. So basically, I think the Poneglyphs are more than just directions. Like that's definitely a part of it, but I think time and maybe some kind of trick or something to get access to LAUGHTALE is going to be an element. Now, is it that like one Poneglyph says latitude, one says longitude, one says time, and one says like a song, like being sake to sing so you can get access or something like that? Maybe. Or maybe each Poneglyph has like a fourth of the information, because like if one said latitude, one said longitude, you would just need two and you could wait there. So I'm assuming there's a little bit more of a trick, like maybe each Poneglyph has 1/4 of each of the bits of info that you need, so you actually need all four, otherwise you won't know the coordinates and stuff. So but generally speaking, I think they're going to line up to give you four things, and that's going to be latitude and longitude, so you know where to go on the surface of the earth, or you know, potentially on top of the ocean to go downward, whatever. And then time, so you know what day to go there, and this ties to Long Ring Long Land, which I'll talk about in a second. And then the last one is some kind of key to get in there. Now maybe that's a song to summon a whale or something, or it's, you know, or it's some like maybe it's even a more specific, like here's the latitude to longitude, but then once you're there, there's another like little place you have to go to, like down under the sea, a certain depth or something, right? So I think they all give you the location, but time is really important, because this goes back to my Long Ring Long Land theory, and I won't get into the whole thing, but you know, Agua Laguna happens once a year, and that empties out Long Ring Long Land basically, so it's like, it looks like a crown, and it also builds a temporary wall so you can't get in, so you would need to sail in before that day. So that would mean that in order to be in the center, you would have to know ahead of time, basically. So I think, so something like that I think would make a lot of sense, because it could give you the latitude and longitude to tell you, okay, it is Long Ring Long Land, but then the day, because if you're not there on the right day, then you won't, you just, nothing will happen. You'll have no idea what's going on. And then maybe some other trick, like maybe, you know, Long Ring Long Land has 10 points. Maybe it's like, hey, you got to go to the third point, like clockwise, like if you're looking at it from the north, because that'll have an entrance or something like that. Because if it's like that setup, I mean, who's going to go to Long Ring Long Land on the one day a year where there's a giant storm, you know, like there's a flood, and it's, you know, crazy storms where they said like only the sea train could travel in it. And so I think that makes a lot of sense, because that like that specific situation, you would almost for sure only get there if you knew exactly when and where to be. So I think that's most likely.
All right, Threevil, hit us with your answer to this.
So like with mathematics, it's been known for a few centuries that you can triangulate a position with like 3 separate coordinates, but the fact that you need 4 road poneglyphs or coordinates means that one of those coordinates, I guess coordinates, one of those is going to tell you depth or height. So my take is that LAUGHTALE is essentially in the core of the planet. It's inside of the One Piece sphere, like the core of the Earth. So, I mean, I kind of, in my head, I just kind of simplified it. Like, if you can have 3 different spaces and 3 different notches, you can create a triangle, and in the center, or in that area of the triangle, the island would sit there. But in order to narrow it down and get the exact precise location, you would need to know the depth of the ocean. Because, like, the way I think of it is, if there's 4 coordinates, and we know that there's islands in the sky, or islands at the bottom of the ocean, then depth should be considered when it comes to narrowing down. Yeah, and I think like Otis played around with like all sorts of wacky islands. You literally had to go up to heaven to get to Skypiea. You had to go to the bottom of the ocean to meet fishmen. You had to go to like this island made of cake. This island, technically the Straw Hats didn't go there, but this island with thunder strikes everywhere. So I think like going down into the core of the earth and going to like a kingdom or an island named Agartha. Maybe some of you guys have heard about that, where there's like all these mystical races that include dwarves, earthbenders and stuff like that.
Hold on the explanation on that, because that is actually the next, related to the next question. So we'll throw, because I want people, so to summarize, I wrote it down. Hidden believes is 4 locations, and there's like a central point to those things. Dax says time and coordinates, and Threevil, along with the other ones, but 3 locations, and the 4th one would be depth. So height or depth is involved there, and that actually goes to the next question, which we'll talk about in a second, because I know Dax has a different version of that as well, which will be interesting.
And I want to say one thing is, I think Threevil in my ideas can be almost the same thing, where like you go to Long Ring Longland and it takes you to the center of the earth. You know what I mean? Because you would need some entrance, right? Unless you're just going to dig straight through. But
Yep. Okay.
My apologies. I went on a huge tangent there.
oh, so did I.
No.
Yeah, and
what it's all about.
also technically what I was saying before with mine also lines up with what you guys are saying, because if the X marks are on different kingdoms and one of them happened to be on Fishman Island, that would be a measure of depth, because Fishman Island is at the bottom of the ocean.
That's true.
So that could, every other island is at sea level, so that would be the one island that measures actual like depth compared to the others. So that could actually work out.
All right.
Yeah.
So what we'll do with this question is, I thought I would be the one to do this, but you guys did this on your own, where when you guys give an answer, we talked about it, how there might be different logics. I think there wasn't like a single word of overlap that they said, but somehow their concepts overlap at the same time. So with this one, we'll close out the vote. They all get a point for this one, or I could just be mean and not give anyone a point, but I won't do that. So more points, more fun. But that takes us to next question, which I understand would probably be different, in that this is a difficult one. Where do you guys think LAUGHTALE is? Since we're trying to theorize different things, and so Threevil, since you were starting off on that, just continue where you were leaving off.
Yeah. So yeah, you have 3 different dots, and then the 4th coordinate would tell you the depth or the height, because of Fishman Island, Skypiea, yada yada. But if you look into, I kind of forgot what area of the world, there's a certain culture that has a large kingdom known as Agartha, and like this was the kingdom of the sun, and they had like dwarves, earthbenders, like all the fishmen, all of the races in One Piece pretty much are in like this Agartha kingdom. But yeah, I think that'd be like a really great twist, because like if you have to question, like if there's pirates for like multiple decades looking for LAUGHTALE and just sailing the ocean, how did no one come across this island? At least like for Skypiea, there's knock-up streams and then there's highways to go up there. But how has no one found LAUGHTALE? I think a great option would be that it's literally in the core of the earth. Like who's ever gonna go there? And maybe like some of the foreshadowings that we have for that is, we had to get knocked up towards the sky to get to Skypiea. And then we know you had to sink down in the water to get to Fishman Island. Those 2 things could be used to foreshadow how to go down into the core of the earth, and then how to get back up. And then one more little detail. This goes super deep. I have a video on it. It's called LAUGHTALE's in the core of the planet. But one final detail I'll throw in is like, we know that Luffy said the next time he crosses the red line, he's gonna be the king of the pirates. And it seems like Oda's building up the concept or the procedure of becoming king of the pirates by going to LAUGHTALE. So that would have to mean that LAUGHTALE would be accessed through the New World. So when you look at the hole in Enies Lobby, it might go to the core of the planet. There's probably a hole or a way to access a hole in the New World to take you to the core of the planet, which would be LAUGHTALE. Okay,
all right. So do you have like a tagline for this thing? Because I just wrote Middle Earth, LAUGHTALE's Middle Earth.
Yeah, that's probably the best one, yeah.
All right, cool. And I just want to know that when did you make this video? Did you make a video on this?
Yeah, I did. So I took a break from YouTube for a month and a half, and I think I dropped it
Just before that break?
2 months. No, like when I got back, it might have been like 2 months ago at this point.
Gotcha. All right, cool. Oh, it's in the chat. Cool, nice. All right, let's go with hidden next on this one. Where is LaughTale, in your opinion?
I think LaughTale. So if you asked me a while ago, I would have said LaughTale, and LaughTale is to the Ancient Kingdom as Jaya was to Shandora, right? So you, or rather, or is it the other way around? One of those two ways.
Shandora is to Jaya, LaughTale, Ancient. Got it.
Yep. So LaughTale, I used to think LaughTale was a small remaining part of what used to be the Ancient Kingdom, and then they did a Atlantis scenario with LaughTale, and it's now beneath the ocean. Now that we're at Egghead, I'm starting to reevaluate where LaughTale could be hidden. And the reasoning I thought it was under the ocean was because my logic was, well, it can't obviously be in plain sight at sea level, because there's no way in 800 years no one has sailed past LaughTale and not seen it, or people sitting on top of the red line have not been able to get a bird's eye view of where LaughTale could be right on the other side of the wall.
If it was, how the slander they would take right now. Oh.
Yeah, so it can't be at sea. It can't be at sea level, or can it? And now we have this situation where we have two pieces of technology that we've seen now that are advanced enough to be pulled off now and in the Ancient Kingdom. Invisibility, cloaking technology, which Sanji used in his raid suit, and two, illusionary, like hologram technology, which is what was used on Egghead to hide the lab. So we have a lab that's built around Ancient Kingdom technology being hidden by this same technology. I could see the island that this kingdom was a part of being hidden by that same technology that was a part of that Ancient Kingdom. And then there's a whole other thing about what the One Piece is related. I'll say that for another question. But the idea is that I think LaughTale does not need to be as mystical in terms of where it's hidden as the One Piece itself. I think the crazy thing is going to lie in the actual treasure of the One Piece. But actually where LaughTale is, I think it could be as simple as it's right there, we just can't see it because the technology that produced this place is now being used to hide the island away from us. And the only way to access it is to get those coordinates, because then you would know where the illusion is.
So are you saying, like, correct me if I'm wrong, are you saying LaughTale is a hidden island?
I would say that LaughTale is a hidden island, indeed. Yeah.
Okay, so to write it out, it's in. Would you want me to write LaughTale is cloaked?
Cloaked.
LaughTale is cloaked. Yes, it is cloaked. It is still an island. It's still an island, but it's cloaked.
Okay. You know what? You have not shared that with me in our conversations, and that is a fresh one. That's like, yeah, wait, hold on. They're super advanced, right? Like the Ancient Kingdom was super advanced. Why not incorporate some kind of like, when we think of like super advanced alien technology, we think of alien ship just floating above you, but it's invisible, and then it just takes down the invisibility, and you look up and you're like, wait a second, that would be a LaughTale. The
best place to hide something is in plain sight. That's what they say. So maybe LaughTale has been hidden in plain sight the entire time. It's just we were not advanced enough to find it without their help, without the help of the Poneglyphs.
All right,
so
I'm liking that. Dax, hit us with your vision for where LaughTale is.
Well, I agree with both of them to some degree, because I agree with Hidden that LaughTale is kind of hidden in plain sight, and I do agree with Revel that the LaughTale may be inside the core of the earth, because I think the entrance is at Long Ring Longland, like I said. So, I mean, I will go ahead and say that I do agree it's going to be inside the earth, because, it's going to have to be under the sea of Long Ring Longland, which, like, there's lava underneath, and you're already getting close to the core of the earth. So I like that idea generally, but some ideas to tack onto it that maybe make it even stronger is, we're looking for this limitless energy source, right? And like the core of the earth is like a giant, molten ball of lava, essentially, like fire, essentially, right? And so then you would have LaughTale and the One Piece inside of this potential energy energy source, if this is the energy source, right? So that would just make a lot of sense. And then one other angle is we know that the Lunarians, you know, were like the gods of the world before the Void Century happened, and they can live in extremely harsh environments, like as if they're from like lava areas and stuff like that, right? So it would make, and they seem to have some kind of ties to the ancient kingdom, right? Like they were like the gods while the ancient kingdom was around and all that. So maybe that's because they put the energy, like LAUGHTALE, or like, you know, the energy source somewhere where like only they could access it, and that's surrounded by water, which devil fruit users can't really travel in water, so they couldn't easily get to the core of the earth, because that's like who would get there, right? And one last thing is, Oda said Akainu would find the One Piece in a year, and he has a lava fruit. So
Okay, so what would be your head tagline for this one?
I guess under Long Ring Longland is probably the best, just so it's a different one than Threevils, but I do think it's under it all the way to the core of the earth, but that's probably
maybe
the best way to put it.
Because Threevil believes there's like a, correct me if I'm wrong, like a hollow earth kind of thing where there's like an area, a space, whereas what Dax is saying, like the core, like a volcanic kind of thing, which is an environment we have not explored, right? So,
yeah, there'd be an empty space inside the lava, you know what I mean, like a hollowed out area, because obviously Roger was chilling, you know.
So
but
yeah, LAUGHTALE is in lava. Can I do that?
I mean,
Lava tail.
I mean, I don't know, under whatever Threevil said, but just the entrance being at Long Ring Longland is the idea. So you can put whatever you want. I think we're pretty close to the answer. So even if I get the L here, it's fine.
Long Ring LAUGHTALE. Long Ring Long Tail. There you go.
All right,
that's the tagline.
Real quick, while you guys are voting, I do have to pay my heavenly tribute to Saint J. Saint J is in the chat. He used to be a Blackbeard Seraphim clone, but now he realized his true heritage. So shout outs to Jay, Laz, Best Generation. Sorry, wow, there's a lot of people in here. Holy moly. Thank you guys for stopping through. If you guys don't know what's happening right now, we're having the Supernovas clash over theories regarding the end of One Piece, and we're kind of trying to see, each of these guys, each of these creators. If you guys tuning in right now, the way we talk about it, like we have the Reverie, you start a channel, you sail your YouTube channel to the point where maybe you make it to the Reverie, whatever, you make a name for yourself. That means you have Conquerors Hockey, but ultimately each of us choose our own path in how our channels go and what we talk about and what we see for the end of the story. And so we're making those ideas clash. And as we saw with the last discussion was with regards to what the road poneglyphs tell us, each person came up with a different idea, but they all connected. So that's the bread and butter here of what I want to talk about. That even if we talk about ideas differently, they may connect in a surprising way. All it takes is us to sit in a room, but you guys want our content. We're just isolated in our rooms making computer videos and stuff like that and presenting these ideas, slaving away like the guys underneath Meridra. But that aside, it looks like Hidden Island is taking the cake with the LAUGHTALE is the Hidden Island.
Hey.
That is crazy. I didn't even, imagine if it is that and then your name is just LAUGHTALE. That's, man, I'm gonna say it now. If the LAUGHTALE is the Hidden Island, the last Reverie has to be hosted by the Hidden Island. I just want to throw it out there. There could be a prior one that's hosted by Hidden Shore, but the last one would have to be if it's actually the Hidden Island. That'd be crazy. Let me throw in LAUGHTALE Long Ring Longland just so I can write that down, and I'm gonna give it to Hidden here. Oh wow, it's at 200 votes already in 2 minutes. That's crazy. We're at 100 votes per minute. That's quite the miles per hour. So we're gonna switch gears in a second, but this next one is quick, and I'm gonna ask you guys to be as brief as possible because I think it's more fun with this one. I don't think I wrote out the question, so we're gonna write it out here. What is the name of the ancient kingdom, guys? And so given that Hidden won the last poll. He goes next. So Hidden, what is your take on what the ancient kingdom name is?
Here we go again, guys.
Don't say bingo bongo.
All right, guys. The name of the ancient kingdom is One Piece. This is it. For those of you, I'm sorry to spoil the story. It's One Piece. In my opinion, One Piece is the ancient kingdom, more specifically, the Kingdom of Dreams. That is the One Piece. It's the Kingdom of Dreams. I think it's the name that Clover was about to say at Ohara, and they shot him and stopped him. And why would they stop Clover from saying that name? It's because whatever Clover was about to say has to be a name that is recognizable and meaningful to everyone. Any soldier, any milkmaid, any news guy, anyone. You could be an East Blue, West Blue, South Blue, North Blue. If you heard what he was about to say, the world government doesn't want you to hear that. Why? What name would a layman be able to connect and make a connection to? Well, a year prior to the events of Ohara, Roger was executed and announced the One Piece to the world.
Okay.
If the name of the kingdom is One Piece, that's it. And what I was going to say is what the One Piece specifically is. I think the One Piece doesn't exist yet. I think the Kingdom of Dreams does not exist yet. And I think the reason there is a time limit and the reason Roger was too early is because Joy Boy had not returned, and Joy Boy is the only person capable of creating the One Piece because it is the Kingdom of Dreams. The only person who can create the Kingdom of Dreams is someone with the power of dreams who can imagine that kingdom. Whatever this kingdom is going to be the kingdom and the world that Luffy wants to create. That is what the One Piece is. I think it even ties into Luffy's dream. I think they're going to be one and the same by the end, to some degree. So...
Okay, so just for the written part, do you want me to write One Piece as in P-E-A-C-E? Or do you want me to write it as what we know One Piece as?
So if you, what is the One Piece? Just put, or what is the name of the ancient kingdom? Yeah, One Piece. Put okay. P-E-A-C-E, yeah.
All right.
The kingdom of One Piece, yeah.
All right. And if you guys have seen any of my videos, you guys know how much I like that idea. I proposed my own name for it as well, but that's a very strong one. Clarifying too, because you know, a question like this, people might have the same answer. It didn't come up in the past, but if a creator decides to like defer, like, oh, I just agree with them, and then that gets voted up, then it's like a half point. But if they provide their own nuanced reason as to why they believe that's the thing, then you know they'll get a full point if that's the chosen answer. But Dax, hit us with your idea.
All right, so I do like Hidden's idea quite a bit, but I'm gonna go with Drum Kingdom as the name. And the reason I think that is obviously the Drums of Liberation were the thing that brought Joy Boy back, right? We also don't know what the D means yet, and drum seems like a potential answer to me. And then also, you know, we saw the frozen straw hat in Marijois, and Drum Kingdom was like completely frozen, right? It was all snow. And we found a Hito fruit there. And Blackbeard went there for some reason before we got there, so it's obviously important for something. So, you know, I don't want to say, you know, it's like the best reasoning ever, but I think Drum Kingdom just, it really stands out. You know, the drums are going to be important, right? Music has always been important, but drums specifically with Joy Boy. So, you know, and obviously, like I said, the Hito fruit there is going to be very important because the Drums of Liberation are due to a type of Hito fruit, right? So I think there's definitely a chance that Drum Kingdom was the name that Clover was going to say.
Okay, all right. I like that idea. We talked a little bit off stream real quick about why I like the idea too. All right, so Dax is for Drum Kingdom. I feel like a lot of people are going to like that idea. Threevil, what is your proposed name for the Ancient Kingdoms?
I think the Ancient Kingdom is Pangea. So when you think about ores, and I guess it's technically an ores race, they were pulling continents away from each other, and I think that's going to build to something greater. So I believe like the Ancient Kingdom was one large supermass, like one supercontinent, and it was pulled apart, and that's why the Ancient Kingdom disappeared. But just because it was pulled apart doesn't mean that there won't be remnants of the Ancient Kingdom still around. Hence Onigashima, Wano, the Kazukis, the Poneglyphs, all that kind of stuff. And then like to tie into like something that the Wizard of Oz made, or I guess the Marshall D. Priest channel, they proposed that there's an original Oars we haven't met yet, and that was Joy Boy. Because when you look at Little Oars Jr.'s flag, it says Oars the third, and then you're like, wait, there's only two. Why is it the third? So there must have been an ancient Oars that was like frozen, kind of like what Gecko Moria had, and that would explain why Emu has a frozen straw hat, because that whole sequence of Emu walking to the straw hat is the exact same one-to-one depiction as when Gecko Moria walked to Oars. But yeah, I think this would also play into why Marie-Joie has Pangea Castle. It's basically like Oda relating it to real life, and like all these areas of the ancient kingdom were pulled apart. That would play into the whole Oars thing, the whole straw hat, the sun. I think like Little Oars Jr. was a very important character to build up to this potential answer.
Gotcha. And just question, Pangea name is really fun. The castle in Marie-Joie is called Pangea Castle, right?
Yeah.
So how does, just asking, how does that relate to this this concept?
Because how I always interpreted the world government is they are pirates just under the name world government. Like, they pretty much go island to island raiding people, making people pay like this heavenly tribute. And like, I think when you look at NL's, I'm gonna try to keep this brief. When you look at NL's cover story, we know that they're space pirates, and at one point on the hieroglyphics it said that they came from the moon to the blue planet. I just see the world government hating pirates, but they themselves started off as pirates. They raided the ancient kingdom, they raided this island, raided that island, killed people. Like, the world government are basically pirates, and they basically hijacked that name.
Yep. And just throwing out Hidden Island, I think it was one, I think like your second mega theory was surrounded, funnily enough, about the name that you proposed and the concept that Threevil just said. So, and that's one of my favorite videos too, because you know, I subscribe to the very same idea that you know, at the end of the day, pirates is just a label, right? Like, and it's a label that's subjective to an organization that we don't really agree with. So like, you know, if Luffy were to go out and sail on the ocean, would he himself call himself a pirate at the age of 6? No, that was the label that was given. Everyone's just an adventurer, but the term pirate, you know, is relative, and that might be interesting towards the end of the story. So just throwing out a little wrench here, because my stream would know this, I have a video myself on this name, and I'm gonna put it out there. I'm gonna give myself a little handicap since it is my channel, but I propose that the Ancient Kingdom name is Imagination, and the whole point at the beginning of the video is that everybody puts the Ancient Kingdom on like a positive kind of like concept, where it's like it's Joy Boy or whatever, Nika, some kind of like, you know, thing. But we've been knowing the Ancient Kingdom to be not in the best light necessarily throughout the entirety, and the world government might be in the gray area, and so it might be that the Ancient Kingdom was related to Im might be connected to the Ancient Kingdom or a part of the Ancient Kingdom. And so if the nation was Im's the nation, that in katakana would also be Imagination, which gets us to another question in a little bit. We won't do that one just yet, but let's see where everyone lands on this one. And wow, interesting. It's kind of split between Hidden and Threevil at the moment. And oh yeah, also guys, if you have these, I should have said this earlier, if you guys have these videos, your theories, you know, links up, I saw Threevil doing it, feel free to send them in the chat, or if Phantom or Mod wants to do that, go for it. The whole point of this is to everybody to open up the third eye, see more perspective, see all the different voices, the voice of all things, if you will, you know. So this one's a little tight. I'm gonna let this one sit a little bit longer, because Hidden and Threevil, I'm, you know, basically gonna say they're tied at the moment. Explain your theory too, so the vote is fair. It's fine if the vote isn't fair on this one, because this is primarily on my channel and I have the thing. If you guys want to know, go check out my video. But you know, you guys heard these guys' theories, and truthfully, I like their ideas. I do. I really do. I think a lot of you guys are saying it like every single, this is one of the ones I literally memed you guys earlier, where I was saying like, you guys click on a video and you're like, oh, this is the answer, it's done. Then you click on someone else's video and you're like, oh, this is a really good one too. That happened in the chat while this was happening, so it's really cool to see.
If it helps anyone's decision, so Pangea was a name that I also thought of at one point, so I just want to throw that out there. I do think it's a good alternative. The one thing that took me away from Pangea is, why would the world government name their own castle after the thing they're trying to hide? If they're trying to hide the name of this thing, why would they name their own castle after it? It's not a hiding in plain sight thing, because the world government's not about that. That's not their agenda. They don't hide in plain sight. They delete everything they want to hide. So why would they keep the name Pangea if the Ancient Kingdom shared that name? For me, One Piece is a name they didn't want to get out there, and Roger used his execution to put the idea of One Piece into the world. And if this ties into the whole One Piece is created from imagination thing, maybe like how Vegapunk explained, Devil Fruits or Nika will only exist as long as people believe that he exists. Maybe One Piece can only exist as long as the world believes it exists. And that's why Roger announced it. That's why Whitebeard announced it at the end of his life, to get the world to believe in the One Piece, to make it real. And I think that name and the word, the One Piece, and the One Piece is real, is what the world government doesn't want people to say. They don't want people talking about that, which is why it's only come from the mouth of pirates. It's only been announced from the mouth of pirates. It's not labeled on anything the world government has or owns or controls. So that's why I feel like that name it's like, it would be crazy ironic if that was on the cover of every book. The treasure, the name of the Ancient Kingdom was looking at us the whole time. I don't know. That's just my my final.
Yeah, so
Threevil, do you have any rebuttal? I'm gonna redo the vote with just Hidden and Threevil's options here, and we'll see what happens now. Okay. But yeah, so since Hidden, I didn't know this one was gonna have rebuttal, but I like it. So go for it, Threevil. Do you have any pushback on why your name is the better choice?
Yeah, so I really like his reasoning. It's just from my perspective that, like, if they name their island or their country or their kingdom Pangea, then it wouldn't really hurt them unless someone tried to say, hey, the One Piece or this Ancient Kingdom is Pangea. That's the only point that it would come into trouble. It's just like, I don't really know how to add to that. It's just like, they can name it whatever they want. They can name like this island after the Ancient Kingdom, that island after the Ancient Kingdom, but like no one would question it. It would just only be a problem if someone went to point it out to them. Because then it's just like, do you guys see what I'm saying? I don't really know how to simplify it anymore. Like, that would actually answer why they didn't want Clover to tell people what the Ancient Kingdom is, because this would be something that would trigger people and they'll be like, wait, why is that place called Pangea if like the Ancient Kingdom's called Pangea as well? Did they like hijack it and steal everything across the world? It would just essentially play into that issue.
So I want to step in there. I said I would throw a wrench in sometimes, but Threevil gave me the door. And this defends his point too, where my logic for imagination was essentially like, if what he was saying, the Ancient Kingdom was connected to the world government and you saw a direct line, then these demons that they were creating propaganda around, people would realize they're one and the same. They're no different. And that's kind of the logic behind imagination at the start, where when we look at Leloucia and we look at Ohara, we parallel those events very heavily. And the two things that what happened was information was being divulged. In Leloucia's event, information around Eam specifically was being divulged. And so what I'm saying in Ohara, the kingdom's name, like Hidden was saying, I think that to decide on the Hidden side, I feel like the name itself has to be kind of like also weaponized in a different way too. And so that's where I think if the name connected it to Eam and gave you an inkling behind Eam's name in the same light of what happened in Leloucia, that's why imagination would be a threatening name too, because if you knew that name Eam, you would start being able to piece things together. So you could see how these ideas, though different, they share logic lines. And so I'm going to throw out the vote now.
If I could toss in one final piece of evidence, the reason I think the One Piece is a location rather than a thing is because if it was an object that you could carry with you, there's no reason why Roger shouldn't have Oh, this is the name of the ancient kingdom. There's no reason why Roger shouldn't have been able to take the One Piece and give it to someone else and pass it down to people he trusted. We saw that with Tom's workers. We saw that they were entrusted with Pluton. That's a really important thing to entrust down the line over history. So if they were doing that with the blueprints of Pluton, you would think that if the One Piece is something you could pick up and transport, they would have entrusted it to people you could kind of rely on. But that's not what the case is. Roger had to leave the One Piece behind somewhere. So what do you have to leave behind? Something you probably can't take with you. A location fits the bill for something you can't take with you. So if it's this ancient kingdom, if the One Piece is a location, let's think back to Shandora. Let's think back to what Bellamy said in the bar to Luffy. He listed off 3 locations. He listed off El Dorado, the city of gold, the Emerald City, and then the One Piece. So he started by listing 2 locations, and then he listed the One Piece third as like an example of something make-believe. So city of gold, city of emerald, city of blank. What is the One Piece? It's the city of dreams. And that's what I think it is here. And I think that's what the connection is with the ancient kingdom. I really feel like the location thing is like where I'm on that. I'm stuck on that. So
it's just like there's a lot of mysticism behind like the ancient kingdom, what the D clan is, what the One Piece is, that like you could just essentially make them all like one thing if you tried hard enough. But like in terms of like why it would have to be named Pangea, it's because it would connect to a lot of other things that are like present in the story. Like, why would they call Oris a continent puller race unless he pulled apart a continent? And then like as far as like, you guys feel free to correct me if I'm wrong, and I really like your reasoning, Hidden, but like it seems like you guys kind of like disagreed with the concept of them naming their castle Pangea because it would be a giveaway, but like that would be the whole reason why they wouldn't want Clover to point out that it's called Pangea. So I'm kind of confused on that, but feel free to.
Yeah. If I could give you my answer to that specifically, it's because the only way to make so the thing is, I feel like the name for the name to be something so serious that you'd have to just shoot someone before they could even get a word out. It has to be a name that inherently sets off red flags. The name Pangea, being the name of the ancient kingdom, may not immediately set off red flags for everyone. That they're not going to like the connections that we're making as theorists is not what the average person in the One Piece world is going to make as a connection. They're not going to like connect all the dots and be like, well, there's this castle up here named Pangea, and we know that the ancient kingdom was replaced. But like I feel like we have the benefit of this knowledge from the outside, and that's why a name like that would work for us. But whatever the name is has to have an impact to even the most like country bumpkin person in the One Piece world. A person like who has nothing to do with anything, and they would still hear this name and then like something would be set off. That's the way that it was portrayed in that scene. So for me, what like Pangea wouldn't, I can't imagine that a person, like any random person, would hear Pangea and then make all those connections. I mean, that's the only thing. While it does make sense that they would want to cover it up, would it be necessary to cover it up is the question.
So
and that's
we'll move on to the next thing.
Yes.
The vote's closing on 200, but before we go on, since we narrowed it down to Hidden and Threevil, I want to know Dak's opinion at the moment on which one of the options you're leaning towards.
Well, we spoke before the stream, and One Piece is also my answer. I just wanted to give another answer just, for the sake of discussion. So I would have to go with One Piece, but or building off of what you guys were talking about Pangea, I do agree with Hidden sentiment, because like if I was a world government who deleted an ancient kingdom that was, like really big and important and all that stuff, and I wanted to hide that as much as possible, I would not name my castle after that kingdom. Just in Threevil, I think your reasoning is legit. Like it could be what you're saying. Like if it was Pangea, it's because of what you're saying. Like I think that's realistic. But I would lean more towards, like, if I was like an evil government and I took out a kingdom and I did not want anyone to know that exists at all, so people think I'm like kind of nice, like they don't know I did this horrible, genocidal stuff, I wouldn't name my kingdom after, or my main castle after it. Like I would pick a totally different name you know, like just I just wouldn't want people to even know that that name existed at all in the past. So
Yeah,
that's my
so-
2 cents on it. But
All right.
Yeah, I
so-
need to add one more detail though,
Okay,
because
yeah.
like there's also like an SBS question where someone asked Oda, I have a serious question for you. Does the fact it's called Pangea Castle and Marie-Joie mean that all continents in the world could fit together like a puzzle, making them all one piece? Pangea's castle is located in the center of the world, so I think it makes sense. And then Oda responded by saying, the continent of Pangea is the name of when all the continents of the world formed together in one single landmass eons ago. So why did I choose that name in particular? ... I'm not saying LOL. Like that in itself is just like he went so out of his way to give like the concept of Pangea in the real life world to apply to One Piece in a grand spectacular way. And I can't imagine that like he would even answer that question, let alone give a response like that, without Pangea in the real world having a huge role in the story of One Piece. And like it wouldn't make sense if the One Piece, like this grand treasure, was Pangea. It would make more sense if the ancient kingdom was Pangea, hence why he said landmass eons ago.
Yeah, I think you're right that like I think that it is Pangea in the sense of like physically it's going to be one big landmass, but I think it's called One Piece. Like, so I think we all kind of agree it's just the name we differentiate, because like what you're saying with that comment, I agree. Like he doesn't want to talk about it because the ancient kingdom probably was one giant landmass where all the islands are connected. I have a big theory on my video about like floods from the Void Century and all that stuff. So I think, you know, the world was flooded at some point. Like if you stick the red line into the ocean, it's going to raise the water levels and all that, right? So I think there's a good chance that it was one, you know, like all the islands were connected, but, you know, at some point the waters were raised. So it is Pangea, but I think they're just going to call it One Piece because it's one piece of land, you know, one connected country, basically.
Now you guys
completely agree with
trying
that,
to
yeah.
connect this back to the same thing, but I do think that separating the name, though the thematic of it, I think that's the important part. Is like the thematic, I think everyone agrees to a certain extent. It's just the name of it, and that's where I feel like, in my opinion, like Oda might have like 2 options and he might choose one. I don't know, like, but maybe he has one chosen, and that like that's different from what the One Piece is itself. That's probably has been decided forever, but like certain things he might have had options for that he like shifted, you know, here and there.
Yep.
But so we ended that one. I ended it before Threevil added that last point about the SBS. But real quick, Threevil, do you have that SBS like do you know what number that was, or do you have that open, or is it in the video?
I have it open right now. You'll have to give me like 60 seconds to find the actual SBS volume of.
Yeah, just put it in the chat, because I always like getting that reference, because SBS are my favorite. Some people don't even know about SBSs, which is the wildest part.
SBSs and cover stories are where I get most of my theory ideas. Just so if everyone wants to know, go read the SBSs and the cover stories, I swear.
All right, so with that, we're gonna shift the gears a little bit. I know we took a little bit more time than I expected on the Ancient Kingdom one, but I do like that, and we were getting to a place where we would get to the end stages of the conversation very quickly. So we're gonna shift gears real quick to powers, and starting off with the one that we know about, and this is the one that I wanted to have some pushback on, so feel free to have that, but we're going to start out with the one that probably, you know, most people have heard of at this point because of how much shouting I've done. It's at the Reverie, blah blah. But what is Pluton? And what I mean by that is, like, what does it look like? What does it do? I mean, we know kind of what it does, but the meaning of that might change. So first up, let's hear Dak's answer on that.
All right, and I know most people, maybe not everyone, but a lot of people already know it, so I'll try to give the quickest version I can. So, you know, Pluton is the god of the underworld, and so we need something to dig, or it should be something that can go underground, right? Because it's obviously there now. And so many people may already know, I think Pluton is going to be a mole, right? So a mole, we've already seen one in Gadatsu's cover story that dug from Ukari Island under the water to Alabasta and made a permanent tunnel so people could travel underneath the ocean. Right, so that way you don't even have to travel on a normal boat and go over the water. And if anyone thinks, oh well, a mole can't be a ship, San Juan Wolf is a battleship. He's known as the Colossal Battleship, and Frankie himself said that the only thing that makes it not a ship is, like, it's not a ship when it can't take you to the next island. If you have something that can transport you to the next island, whatever it is, it can count as a ship because you're traversing over the ocean, right? Or through the ocean or under it or whatever, right? As long as you can get island to island, you're good. And you know, the mole that we met had a had Mount Fuji on it with a traditional Japanese sun on the helmet. So that's like, how in the world did that mole ever get that helmet and that design if he didn't visit Wano at some point? Because it's very clearly Mount Fuji. And then if you go to Wano, the port all the way down at the very bottom is Mogura Port, and Mogura is mole in Japanese. And also, this is a new, I mentioned it lately before, but this is kind of a new angle. You know, we just learned that Saturn is one of the heads of the celestial dragon. So something with a planet name is a celestial dragon. Well, guess what? Pluton is also a planet name, and Mogura also means earth dragon. It literally means both things. So it can be a mole and an earth dragon essentially at the same time. I think that's why it's like, why they called it mole or whatever, is like, it was like the same idea. Anyways, so I think Pluton is going to be a mole, but it's not just that simple. It was because obviously Pluton was built at Water 7. We were told that. So I think it's modified, kind of like Laboon was, where people can live inside of it, or live or whatever inside of it. So you can stay in the mole and travel. And to back that up, the mole that we found on Ukari Island with Gadatsu was modified so he could ride in it. They changed its helmet up so they could sit in the helmet and go through the ground with it. So I think Pluton's definitely a mole.
Great job keeping that within time. I was actually keeping time on this one, so I'm surprised you managed to do that. So
appreciate it.
A lot of you guys already know that idea, and now Dax has refined it to a point where it's literally like the spear of Elbaf. He hits you with it and you just don't know what's happening. So next up, wait, Threevil, are you there?
I'm trying to fix it.
Okay.
My camera just like bugged out. You might have to skip me real quick.
All right. So Hidden, let's go with you. What do you think Pluton is? Time is going.
Oh man, so I have to actually agree with Dak here, and there's stuff I found recently that I was tying into my own Uranus theory that makes me believe in Dak's theory about Pluton. So it's hard for me to really add much to this discussion without talking about Uranus, because I think the identity of Uranus is also heavily tied to the identity of Pluton, and that identity ties into the mole thing really hard.
Okay, so we'll be talking about Uranus next, so you can hold that.
Yes.
But for this
so
one,
I'll give my vote to the mole thing for now, and then just I'll explain the rest at the Uranus part.
All right, and just to give you guys some variety, you guys know on my channel I have a Pluton video where I also shouted out the Pluton as a mole theory. Dax actually made that video for me. He edited it for me, and where I say Pluton is a cloud. And honestly, the conversation about it is a very, very long, but one of my favorite parts about that is if Pluton is important to Joy Boy, right? Because Wano need to be opened up for Joy Boy, and we know Wano opening up means Pluton will be released. Then, and Joy Boy, connecting back to Threevil, Hanuman, Sun Wukong, Nimbus. So if Joy Boy's ship was a cloud, it would be kind of cool. And like Nami being the navigator of that, we know she's really great with the weather and clouds. She can sense them, so it'd be kind of cool. And then there's a lengthy video about that where we talk about the counter Pluton that was made, which actually fits a lot of the thematics. But with that, Threevil, hit us with your Pluton theory.
Very difficult to decide, because like if the mole was modifiable and there's like steel doors and stuff like Laboon, then I would just have to side with that, because like the only thing that's like holding me back from the mole thing is like we know that there's blueprints for it, so it would have to be something mechanical. So if like this mole had like steel doors on it and like an engine and it was modified kind of like a cyborg or something, like a cyborg mole, that would just answer it perfectly. But you would need that, because like a lot of the times I wonder like if Oda put that mole in the cover story to foreshadow that Pluton was going to be underneath Wano. I don't know if he wanted to go to the extent to also say that it was a mole. So that's where I'm kind of I would definitely side with the mole, because I don't think there's any reason to be like, hey, you can't modify a mole. Like there's nothing to really.
The key, just real quick, the key to me about like the Wano connection is the fact that Mogura Port is the one that's all the way at the bottom. you know, like the one that pulls people up to the top. So that would make you think, well, if that's the one all the way at the bottom, they probably built that right after they put the walls up, because they didn't need to build that upper settlement until the walls were put up, right? Because then the water started building up. So like they wouldn't have even needed that Mogura port until the walls were there, because then they started building the upper part. So it's like the people who live there probably called it Mogura port, because it's like, all right, well, we had to put this giant mole down there, so we got to make a port and start working, you know. So we'll name it after the thing we put down there that necessitated its construction, you know. That's the thing to me that really makes it seals the deal.
Just to add to what Threevil was saying about the being able to modify the mole and, like, you know, what makes it. Okay, so like the way I see it is, right, Frankie looked at the blueprints the first time and he's like, what, is that a ship? Like, is that really a ship? It's almost like whatever's on the original blueprints had to be freaky enough where you look at it and you're like, you almost have to question whether or not this is even a blueprints for a ship. If there was a living ass mole drawn on the page in front of me and I was told this is a blueprint for an ancient super weapon ship, I'd probably be confused too. So on top of that, now here's the other thing. We know that Frankie looked at those blueprints. We know he burned them up. I'm pretty sure most people are under the assumption he must have memorized what was on them before he decided to do that, right? Now, I'm not saying that Frankie created Pluton or created the counter Pluton that was on those blueprints, but he has created things like the General Frankie, who has a drill on his head. Like,
there so
he's been creating robots and technology involving drills since that point in the story. So I think it's possible maybe he got some inspiration on ship design.
Yes.
With maybe like there's a drill at the front and yeah.
I like that. And you also touched on, like, whenever they first saw the blueprints, their reaction was literally, can a human build this thing?
Yeah.
And then Tom goes, it's the nastiest monster in the history of ship making. And then also whenever like they're talking to Luffy and Wanda, it's like, Luffy, we found Pluton, you want it? And he's like, no, I'm good. Frankie said that thing is real. Yeah. And then also Sukiyaki said it's sleeping beneath Wano. Yeah. So there's all sorts of, like, it's a living, like, freaky thing of some sort, you know?
I like what you just said to, like, add to what Frankie said and what Tom was saying about Pluton, because, like, that adds a lot more context. I wish I actually knew that sooner. Yeah, those are really good points.
So I know a lot of people are still talking about the Pluton cloud thing. I'm not going to put this up to a vote because Unprecedented did not expect there to be, so I'm gonna give Dax an extra point on this one because he just, you know, and you know, because Hidden and Threeville both deferred to it, they get half a point, but Dax gets that 3. I didn't even plan for that. That's crazy. And I want to add, you know, on the pushback that Threeville gave, something that I talk about in my video is that what Iceberg says is that the ancient shipwrights came up with blueprints for something to take down Pluton. So that doesn't necessarily mean it is the same exact thing that Pluton is. It could be slightly different. It could be completely different. Dax has a different idea on that, but I think at the end of the day, we all kind of really like the Pluton is a mole thing, which is, you know, in terms of Supernovas clashing, could you imagine Kid, Law, Luffy, you know, they coming together on something so ridiculous like that? Like, that's just so exciting. And so shout outs to you, Dax. We didn't even need a vote.
Much love.
Who needs democracy here on the road to LAUGHTALE?
When it comes to the mole, we don't need democracy. We're good.
Yeah. So no, we'll go to the next question, and I know Hidden wanted to talk about this, and I don't know how pressed you guys are for time, because there's like maybe like, without rushing, there's like 40 more minutes of the conversation depending, but like if we cut it down to maybe like 20 more minutes. So if you guys have time, then I don't need to rush it. Let me know real quick if that's cool.
I have another at least 30 minutes.
Okay.
Yeah, I got 30 minutes too.
All right, cool.
Yeah,
cool.
I'm good.
So, and clarifying for you guys, I know you guys are super chatting. I know there's a lot of members stuff happening in there. I will address all the super chats and bits and conversations towards the end of the stream. Just want to get through these things. So the next question is, what is Uranus? And actually, I'll throw it to Dax since he, you know, championed the last one.
And I will keep it short. I just dropped a video on it, so I'll keep it short both for the sake of time and because I have like a 40-minute video I just did, and I'm like, a little fatigued on Uranus, but I'm happy to talk about it because I think it's a good idea. So I mentioned it earlier. I think Uranus is going to be a literal celestial dragon, or a dragon, or a snake type thing that's going to be able to travel through the sky. And we've already seen several versions of this, and I think Kaido is the easiest one to talk about, right? And so we know Kaido. There's a lot we didn't get to learn about him. Like obviously his ties to rocks, his ties to God Valley, all that kind of stuff. And we know his fruits obviously like really powerful and like seemingly important. And for some reason, King even thought that he was going to be Joy Boy. Well, if you think about it, King is a Lunarian, who the name hints that from the moon, and they believe that a blue sea snake, which Kaido technically is, was Joy Boy. If you compare that to the sky, the Shandians, who are actually from the moon, thought a blue sea snake, being Nola and the Kashigami, were sun gods. So what's with the moon people believing that these blue sea snake like things are gods of the caliber of Joy Boy and the sun god and stuff, right? So long story short, because I just want to keep it short, is I think that Nola's child is actually Uranus, and I think that child is in the egg that was on Roger's ship. And whenever Roger visited Skypiea with Odin, he went to the Poneglyph and they didn't talk to anybody. We know that the Shandians defend their Poneglyph like crazy. And we also know that whenever we were in Shandora, nobody knew where the bell was in the Poneglyph and all that stuff. Because remember, even Enel was like the belfry. Like, what are you talking about? And then later on, they found it. Like, they all got sent up there somehow. I can't remember exactly how it all went down, but they didn't know where it was originally. So how did Roger know exactly where it was? He went right to the sky, went there, no problem. No one stopped him, etc. It's because he's been there before, right? He's been to Skypiea and saved them before, but Oda didn't want to show us their connection because there has to be one. And I think it's because he went after God Valley probably and got the egg, because that's probably what was revealed at God Valley. Because remember, Kaido also left immediately. He got his fruit and Big Mom was like, where are you going? Come back. So it's a long-winded way of just saying I think Nola's child is actually going to be Uranus, and that's why the Shandians were worshiping it as a god, and maybe even part of why it was sent to the sky, because the world government was about to find Shandora, right? They can't let that happen. So the world government or the ancient kingdom may have had some kind of mechanism similar to the Iron Giant that attacked Marijua. Maybe the ancient kingdom did it as a protective thing, like, oh, the world government's about to find this Poneglyph. We need to send it to the sky right now for safekeeping. So,
gotcha. All right, so Nola's child, Sky Snake. I like the idea. Yes. I know a lot of people in the chat were actually asking about sky animals and snakes and stuff like that. One pushback is not pushback necessarily, just clarification for something that as I understood it before we'll move to hidden next, is that I'm pretty sure the way Roger found the Poneglyph, and the reason why it was easier for him was because he said that the voices were so loud from the Poneglyph that was there, and so it was easy to find because they were so loud, the voices or whatever. But I'm not, that doesn't detract, because Enel, I think in Enel's situation he was able to find it, you're right, because of Robin, because he said when he confronted Robin, he's like I know where it is because of your behavior or whatever. So
yeah, he was able to find it because Robin was looking for it. He's like, you're doing something important here, what's going on? And then you just posted this video elaborating Tuesday. More on this, right? It's 38 minutes.
So 38 minutes. Dax put it down in less than 2. I'm sure there's a lot more information. Yes, and
way more.
One other thing, the reason why I said he's the beast tamer is because very early on when I spoke to Dax, he likes animals a lot. You guys can tell in his background, and also his perspective was that the ancient weapons were all animal based, and so there's a lot of support for that. And then Pluton is a mole isn't an indicator that was also an animal, and then sea kings and then snakes, right? So that's another thing. But Hidden, what is your idea about Uranus? And you had a fun one. I don't know if you're gonna bring it out here.
Yes, I do. I am gonna bring it out here. I am gonna bring it out. So we're gonna talk about this. So each of the ancient weapons has a conduit. Poseidon is the control of the Sea Kings, controlling an animal. I agree with Dak on the animal control stuff across the board. There's a conduit that controls the Sea Kings at Shirahoshi. Pluton is an animal that rests beneath Wano, and the conduit that's able to release Pluton is the person who's able to communicate with Zo, the elephant capable of knocking down the giant walls and releasing Pluton. So Momo is essentially the conduit for Pluton. Now we have a third ancient weapon, Uranus. Where could this possibly be? Well, we have Fishmen, we have Wana Whites connected to the Ancient Kingdom. Well, how about the Giants of Elbaf? Now, I think the Giants of Elbaf have a different name for each of the ancient weapons based off of Norse mythology. I think Norse mythology, which was a major influence and inspiration for One Piece, played into the design of these ancient weapons. And in Norse mythology, we have the World Tree, right? And the World Tree is inhabited by various creatures. And particularly, there's 3 creatures that I think are very interesting to talk about. There's one that is the there is the what is it called?
Stags?
I always forget this one. No, the one that's underground. It's like the Ouroboros. It's the snake.
Snakes.
It's like a snake that's like underground. Okay.
A serpent.
That to me is the serpent. That's Poseidon. That represents Poseidon. Poseidon is the god of the ocean. There's serpents in the ocean. Cool. Pluton is the god of the underworld, you can also spin that to turn it into like Pluto being related to the earth. So whatever this ancient weapon is, presumably has to do with something at earth level, sea level, not under, not above. A mole, I think, fits the bill with the ability to dig through underground. And in Norse mythology, there is a creature that ties into the mole idea, which is a squirrel that climbs up and down the world tree to deliver messages between the snake underground and the bird on top of the tree. This squirrel has a horn on it, and it's known as the drill tooth squirrel. It's known as drill tooth. So this squirrel is known to dig. It has like a horn or whatever. I think that's the mole connection, drill, whatever. This leads into the final animal on top of the tree, which is an eagle perched on top of the world tree. And I believe the conduit for this eagle is going to be Loki. And I think the connection is going to be that Loki is the one that's basically able to have access to whatever this eagle or whatever this ancient weapon is on top of the world tree. I think that Uranus is a bird. And if it's a animal that's based on a weapon named after the god of the, what was it? The god of the sky is Uranus.
Yeah.
That would mean that it would make sense for the animal to be an animal of the sky. I understand that serpents can fly and the fictional dragons can fly, but if we already have a serpent, it just, for me, I feel like there has to be a unique animal for each position. A bird fits the bill the most for Uranus. I could see some sort of eagle or bird or giant winged creature being Uranus, and it perches itself on top of Elbaf. And I think, or it's hidden on top of Elbaf. I think that's what the third ancient weapon is. So.
Got it. I like it.
Yeah.
Eagle controlled by Loki, and that amplifies the impact of Elbaf, because this blew my mind toward the end of last year, where people just thought that we were never gonna see Elbaf, and I was just like, "What? How is this a hive mind thought that's being spread throughout the community that we never see Elbaf?" And then Oda's just like, he's Oda's on Twitter. He's just like, "Here, let me hit them with the 2023 start. Elbaf is right there, right?" So one way or the other, Elbaf is going to be huge. I like that reasoning for it. So, Threevil, what is your idea for Uranus?
It's actually the exact same thing Hidden Island said. Shout out to him, banger take. I have a video on it. He might have, no problem, man. You might have put yours out before me, or maybe I did. Either way, it doesn't really matter. But it's exactly what he said. Like that big, large figure in the silhouette of Elbaf. I think that's going to be a tree, and that tree could probably have roads towards the Sky Islands or whatever. But that tree more specifically is named Yggdrasil, if I'm pronouncing it correctly. And just like what Hidden Island said, he's spot on. There's an eagle that's perched up towards the top of the tree, and if you look into, I forgot the name of it, but if you look into it, like that eagle, it's referred to as a sky god. So when you think about Uranus in Greek culture and Greek mythology, we know that Uranus is closely tied to the sky. And then we know for a fact, or mostly I would say, that birds are generally hatched from eggs. So when Shiki pulls up on Roger during Ed War and he's like, "Hey, I heard you have one of the ancient weapons," I think that egg on the ship at that moment's like, "Yo, yeah, that ancient weapon, it's right there." But he probably didn't realize it at the time. That's like Oda sprinkling in some sauce. One thing I want to add though, right before it slips my mind, or did it just slip my mind? I would have to go down the route that Shanks is probably the conduit. I totally agree. Like each of the ancient weapons have like some kind of figure person that controls them or it. So like what Hidden Island said, he said Shirahoshi for Poseidon, Momo for Pluton. I totally agree. But I think Shanks would be the one under the control of Uranus, and that's because I think there's a pattern going on where Luffy generally is friends with the person that is controlling an ancient weapon. Seeing how he already grew up with Shanks as a leader, that could kind of fit the bill. But more importantly, we know that Shanks' ship is called a Bracker ship, which is specifically tied to Norse mythology. So you have that, and it seems like Shanks is based off of a man with red hair, missing an arm, known as a swordsman named Tyr. That's also from Norse mythology. So I think Oda's building a lot of lore for Shanks to tie to Elbaf in Norse culture. So going down that rabbit hole, I would have to say like Uranus is a sky bird, and Shanks is going to be the conduit. I believe that's the word.
And I want to throw in one thing, building off what you said, talking about like the conduit person, because I agree, it's like always someone that Luffy's friends with or whatever. But the trend we've also seen is they tend to be very young, right? If Momo is the Pluton conduit or whatever, which either way he controls Zunisha, so that's important either way, right? Well, in Skypiea, we met Isa, who's a little girl who also had mantra that somehow like went over all the Skypiea. She could hear when people died anytime or whatever. Yep. And Isa and Luffy were like good friends. They even got eaten by the snake together. It was like separate times, but they were in the snake together. And very important, observation hockey or mantra does not work through Nola's body for some reason. Like that makes Nola like weirdly important to me, because Isa could not hear anybody that was outside of the snake while she was inside. And remember, Enel could not detect Luffy. Like, he kept saying there's only 5 people left, whatever. And then at one point he's like, wait, where'd that guy come from? And then if we look at Fishman Island, just like a quick little tie-in. Remember Luffy hid in the whale, Neptune's whale, and then he came out at the right moment? Mm-hmm. Guys, sorry, my dogs are playing. And so just like that, like, what if Uranus can be used as a way to sneak around, essentially, because like observation hockey won't work through it. Like, you can... it's like espionage, because you can go in Uranus or Nola's child or whatever, and you're good.
Yeah, so there's actually a little bit more I want to add really quick. So with Shanks being like this conduit, it seems like the egg on Roger's ship could largely be Elbaf or largely be Uranus. So I could imagine a scenario where Roger had Uranus at hand. He goes to LAUGHTALE. He's like, all right, time to disband the pirates. Who could he pass it down to? A kid that grew up on his ship, Shanks, and that could also play into why Shanks is such a formidable person. Maybe Shanks hops on this bird and flies around the world. Maybe that's how he got to Marineford so quickly, and he travels all around like different spots around the world. I think that could also allude to why Roger would give this egg or give Uranus to Shanks rather than like, let me go to Elbaf and give it to this random dude named Loki.
Mm-hmm. Interesting. So
yes.
I ended up combining Hidden in Threevil's thing because essentially the Sky Bird thing is very similar, though the nuance of it does change. I think they're more or less the same thing. The conduit part, we're spitting at in the dark right now for that, so it doesn't make sense to separate it. I do like Dak's point about the interesting thing about the snakes. I threw in Vivi because that's been a large thought for a long time, that Vivi is tied to Uranus, connected, conduit, whatever thing. I do like the animal side of things. We're gonna shift in a little bit, but one thing I do want to add, because I never thought about it like this, but Roger said, we were too early, right? Like for the One Piece, right? And we kind of understand that the ancient weapons are part of like whatever thing you need to do. And so like Poseidon was too early, and he didn't have Pluton. And if he had Uranus, which I agree with, I did a chapter 0 thing as well, dissection, and Uranus is the only thing that makes sense of. Well, if it was in an egg, that would also mean like he has to wait for it to like incubate. You have to wait for it. And when I think about Shanks has been on really weird islands. Like one of them was like a snow island. That's where like where Ace found him or whatever. And I think about that, I was like, could he have been stalling like Uranus's birth? Like maybe he was waiting, like somehow, like whether Shanks is the conduit, maybe Shanks is acting as a caretaker. I'm just throwing that out there, where like he took the responsibility of doing that, where it's like we saw Otahime had to take care of Poseidon, right? Like if Otahime didn't guide Shirahoshi could have sunk the planet, but she was guided by love. There's a lot of nuance there. So right now we already have the votes in. Dax, I'm gonna give you honorable shout out because your vote is tying Vivi. And Vivi has been a long-standing one for a very, very long time. So to tie that with the Sky Snake theory, top notch. And then so hidden in Threeville with the eagle one, that takes the cake. But you know, I think a few guys mentioned the connection Dax primarily, right? The planet names. And so now let's shift towards this question, where in recent history we got Saint J. Garcia Saturn. Now, this question's a little bit more open-ended. You know, obviously we don't have a lot to go off of. So what I want to ask you guys is, what do you think? Well, first part, do you think the Gorosei is powerful? And what do you think the Gorosei's powers are, if you could like summarize it, or would be? Are they devil fruits? Are they hockey? Are they like supernatural? Are they ancient weapon like powers? Nature. There we go. Because, you know, I think there is a dichotomy, right? You wouldn't necessarily put Shirahoshi in a power scaling match, but she has the power to destroy the world, right? So Whitebeard also had the power to destroy the world, but it was through a devil fruit. And then we also know, like, Luffy, you know, whether, like, not Luffy, Roger conquered the world with hockey, and we don't know what Eames' power is, so it doesn't make sense to, you know, nail it down. So, like, try to be as, you know, try to be ballpark with this one. Let me know what you guys think, and we'll start off with let's start off with Threeville on that
one. Like what you said, we know that one of the Gorosei members are named Saturn, so I feel like Oda's gonna take the route of making the rest of the Gorosei based off planets. And if you look at like early Greek culture, if I'm not mistaken, what they believed is that I think he said 5 planets, and that they believed that the Earth was like the center, and they had all these other planets circling around it. I think that's called the heliocentric model or something. Geocentric, yeah. So I would go down the route that the other members of the Gorosei would be planets, and like that's something I threw out like a year and a half ago, but just to not really get into that. We know like each of the planets kind of tie into like Roman gods or like Greek gods as well, and like they're all known for like a certain element. So perhaps like, I don't really know the ones off the top of my head. I think Venus is tied in with water and Mars is fire, something like that. Maybe those Gorosei members can manifest elements that is created through hockey. That probably sounds familiar to a lot of you guys.
So hockey, baby.
So
all right.
As far as devil fruits, it's a lot more in the air. At least like with the planets having like certain elements that they're closely tied to, because it's generally one planet is connected to one element. I would feel more comfortable saying that than like a devil fruit, because devil fruit's way more speculative.
Gotcha. Okay, I like it. So, Threeville, how do you want me to write down the Gorosei's power?
Elemental hockey.
Hey, let's go.
I'm started.
I like it. All right. Let's go with Hidden. What do you think? Or did I have no. Hidden. What is your take on the Gorosei? What kind of powers are you seeing for them?
Well, I guess I'll just quickly restate because this is part of my answer. I do think the Gorosei are the satellites of Eam. I think they are to Eam as all of Vegapunk's satellites are to Vegapunk. Eam is the central original body, and the Gorosei are 5 clones or satellites of Emu. It's why I think they don't age. They are each designated to rule each of the 4 blues and all that stuff. So the idea that they are satellites of Emu, the idea that they kind of run the world, and they seem to, I don't know, the way I feel is like devil fruit powers are off the table, because devil fruit powers are all about imagination and dreaming, and they kind of fly in the face of what the world government is trying to do. And I think devil fruits are an element of chaos. The world government does not, if they had a choice, they probably wouldn't want devil fruits. So I'm going to just assume that the Gorosei don't have devil fruit powers, and where their strength comes in is in the technology that they have access to that the world doesn't know they have access to. If they are clones of Emu, if they rarely ever leave Marie-Joie, like I wouldn't be surprised if this is the first time that Saint J. Garcia Saturn has left Marie-Joie in years and decades. I'm going to just assume that whenever they leave and they do something, maybe it's something that it's like top secret. So like they wouldn't want people knowing they have all this technology. I'm going to assume that we're going to see the Gorosei do some crazy scientific futuristic technology shit that's going to throw everybody off. And it doesn't matter how old you are, it doesn't matter what you look like, if you have access to a really strong gun, it's a really strong gun. So these Gorosei might just be relying on advanced weaponry. They might not have any actual strength themselves, and it might just come from all this body modifications, all these technological advancements that they just take advantage of and abuse. I think that's the way they're being set up power-wise, and I could be happy with them being strong if it's not earned strength, if it's cheated strength through using this tech.
Gotcha.
You know?
Gotcha. Dax, what's your take? And then I'm gonna throw out something at the end to close up this conversation.
So as we know, all these people are supposedly going to be named after planets, and they're the heads of the celestial dragons, which I think is more important than we give that name credit for. And we also didn't get to see Kaido awaken during his fight, right? And he is also a dragon. I would say the next closest thing to us, like a literal celestial dragon that we've seen, because he can also fly in the sky and all that stuff, right? So we didn't get to see him awaken, at least I don't think so. But we did get to see him cover himself in magma right before he got defeated. So I thought to myself, what's the next step from that, right? Well, magma, like if you could upgrade like from a dragon covered in magma, you'd be a dragon covered in like star power or whatever it is, right? Like so then you would be a literal celestial, like plasma. So then you're like literally a celestial dragon, like a dragon made out of the sun essentially, or a star, which the 5 elder stars, and they're also the heads of these celestial dragons. And they also have elements tied to them. So what I think is they are all like maybe like not devil fruit powered, but like from the past, like literal celestial dragons that are from maybe different planets that have different powers, or maybe it is hockey based, like each planet specialized in, maybe it was like a certain kind of terrain, so they got really good at certain types of hockey, or elemental hockey, as I know Par likes. So I think they're all going to have like elemental powers, but also be able to transform, and it may not even be devil fruit powered. It may be like from the past, like a different, like the celestial dragons were all wiped out except for them, and that's why they call the rest of the people celestial dragons, is that's who the powerful people were that took over the earth and all that stuff.
So I wasn't expecting this, honestly, but what Dax was saying, like them turning into dragons, I actually have a theory that like natural zones, like people can turn into animals without the devil fruit power. So are you saying like more or less like it would be elemental hockey, or you're on the elemental hockey boat, because this would be through hockey of some sort?
It could be, or maybe it's literally like Oda is taking a stab at the whole like lizard people run the world joke, and it's like the Gorosei might be shape-shifting lizard people, like they're dragons, you know what I'm saying, that are like, so they can turn human, but all, because we've seen all sorts of devil fruit powers at this point that can transform, right? Like obviously like Katarina Devon has a zone that lets you transform into anything, and then obviously Mr. Two's fruit and whatever. And so basically, yeah, I think they're probably just like shaped, like they can transform like a zone, but they don't actually need the fruit. So now, is it hockey based, or is it a natural evolution thing? Because remember, Vegapunk said the devil fruits are like the natural, like the furthest branch of evolution. So are the Gorosei examples of that evolution happening, like in actuality, not cheating with the devil fruit, but in actuality, they have evolved to the furthest form of like whatever like their planets are, right? They're the furthest evolved form of Saturn and each planet, and that's why they're different types of dragons or something.
Gotcha. So how would you want me to classify this? I think what you're kind of saying that they're like a different species almost, right? Like that has their own powers. Okay, I like that. I like that.
Yeah.
I'm gonna put new species like on the same realm as Lunarians. Lunarians are broken as a race, right? Okay. Yes. All right. Fair enough.
And even King could like make a dragon thing out of his fire and stuff, right? And like Kaido just covered himself in magma. So maybe the Gorosei don't actually transform, but they just cover themselves in that element and make a dragon shape or whatever, right? So same thing as Lunarians. It's a new race that can somehow use dragon powers that are probably tied to the planets they come from.
All right.
All right. So, you just put the poll up. If I could just say one thing before people start voting. One person in my chat actually sent this idea to me to base off the tech idea, and I just thought it was so interesting that I had to share.
All right, so if I'll the Gorosei vote, because then you can get your put in. Sorry about that.
Yeah, so I just wanted to put the idea out that if the Gorosei, so this comes from Reverse, who's in my server. He said if the Gorosei have advanced tech like that, what if they had like the phasing, like the stuff that Vegapunk uses to phase through dimensions and to phase through walls? He can make his body intangible. So potentially the Gorosei with this technology could emulate a Logia ability, but even Haki wouldn't be able to hit them because they'd be able to phase through everything. So like technically they'd be untouchable with like that sort of technology. Like that might be a crazy.
They cover the bases, the weaknesses of nature, essentially.
Yeah, they cover all the weaknesses of devil fruits, and they have the advantages of devil fruits because they don't have to worry about the sea. They don't have to like none of that. They don't have to worry about hockey. None of that stuff. They can bypass all of it with tech.
Gotcha.
So I think that's a cool spin to throw.
Yeah,
like
I honestly
like that.
you know, people are saying Dax's idea is super original. I think Hidden's idea is really cool too, because I didn't even think about the way I thought about it was like, you know, we always say like Mother Earth or whatever, but like, you know, the Ancient Kingdom was defeated by if you guys saw my short earlier, not Ancient Kingdom, but like they talked about Sora, the warrior of the sea, and they fought side by side by a dreamy robot. And like they took down this technologically advanced thing, and I've been saying that that's might be like they've been trying to create propaganda around what actually happened around the Void Century, and that's a future video. And so that's an interesting thing that they also use. I mean, it makes sense because they sponsored Vegapunk to create the Seraphims in the first place, right? And it seems like Saturn is going there to do that. On the end of what Threevil was saying, the elemental hockey thing, I like that because that's been the very start of the channel where I think like if we're getting to the end phases of One Piece, what Luffy has to overcome is willpower that's so domineering that nobody else has been able to overcome it. And I think all three of these ideas are very new ideas in the sense of like, I think each one has been dribbled to us a little bit. The elemental hockey thing, a lot of people are saying like, yeah, Shanks has a flame sword. Where does that come from? I've been saying that, right? And the same side of what Hidden is saying, Egghead. I mean, people didn't believe the things that we would see on Egghead. If you asked them we'd see holograms in One Piece in Wano, they'd be like, you're the worst theorist on this planet, right? And then on Dax's side, the new species thing, well, the question I wanted to ask, but we won't get time for it, is, well, we're getting Mihawk might be something, Kuma might be something. There might be, and I have a video on the Celestial Dragons where it's like, it might be right in our faces. Celestial Dragons might mean something in the same line of like, yeah, Mosgard isn't anyone cool, or Charlos isn't anyone cool, but that could be like the same line of like how Chimney from Water 7 is still fishman lineage, but she doesn't look like a fishman, right? The same thing with Celestial Dragons. Maybe they're descendants of something and it's so diluted you don't see it, but the Gorosei and Eam, that might be different. So I like that.
Yeah.
I like that.
I want to quickly add though, so with elemental hockey and the Gorosei having hockey, I think like Oda could like foreshadow this and push us in that direction, like with Kaido's speech in Wano. We know that Kaido basically said like such hurdles can only be overcome with hockey. So that could explain why the Gorosei, who literally rule the planet, and especially Imu, who rules the planet, they are probably some of the most deserving characters in terms of having conquerors, let alone hockey in general. And I suppose you could make the argument that like when you become older, you become weaker. And it's just like, I don't know if that's necessarily like the best argument, because Whitebeard, for an example, he was largely nerfed because he was sick. But I say all that to say that it would definitely fit the symbolism of hockey and spirit and having like these kingly ambitions or whatever for the Gorosei to have hockey, let alone Conquerors hockey, as well as Imu.
Yeah. So on this note, I think all of you guys have made a video relating to the recent development about Gorosei and stuff like that. And Dax has some of his videos have been eerily close to what we're talking about here. And my next video is actually jumping off of Threevil and Hidden and like all of our conversations, and I have my own connection to that. And then in the next video I talk about Dax, and you know, that was also an inspiration for having the stream, where it's just like there's so many ideas that connect and they sound so different if you just say them out loud, but then when you start having a conversation about them, you start realizing they may connect more than not. But I'm liking Hidden's idea about the science thing because of the thematic it would play. But with that, we'll close off this one and start hitting some high notes again on larger thematics, and we'll keep it short, we'll keep it brief. Threevil takes the cake on the elemental hockey. I like that cake. That's a tasty cake right there. With the next question, guys, the next question is, since we've been talking about powers, What is the dynamic power source of the Ancient Kingdom? As briefly as you can, and I'll start it off with Threevil on that one.
So the ancient ancient energy source that Vegapunk's referring to, I believe it is electricity. So that big robot we saw in the Egghead, it was called a mechanical soldier. And when you look at NL's cover story, there's little robots that actually just the same as him, and they have like the horns on their head like an Oni. They were also pretty much labeled as mechanical soldiers. That's why like all 4 or 5 of them, no, it was 4 of them. All 4 of them, they had like soldier gear. You had a Russian robot, you had a gladiator robot, an American robot, and I think there's like a Japanese robot. So they're basically mechanical soldiers. And we know that when NL got to them and he shocked one with electricity, it booted him up and he continued doing where he left off at. It said that he was returning to the battlefield. So I believe when they say like the big robot on Egghead was rebooted and he went straight to Marijua, I believe that is hinted at through NL's cover story, where if you boot back up these robots, they continue where they left off at. But anyways, fast forward through NL's cover story, you know, he goes towards like this chamber of like a million different robots, and when he shocks them, and Oda's own words is that it says energy circulates through the ancient city. So like that in itself is like, okay, you have this energy, which is electricity, then you have this ancient civilization. I think these two things tie together really nicely, and it would explain why electricity is the ancient energy. And then that kind of ties into why like NL might be returning to the story. I know a lot of people have been waiting for NL. I didn't even make this electricity theory for NL. It sparked towards the end of my theory crafting for it. But for the One Piece planet to already know about electricity, it's important that like I differentiate like lightning powers and thunder strikes and stuff like that. That's not the same thing as harnessing electricity. So like if Nami has like Zeus and it's shooting thunderbolts, that's not the same thing as like having an electric battery or something like that. And we even know like when Nami was watching Luffy and NL fight, she was completely shocked that the thunder strikes weren't working on Luffy, and she was trying to calculate why that would work. So it seems like a large piece of the One Piece world, they don't know about electricity like fans might believe so. And the furthest, I'll wrap this up, but the furthest you could really go is speculate that there's certain things in the One Piece world that are powered by electricity, but you can't necessarily prove it.
Got it. All right, cool. Electricity for Threevil. Let's go to Dax for this one. What do you think?
So I think the energy source is actually Binks Sake. So obviously Binks Sake, you know, the song itself has been sung by, you know, Shanks and Roger and Brooke, who's from, you know, far, you know, in the past, or somewhat far, like 80 years ago, I think he was born, or something like that. Anyways, so we know the song has been around for a long time, right? And so it's kind of like, well, that maybe it originated, you know, with, you know, what, like the Ancient Kingdom, LAUGHTALE, and all that stuff. But the thing about sake, and you're like, how could that be an energy source? Well, it has alcohol, and that burns, right? They said, like, whenever we got to Egghead, they said, like, something to the effect of like you could consider the energy on this island to be a fire or a flame of or something like that. Like not the total energy source, but whatever they use. That's what they said. And so it's like, so whenever I think of the energy source, I think of, you know, fire or like the sun or something like that. So maybe Binks Sake is in the center of the earth or something, and that's what literally keeps it hot. Or the sun, the same idea, right? And you'd be wondering, well, once the alcohol burns out, it's not going to have, you know, any, like, you're not going to be able to burn anymore. Well, that would be the part of why the song exists, right? Because as long as people like you're only dead whenever you're forgotten, right? So if Binks Sake is sung forever, nobody will ever forget about Binks Sake, right? At least like that memory or whatever, that will always live on through the song. So that was their way of keeping Binks Sake, you know, like the will of that alive. And so I think maybe what happened is, you know, Binks, or maybe it's someone else and they just called it Binks Sake for some reason. They could have awakened, and then that awakening would stay forever, because technically sake and like alcohol is a natural thing, right? Like you can just ferment it. So it's like maybe they awakened, and that sake is kind of like replenishing continuously and burning continuously. And so that's why it's, you know, Binks Sake is so important. That's why sake has been like a huge element to the story in general. And so like maybe it's inside the sun, and that's why the sun is burning. You know, like maybe they made their own sun by burning sake in you know, inside of it, or it's just in the earth with LAUGHTALE, right? And that's part of what the One Piece is the sake itself, which I do think it's something else, but I know that's a popular idea, is that it's sake. So that's my opinion. I think Binks Sake has been around for a long time for a reason.
I just realized that they could not hear me that entire time.
Oh.
That's tough.
Yeah, so basically what I was saying was after Hidden, we are going to do one last large question. You guys want to stick around for that question. It's a multifaceted one, and I'm going to give them, each creator, the floor. And then after that, we'll close out and determine who the winner is. And if they want to stay, we'll go through the super chats. We'll go through the conversations there. I'll be here until all the super chats are done. So just wanted to say thank you guys for being here. Thank you guys for, chatting. I've been reading all the chats, and I just want to, hopefully you guys are enjoying this format. Hopefully you guys are enjoying seeing your favorite creators talk like this about their ideas with each other. And I should be back. I saw all the things. Yeah, the Par sounds back. All right, so cool. And Hidden, what is the dynamic power source in your opinion?
Yes. All right. So we're getting to the last rounds. I want my points. I'm going to start by saying why I disagree with both the other choices.
Fair.
All right. So first off, I love the electricity idea. I think there's a lot of themes in the story that do line up with that. Three of what we've spoke about. I've told you about what I think about it. I will say there is something that I've been hung up on, and I realized this. I was rereading the story lately that made me think the electricity thing might not be it. And specifically because we have actually seen electricity be harnessed by someone, not in the form of lightning, and that's specifically in Judge Vinsmoke with his spear. He has an electric spear that's able to generate electricity at the end of it. So, and he's also managed to infuse electricity into the raid suits for all of his kids. So, like, for me, that's an example of electricity being harnessed just as much as cola is being harnessed by Frankie. It's like the same equivalent of using this power for some technology. And also electricity uses resources to produce. So the dynamic energy source was stated to be something that would be would not have to be fought over. It wouldn't use resources. It would be infinite. People wouldn't have to fight over it. But to produce electricity, you have to consume resources in order to do so. So it would have to be some magical electricity. And in that case, that might as well be a different power source entirely, because then that's magic that's the power source, not electricity. This also goes for the sake, like what you were saying, Dak. I think thematically the sake could work, but I think realistically the sake runs out eventually. And then
yes, that's the awakening.
Hold on. So if it runs out, Bing Sake runs out, but it's kept alive through will and people singing the song, then that implies that the song or the will is the energy source, not the sake itself.
Well, the song's called Bing Sake.
Oh, no, let's let Hidden finish and then we'll give pushback.
I understand, but the point is, you're talking about this. So you're saying the song. If you're saying the song is the energy source, then what's carrying the song forward? It's the will of the song. It's the dreams that carry that song. Those are the non-ending things. Those are the things that loop infinitely into the power source, not the song itself or not the literal sake itself. So for me, what this all comes down to is, if in Threevol's case, the solution that I came to was it could be magic electricity, and in Dak's case it's the will or the intangible element of it, then I think that combines both magic, intangible, will, dreams. I think the dynamic power source is the dreams that power both of these concepts, that power all the concepts we're talking about, that power the motives and the adventure behind the main characters, behind everyone in the story. It's dynamic, it never ends, people's dreams never end, as Blackbeard said. This is a thing that's been repeatedly stated. Roger is quoted as stating that people's dreams also will never end. This is a thing that gets brought up again and again, and we don't have anything else really in the story. Any examples of people stating X thing, this thing, blank thing, never ends, except for dreams. It's just this context. We never have any other power source do the same thing. No other source of energy do the same thing. So I feel like it's got to be dreams. It's got to be an intangible thing that we can't just pin down like, oh, we've seen it in the story a bunch. It has to be something not tangible, like dreams.
All right,
so that can't be wasted. That can't run out.
I'll share my opinion in a little bit, but before that, do any of you guys want to give pushback or just an extra point on your separate idea, whichever one?
Yeah, so like as far as Judge using a spear with electricity, that's just using it as a weapon. That's not necessarily concluding that Judge knows how to harness it in the sense of like a battery. And as far as like creating like this never-ending electricity or this never-ending power, it seems like there's all sorts of ways to generate electricity, like through windmills or like water circulation or whatever. There's all sorts of ways to create this electricity. Yeah, I mean, it would almost seem like saying that Nami uses Zeus to shoot thunderbolts at people means she knows about harnessing electricity and making robots and stuff like that.
I'm
So
sorry,
would
that's
you
not the same thing because Judge has a piece of technology he created that produces electrical power. This is not a cloud, a rain cloud producing lightning.
So-
This is a piece of tech. that
That's used.
produces-
It's used as a weapon, though. It's not used as an energy to fuel a city, right?
How did the electricity come out of the tech? That he had to code that in there. Like if I created a toaster that shoots lightning out of it, obviously I had to code the lightning to shoot out of the toaster. I harnessed the electricity.
So with
somewhere in
Fable,
there, right?
with
Like-
your idea, would you said something important because I mean our world is dealing with it too. Would you say more accurately it might be a generator or battery or like that kind of thing rather than electricity on its own? Because like even our world we have a problem with storing energy, right? So is that what you're talking about? Like on the moon in Burka, that ball thing, we don't know what it was, but it seemed like perpetual energy after he jump started like a car. But none of
Yeah.
our cars just run forever. So would you say like a battery generator would be more accurate to what you're getting at here?
I would still lean towards electricity
Okay.
because that ball above the people making the robots, it looked like it was powered on or it looked different from the very next hieroglyph where they were leaving the moon. It seems like it like switched forms, that little ball above them, so that's probably like a battery or like a light indicating like, yo, we ran out of electricity, we ran out of power. But this would really just boil down to like, just be like, do you believe if someone used something as a way to attack someone or destroy something like fire, does that mean that they know how to harness it and fuel the whole world off of it?
So and on like with that, like I want you guys to just hear that. We'll for the sake of time we'll move to Dax. If you have any pushback or if you have anything to add, feel free. And then I'm gonna say
Just one. Oh, sorry. I thought
No,
okay. So Frankie uses cola as his energy source. What would be like the sister energy source to that, right? That's why I think sake is another good idea, because Frankie and Vegapunk are going to have some connections. So once Vegapunk, if we don't know where Vegapunk's at right now, but if Vegapunk ever finds out from Frankie, like, oh, you use cola to like power yourself, that might be like a Jimmy Neutron brain blast to like make a bunch of connections. Like, oh my God, the energy source has been sake the whole time. Like he'll just like, think of like all the, natural, like, chemistry ways of how that works and whatever. But I think that's like a, because Vegapunk hasn't figured that out yet, but I think he will, right? Like, I think there definitely needs to be discussion at some point of Vegapunk saying, like, oh, you use cola? Like, I've never even considered, like, that's terrible or whatever. But then maybe he finds out it's actually, like, really genius for some reason. So that's another big layer to the sake idea.
The big sake thing I really like, but while you were saying that, I just laughed in my head because in our world we have an example of this where essentially these people get smothered by, it's a conspiracy, like the government takes them out, and the reason why is because they discovered how to get energy from water. And I was laughing if it went from cola to sake and then the dynamic source was just water, and then that would also fit with what Vegapunk said about energy is everywhere. Well, the whole planet's filled with water, so if water
True.
was just the dynamic source, that would be kind of funny. But being sake, I do like that. What I will say, you guys, for you guys who watch my video, going back to why I didn't explain the imagination for the Ancient Kingdom's name as much, is because I also think that that's the power source. I think the dynamics power source is imagination, which falls in line with what Hidden is saying. So I'm not going to put my own thing because what he said is essentially what I agree with as well, where dreams don't end. The electricity one, I can definitely see that as well specifically because the Enel cover story, that one was like a huge thing where it's like we don't know what that is, and it's like separate from his devil fruit power, but it could be connected one way or the other. And then also Bing Sake would be like a romantic idea that I think a lot of us would laugh at. It would be a laugh tale for sure. So I'm gonna throw up the vote, and then I'm gonna have each creator prepare for the last one, which is a larger question. I know we're pressed for time, so this question is not the typical question that you might get, but you've all answered it many times, but I don't know if you got it framed like this. The question is, what will Luffy do with the One Piece? So this question encapsulates many things, right? Like you have to cover how it ties to Luffy's dream, but also it has to tie into what the One Piece is, which some of you guys have answered already. It also ties into your theory about, you know, once Luffy topples the world government or something like that, or when it comes time to do that, what does he do with your proposed One Piece? And that is the question I'm asking you guys. And so for that, we will start off with the Hidden Island.
Okay, so the question is, what is Luffy going to use the One Piece for?
Yeah, what will Luffy do with the One Piece once the One Piece is discovered, once we find out what it is? What does it mean? What does it do? And how's it tied to his dream, right? Because ultimately,
right,
what he does with it will tie to the dream.
Yeah, I mean, this is all contingent upon the ideas I was saying before, but I think, you know, if the One Piece is the Ancient Kingdom, and if the Ancient Kingdom, you know, is what, like Threevil was saying with the Pangea stuff, if it is this world-spanning continent, I mean, I guess Luffy would live in it. Like, if that's what the One Piece is, he would live in it. Okay. But the way I see it is that it's not so much what Luffy's going to do with the One Piece, it's going to be how he's going to... I think the main point of the story is how he's going to get the One Piece. And what I mean by this is that, remember how Oda said when Luffy finds the One Piece, the story will end? Well, if the One Piece is this fabled kingdom, this like imaginary kingdom of dreams, and Luffy gets to Laughtale, and then the revelation is that One Piece does not exist yet, and Joy Boy's gonna have to use his dream power or whatever to create this to recreate the One Piece, then maybe it's that once the kingdom is created, that means that the world is finally saved. The world is at peace, story ends. So I think the story would end once the One Piece is created and everything is all well and good, and that would be the perfect place to end the story. So for me, it's like, if it's a physical object and Luffy finds it and then starts the final war, then it wouldn't line up with what Oda's saying about the story ending once the One Piece is found. But if it was something that happened, maybe you could find out what the One Piece is at Laughtale, but you don't actually find the One Piece at Laughtale. You get to Laughtale, you read a Poneglyph or whatever, and it tells you maybe what One Piece is, or you get like a piece or remnant of it, and it tells you that Joy Boy is going to have to bring this kingdom back. That can only happen once the fighting is done. Once everything is done, then it can be created and the whole story can be complete, and then the prophecy can be fulfilled. But I think that happens at the end, and it lines up with Oda's statement. So that's pretty much... I don't think we're going to see the after. I think once the One Piece is revealed to us, once we see this world that Luffy imagined up, the world that he wants to create, I think that's where it ends, and we don't see what comes next. We just kind of... It's an open book. It's an open book, an open sea, open adventure, left for us to fill in the blanks. That's what I think is going to be how it plays out.
What you're saying is Luffy won't do anything with it, but the existence of it is what...
He's going to create it.
Okay, all right. So
He's going to create it.
Luffy creates it and the story ends. Okay.
Yes.
Okay. All right, so then that's an interesting one. I'm going to figure out how to phrase that in a way that we can vote on it, but let's go with Threevil next with One Piece. I know you had a recent video tying to this.
Yeah, so as far as like the question of what would Luffy do with the One Piece, I feel like I need to explain what the One Piece is, or do you want me to avoid that?
No. Go for it. You have the time.
Okay.
As long as you have the time for it, explain it.
All right, cool. So I think the One Piece is basically the Aztec calendar. When you look into Shandora and Skypiea, it seems like they take a lot of inspiration from Mayan stuff and Aztec culture. You see Quetzalcoatls, you see sacrificial altars, you see even like these Mayan pyramids or these Aztec pyramids that are literally like Shandora, like the golden city of Shandora, copied and pasted. There's not a single difference. But I was looking in Enel's cover story recently, and when he was looking at the hieroglyphs to his left, there's a symbol that's like nice and big. And you know, everyone at some point in their One Piece fanaticism, if that's even a word, they looked at Enel's cover story. They're trying to derive some meaning from it. So I spent too many hours. I'm not gonna tell you how much, trying to figure out like what the symbols on NL's cover story were. I looked at sacred geometry. I looked at all sorts of religious symbols. I scoured for hours and hours and hours. And like, there's a symbol to his left that is pretty much one-to-one to the symbol or the design of the Aztec calendar. And I went to thinking about it, and we know that Toki has like this whole big prophecy that's supposed to happen. Same thing with Odin, and it's just like, how did he figure that out? And then it could also tie into why Roger said, "Oh, we're too early." So that's this short version of it. You can watch my last video on my channel to get the full thing. I'm just gonna shorten that. I say all that to say that I think Luffy is going to be the second side of the same coin as Roger. Both of these guys go to LAUGHTALE. They find the One Piece. Roger laughs and Luffy destroys it. I don't think Luffy would be this kind of kid or the kind of person to appreciate something that's like telling you what's going to happen, the whole fate concept. I think Luffy doesn't care about any of that, and I would definitely catch like readers off guard where the One Piece does matter, like this scripture of everything that has and will happen, and Luffy just straight up is like, bro, I don't care, and destroys it. Maybe it even says like Imu's going to kill Luffy or something like that, and then it's up to his own decisions and own free will to change the course of history. But I also want to say, like, I really like Hidden Island's point about the One Piece or the story ending when the treasure is found, but I don't know how precise that translation is, because it also says that One Piece is entering its final arc, and we know, like, I think it's through Library of Ohara, don't quote me, I think he corrected it to Saga, or it could be corrected to Saga, so I don't take that interview question or whatever it was too seriously, to the point where, like, the final chapter of One Piece, he finds the One Piece, and then it just ends, because even through Whitebeard's dialogue, when you find the One Piece, the world turns upside down. And I think in a past interview, Oda alluded to the idea of the One Piece triggering a final war, so I don't take it too literally to where, you know, chapter 2000 he finds a One Piece and that's the final chapter.
So to summarize, what my understanding of it is, essentially history has already been written, and that is the One Piece. And so and in Roger's perspective, it's like that's frustrating, considering his life and the way it went. He was too early and he was dying, all that stuff. And so Luffy not liking that and inserting his free will and allowing everyone to live through their free will, they destroy this sun calendar, as you put it at the beginning. And is just a question, the sun calendar was made by the Ancient Kingdom or made by Ian?
I would say it was probably made by Joy Boy. I think like Joy Boy and Shandora are largely tied to the Aztec calendar, and I like that you bring up that question, because I'll throw this in really quick. It is said that the Spanish destroyed the Aztec Empire in the early 1520s. We know that the Celestial Dragon families are largely having Spanish names for, you know, their people. Yeah. And the current One Piece world, we know is in the year 1522, because Nolan, when he was writing in his journal, he said that the year was 1120. Add 2 for the post time skip, and I forgot the math exactly. I talked about it in like a recent video, but either way, we know that the One Piece world is in the 1522, and the Aztec Empire was destroyed in the 1520s. So I think it was the Ancient Kingdom would largely be based on the Aztec Empire with Joy Boy as the leader, and he created that Nika calendar.
No, I like that. And that also, you know, talking about connections, Hidden started a series called Rome Piece, and me and Hidden have been cooking in the back about the Spanish conquering of the world and how that relates to Rome, because Spain, for you guys who don't know, is one of the first colonies or territories outside of Rome. That I think it's the first foreign territory of Rome's, and so that relates to, you know, the rest of the world and how colonization happened, and how Latin is such an important root of our entire world even to this day. But I like that idea. So I'm writing down that the sun calendar is destroyed. The sun calendar being the One Piece that tells you the history of everything, and that ties to like what Odin was saying and everything. So I like that. I like that a lot. Let's see it here. Dax, what do you got? I know you got a fun one here.
Yep. So similar to Threevil, I think in order for me to explain, I kind of have to say what the One Piece is. Go for it. And I think the One Piece is Joy Boy's afro, of course. I think a lot of people here probably know that. But so to answer the question, I think Luffy is going to wear the One Piece. What else would he do, right? And that's part of why everyone laughed, is because it's an afro and they're putting it on, but it's not just an afro. It's going to give you all the information from the Ancient Kingdom, because they learned everything that day, and much like Punk Records, which has a ton of information logged into it, I think the afro that is the One Piece has the same thing, because also an afro goes on your head, so it's a natural thing to kind of download information to your brain, right? Like an afro. And also we tie it to Gaimon on his island. He's all the treasure chests are empty except the one that he's in, and we see his memories through his afro, all that kind of stuff. But now getting to the question of what this means, like what's Luffy gonna do with this afro after he gets it? Well, I think since he is Joy Boy, and as we've already seen, he can, turn his hair white, right, and make his hair all flamey and his clothes and all that kind of stuff. But if he has an afro on and he does that, it'll probably be a much bigger afro of some kind, right? And then we go over to Brook, and Brook is obviously a man who has an afro, and he's keeping it solely so he can go meet his whale friend, right? Like the only way that Laboon will recognize him is if he keeps the afro on. That's like what he said during Thriller Bark, at least. So carrying that all together, I think Luffy is going to find the One Piece. It's going to be an afro, give him all that information. It's going to be a really nice finish and all that kind of stuff. But the next step from there is going to be, like, that's going to tell the whale, which this is a whole thing I don't have time to talk about, but I think Davy Jones is a whale that was Joy Boy's friend, whole thing. Anyway, I think he's going to go tell that whale, hey, it's time to go, and they go destroy the Red Line together. Because what's Laboon doing? Whenever we saw him, banging his head into the Red Line to get rid of it. The whales in the New World that were also island whales, what were they doing? Also banging their head, even though we didn't see it, they had the same scars on their head, so they would have to have been doing the same thing. So those whales want that Red Line gone, and like I said, Brook is a man who died and came back much later and kept his afro to show the whale friend that he's back. Luffy is going to do the same thing, but with the One Piece, and it's going to make the whale break the Red Line, and that's going to be the start of, everything.
And you guys know me, I really like ideas that make you go like, what? And then you listen to it, and then it starts piecing together. It starts, like, if you were wondering what he was cooking, don't worry about it, because Dax was chefing with it, and I think everyone here was. Definitely check out the videos. I know every one of you guys have a video related to these concepts. If you guys want to share it, if the mods are still there to share it, definitely do that. Just one other thing on the Dax one, the Afro thing. I think because I made a video about like the Moon records and like punk records being tied to that. I might have missed it, but did you also say that the Afro allows like voice of all things or something like that? Like it's something related to that, or am I leaking stuff?
No, you're good. No, in my dreams video where I talk about inherited will a lot, and I talk about how like every devil fruit randomly, even the non-zones match their people perfectly, and then there's a lot of stuff I talk about, but essentially, yeah. So I think the Afro, it's probably maybe like the awakened brain fruit user in the past, or maybe the awakened memory fruit user put memories into it. I'm not exactly sure, but it's going to be, yeah, like it's, I don't know, Joy Boy somehow, had those, just kind of like your Joy Boy Records idea, essentially, just somehow got all that info from the Ancient Kingdom, downloaded onto his afro, and then he went inside the whale, which is where LAUGHTALE is which is probably inside the center of the earth, but it's a whole other discussion. It's way too long to talk about, but and so yeah, so he's gonna, like, Joy Boy probably, just like Jonah in the whale, right? Jonah in the whale, it's like about a guy who was stuck in a whale for a few days. Jonah starts with J-O, like the same thing as Joy Boy. I doubt Joy Boy's name is really Joy Boy. Like, I'm sure he has like a legitimate name of some sort, like a full name at least, right? Yeah. With like a family name. So so yeah, either way, yeah, I think I don't know, that's it.
All right, so then I'm gonna put up to vote. We have Hidden Island with Luffy creates the One Piece because it doesn't exist yet, and then as far as what he does, when it ties back to what Hidden Island thinks the Ancient Kingdom name is, the Ancient Kingdom name being the One Piece, that kind of alludes to that the existence of it itself turns the world upside down. In the context of his video, tying back to a conversation earlier, it was that the Marines were also pirates to the world government, and so right now the world government doesn't consider them to be pirates, and the pirates are down here, and so Hidden Idea is essentially the existence of the One Piece world, and the pirating world flips it upside down, and now you have a new dichotomy, a new world order. There's a whole I definitely subscribe to that idea. I love that video. Then we have Three Evils one. This was also a recent one that maybe you doubled down on it, but you had the one that we watched after 1073. We were talking about it. The Sun Calendar, which I really love because of all the historical connections. Hence why his occupation is the historian here. history was written down in stone, which, you know, kind of comes back to the Poneglyphs, but it was written down in stone, and that whole concept is so contradictory to Luffy and the things that he stands for, and the free will and willpower we see in One Piece. And so Luffy would destroy it and essentially allow the world to go in free orbit, essentially. It's not constrained to a circular thing. And so that might make sense as to why Rayleigh says, hey, maybe the history that we saw, maybe it's a better history than the alternative, so let's, you know, stick with that one. And Luffy's like, nah, we're not about to do that. So I really like that. Dax with the Afro one. We had a stream together where we kept on cooking because, like, if you guys, you know, if you haven't heard the Afro one, which at this point I don't know if that makes sense, I think that's video sitting like 400,000 views or whatever it is, and it's like, if you sit there and make all the connections to Afros in One Piece, it's kind of absurd, and it kind of makes you second guess yourself. You're like, you walk into this theory thinking like, ain't no way, and then you're like, wait a second, there is an Afro in literally like every single arc. Essentially, it's some reference.
And there's a lot of people who probably have afros, and we don't have it confirmed yet because they always wear hats and stuff, right? Like Blackbeard, Kuma, Aokiji, Usopp. They could all have afros, you know what I'm saying? Like, they just wear hats all the time. So it pushes it down.
So with that, guys, vote on the final question. This one will take another multiplier, which I didn't tell you guys. Some of these questions do have multipliers. You know, obviously the beginning questions aren't weighted the same as the middle ones, but this one gets a hefty 4x on it because of how much detail there is. And we'll see, and then I will Vegapunk the numbers together, and we'll see what we get to, who's the closest one to the One Piece. And, you know, in that regard, I think that this is just a overall fun thing, because it's like there's so many different ideas, again, looping back to what we talked about at the very beginning. Like, no matter which direction or what kind of, you know, resources you use to come up with your theories, perspective, ideology, you saw how many times creator was just like, you know, wait, hold on, my idea connects to that idea. You know, like, these things are the same thing. And at the same time, when we heard different ones, the chat reflected that. The chat was like, wait a second, all of these ideas are good. And then there was, I think, the Uranus one, a lot of people didn't really like all the options. You know, we did shoehorn into a few, but hey, that might mean that we need to start cooking up more Uranus theories, and we might be doing that now that we got the Gorosei's names and stuff like that. And my next video talks about that a little bit. And so while we do that, while I crank out, taking the vote to consideration and crank out the numbers, I want to let you guys know, you know, I love the One Piece community and all the creators with it, but these guys right here, we talk a lot. Me and Threeville, we more often talk in like bursts where it's like 5 hours, 6 hours time we look at the clock, right? Hidden, everybody already knows. Dax, you have my pillow. You already know.
Yeah, it's right back there.
Yeah.
Still there.
Yeah, so
permanent.
Do me a favor. If you guys enjoy this stream at all, or if you like my channel, go subscribe to their channels. Go listen to their theories. And we'll be having more conversations, because though we had you know, a version of this that was on a micro, macro, present scale, we touched a lot of notes. This could be done for every single arc. You know, we could do an LBAF version. We can do a lot of different varieties of this. So with that, we'll go down the line again we'll start out with Dax. Just let them know what you're doing, what to expect of you in the future, and we'll, go on. Sound off.
All right, who is it? Me? Who's going first?
Yeah, Dax. Sorry.
Oh, sorry. I was backing up my Afro theory in the chat. I'm sorry. What are we doing? Are we just
just let them know,
pieces?
Like, you know, okay, streams that you're doing.
Yep.
Twitch, whatever.
I gotcha.
Do that.
Plug ourselves. Yep. Sorry, I was so focused in the chat.
Afros.
Yeah, well, first off, I want to say, Par, thank you for having an awesome stream, man. This was great. You know, I have some, you know, ideas for like theories I've been cooking up, and some of these guys mentioned some really good things here that might bolster my theories, which is what the community is all about, in my opinion. It's all about sharing ideas, you know, enjoying One Piece together, all that kind of stuff. So with that being said, if you'd like to come check out my channel, definitely do it. I stream every single chapter, you know, a normal chapter reaction, and usually another stream on top of that. I drop at least one video a week. Like I said, I do a lot of theories, as you guys probably got here, but I also do a lot of analysis, and not even necessarily like One Piece arc analysis, but, you know, like I mentioned at the beginning of the stream, I also did a, you know, kind of like a community, talk about where the community's headed, because it's, you know, One Piece is exploding right now, I think. So yeah, if you know, my channel, just like everyone else, I love One Piece, you know, a lot, and that's why I started the channel. So definitely come check me out.
Love to hear it. Love to hear it. Yeah, guys, definitely go subscribe. Threevil, let them know what you're up to and how you roll.
Yeah, I would really appreciate if you guys just slid by my channel, constantly dropping, you know, these theories, trying to get closer and closer and closer to the hardest answers in the story. And, you know, I love my community. I love everyone that supports me. I'm always in my VCs talking to people, shooting messages to everyone. And I'm just such an open person. I'm not Hollywood. I don't bite. And yeah, just push it through, dropping these theories, trying to get more W's under the belt. You know, that's our thing, trying to get as many theories correct while also enjoying the story, getting to meet people, and then just enjoying the ride. So you got that competitive side with my channel, and you got that, like, let's get down to try to figure out the answer. But, you know, we're always here. I'm always streaming, reading these chapters as soon as they come out, just all happy, cracking jokes. So I try to, you know, be myself and, you know, at the same time kind of appeal to both sides. But I appreciate everyone coming to the stream and supporting all of us.
Yeah, much appreciated. Yeah, and also, truthfully, to let you guys in, I know every time I do a stream, literally, like, anytime I do a stream with anybody, everyone's like, where's the Threevil one? And I'm like, we are trying, bro. We're both busy. I just had a kid. Threevil's been busy. So we will be doing that one-on-one very soon. And I wanted to get this one, you know, done, and our schedules are hard to line up. And so look forward to that, guys. We'll be seeing more Threevil on my channel. Hopefully I can be on Threevil's channel again soon, because technically I've already been on Threevil's channel twice now. Those are secret though. Those are secrets. And so last but not least, the Hidden Island. Let them know what you're cooking. Maybe shout out some break week stuff, right?
Yeah, actually, yeah. So guys, if you like what I had to say today, come to my channel. There's going to be plenty more of that. It's just applying my mind to One Piece in many different ways. So the way I think, you're going to find that in all my videos. And excuse me. Right now I'm working on a few videos. I actually have a handful. I'm not sure what the next one's going to be, but I have a bunch in the works right now. And one of them's a theory, another one's an analysis, and another's a criticism. So keep an eye out for those. Those are coming very soon. Stop by my stream. Stop by my Twitter. My Twitter is at the Hidden Elsland. There's an L instead of an I because someone took the at from me. And yeah, stop by my streams. I do streams every Friday or Saturday to read the chapter. And I'm gonna start doing streams on Mondays called Manga Mondays, where I start a new manga separate from One Piece, and I start the journey with you guys. So I just want to say I love all the guys in the stream with me. All you guys are amazing theorists, very talented, great speakers, great minds. Just happy to be here with you guys and share this space with you. Par, great job on hosting the stream, and everyone in the chat, I love you guys. If you didn't vote for my answers, I just want to inform you that last summer I went to Japan, and people were wondering what the purpose of my Japan trip was. And I've decided to let you guys know that what I did while I was in Japan is actually sneak into Shueisha headquarters, and I actually managed to steal all of Oda's notes. So I have all of his shit right here. So if you guys are doubting my fucking answers,
you're the one who leaked it. You're the one who did that big leak.
Just know
it was you.
All coming, yeah, it's all coming from the source. It's all coming from right here. So I'm just telling you guys, you know, just to consider that when you stop by.
Yeah, and
anyway.
I'm glad Hidden brought up the Japan trip, because he actually vlogged it, and it was one of my favorite things, because I've been wanting to go to Japan. Maybe I'll be able to go this year, but, you know, due to the pandemic, we haven't been able to travel necessarily freely that easily at least. And I just feel like there's so much to learn from Oda's home place that, like, we are missing out on, and Hidden got to share a lot of really cool ideas just from being there, right? And, like, I think my favorite one was the deers in Nara. Like, just, like, if you guys don't know what I'm talking about, go watch the video. It's really great. And so, again, all these guys, great. You guys, if you guys don't know who I am, Parvision, check out some of my videos. If you don't, the streams are fun. I'm trying to do more Twitch streams again. But again, what I really enjoy is just the conversations, and I enjoyed sitting back and hearing these guys cook it up. So right now it's interesting because we didn't break the 200 votes yet, but it's like very close between the Afro and the Sun Calendar one and Hidden's one. It's honestly within points, but the Afro and Sun Calendar one are going between 1% back and forth, and I'm like, I feel like I should just give it to them both because they're both really great ideas. So
I mean, you know, 36 is greater than 35, Par.
It is, but you know, I'm gonna let it go
I would say
a little bit longer.
I would say close it out, get me out of there, and then do the 1v1 because I'm probably not catching up to these guys by the looks of it.
All right, so that
might be a way to recast the votes and get it more definitive. Because I'm taking a third of the votes technically from this pool.
Fair enough. So we'll do the vote again. We'll do it one last go about.
I will be back in 1 minute.
All right, no problem. Let's see. What will Luffy do with the One Piece? And it is between three Vuls. Destroy the Sun Calendar. So again, to clarify, if you guys forgot, it's that the Sun Calendar is the One Piece, and it tells you the history and future of everything. And so Luffy would not like that destiny and fate and the processions of life are written down, and he would want to break that cycle. And then Dax with the One Piece is an afro, and Luffy will wear it. And
hey, you laughed when you started saying it. There's evidence right there.
Yeah, that it is
right.
a laugh tale. That's fair enough. I feel like I was more biased towards Threeville's idea, but you're not wrong. The slip up there with the laugh tale. So
yep.
Put your votes in, guys, and then I'll show you guys essentially who was the closest, or on the road to Laugh Tale, who was the closest to the One Piece at the moment. And I'm excited to see it.
You should let me and Dax like debate it out.
Yeah, I have some more points.
All right, go for it. Let's start off with because I think we ended with some more Afro stuff. So let's go with Sun Calendar, and then we'll go with Afro again. While
it
they're
seems
voting
like
right now.
It seems like the Poneglyphs are largely tied to not only Laughtale, but the Poneglyph itself, or the One Piece itself. So it'd be like a really interesting contrast where all these Poneglyphs are telling you coordinates and like what happened in the past, whereas the One Piece tells you something that's happening in the future. I think that's something that Oda would like sprinkle in so you get like the full equation of it. And then again, that just like explains why Roger is like, oh, I'm not going to die, partner. Did he know through the Sun Calendar that he was going to be the one to create the Great Age of Pirates and that his name would forever last? Like, and then it would also explain, like, again, why Toki knew, like, people were going to come and do this. Why Odin had a totally change of heart when he went to Laughtale and knew everything was going to happen with, like, the 20 years past and the samurai or whatever. There's all sorts of clues, especially towards, like, Wano, that, like, allude to the idea that the One Piece, or at least the island at the very minimum, tell you the future.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that, and it's funny because I think that's maybe a good, like, I think Egghead made the Afro theory stronger because of that. Because I agree, like the Poneglyphs are sharing information. I think it was even said that you can get all the historical Poneglyphs or whatever they're called, and you can get the ancient history, or it's also at Laughtale because like Rayleigh knew it or whatever. Basically, you know, yes, like the Ancient Kingdom seems to be wanting to pass information on forward, and I agree that whatever the One Piece is might tell you about the future, but I think that's why the Afro makes sense, because Shaka was basically telling the future because he knew so much stuff, right? Like he had so much information. He was also like Logic, but he had so much information because he was connected to Punk Records or whatever, right? Like he's like Vegapunk kind of, that he was able to say like, I'm gonna die today, right? Like he knew that before it happened, before CB0 even like actually showed up and like was a threat and all that stuff, right? So it kind of shows that if you know all the information, like the more information you have, the more accurately you can predict the future, right? Because like you're going to be able to just put all the pieces together and kind of just know like, okay, well, based off this set of circumstances, you know, like this is what it's going to look like. And that could be why Odin said we learned everything that day, like even stuff in the future, because he knew that someone was going to come in 20 years and save Wano, right? He said strong pirates are going to come in however long. And so that's why I think like the Afro being basically just a thing that holds all the information from the ancient kingdom makes a lot of sense, because once you get all that information, it's like, oh, I see exactly what's going to happen now. You know, like it's all like the writing on the wall is there. Like now that I have all the information, it's like, well, in 800 years, you know, the ancient weapons will all be alive at the same time, and X, Y, and Z are going to happen. So, you know, kind of like Par's like Joy Boy Records idea. Like it's just, I think it's a similar idea where like all the information like ever was stored in like one thing, and they basically just, you know, once you get the One Piece, you can just you see the whole story because you have every answer, like every bit of info that you could want.
You know, I don't know if you ever included this in your thing, but something about Brook, I just realized he died, and he even noted like, I don't know why my hair stayed, his afro stayed. So like you could say like the roots. Afro persists through death. Like afro,
it's the outlive. Sorry. Yeah, keep going. Sorry.
No, I'm just like, because like so then, you know, if the afro being the One Piece and it being there,
yeah, it's the sign of friendship that exists even after you're nothing but bones, right? Even when Brook's body decomposed all the way, the afro stayed, which was what was going to tell that whale that he's back. You know, like Laboon's only going to know because that afro, and he said it's because he has deep roots, which is like a weird thing, like your hair goes down to your skull, like you know what I mean? But that's it. Like, and he's also a guy who died and came back to life. Like, people have joked that Brook has the Jesus fruit, which I think is ironic because I'm about to bring in another Afro wearer, and that is Yasuye. Yasuye was literally an Afro. He didn't show his Afro at all until he was up on a cross, where he was then executed. And he was obviously like a super nice guy, right? Which gives a lot of Jesus vibes, right? Like super nice guy going around. He's poor, but giving everyone all the stuff. And he gets killed up on a cross and all that. And that ties right back. Like I just said, you know, maybe Brook has a Jesus fruit. Well, Yasu also had an afro, and he's basically Jesus. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. So I really like those. And I love that theory actually took off for you. And I want to congratulate you for having such a banger
Appreciate
theory. So one thing I want to quickly throw into is this, like, whenever people talk about the One Piece and LAUGHTALE, they don't seem to mention that, like, during Sabaody, Rayleigh said that Ohara was too early. And when you think about how at LAUGHTALE, Roger said that he was too early, it's like, what's going on? What's too early? It seems like the One Piece or something there is going to tell you about the future, and it doesn't really matter. In the words of Rayleigh, it doesn't really matter if I tell you what the One Piece is right now. What are you going to do about it? It's still too early. So the only way, like, you could really force this agenda about a time scale is if there's something on LAUGHTALE that tells you the future. Because if the real Poneglyph tells you the whole history of the past, and you know about the Void Century, Kazuki, D, whatever, what about the future? How are they coming up with these prophecies unless it was the One Piece?
I will say that that's, you know, Dax, you can respond. That's where the theory does not fall apart, but it is the weaker part of it is the after part that Threevil's talking about, right? Like why couldn't Roger just put on the afro, right? Those kinds of things. And then like that's where the sun calendar thing hits a little harder. But at the same time, like I also like the idea, you know, we already knocked out Hidden's idea, but it being a place or location, or the One Piece being not one singular thing, but like, you know, if it were a location, it's multiple things. So it's interesting because like maybe the afro, like, here's like an interesting thought, right? Like we don't know how Vegapunks connect to the punk records, but like maybe it's something like the afro, you have to wear the afro to connect you to the calendar or some kind of like thing that lets you see that. So it, you know, I'm just throwing that out there, you know, as because a lot of people, when it comes to these polls, it might be one or the other. And I'm not saying both are going to be true, but I am saying that there's still a way that both could be true, considering the story of One Piece. So what were you going to say, Dax, on that?
So the first thing about the telling the future, I think in One Piece, the only way that we've seen to really, like, well, Shiarli is like a cheat code. Like, I don't really know, because she also needs like the crystal ball. Like, she broke it and she can't tell the future anymore. But it seems like using Chaka as an example is like, you know, so much information, like of the current, you know, of what's currently going on. Like once you have every piece of the puzzle in your head, you can tell like, oh, this is the only possible option is like what's coming next, or maybe like some absurd future sight hockey. But I guess all I'm saying is like I agree that the One Piece tells you the future, but it could be like anything. I feel like, you know what I mean? Because like it could be just like a story, or it could be the afro where it downloads it, or like Par was saying, it could connect you to something. Because literally, if you put an afro on your head, you're gonna look like an antenna, right? Like you have a circle on the top, like an antenna would have. So I think it all makes sense. You know what I mean? So I guess all I'm saying is, yeah, like I do agree the future is part of it, but I don't like. There's not any theory that like for sure tells me like, oh well, that's how they would know the future. Like the only way they would know the future for sure is if like, again, they have like a crystal ball like Shiarly, which is possible, or they just know like every possible fact of the universe, so they can just tell. You know what I mean? So I guess I just don't like nothing. I don't think anything like I agree. I just don't know if any of these ideas are ruled out because of that. Because I think they could incorporate future telling into like so many different things,
So
Yeah, definitely not.
I do want to close out this segment soon, but I want to ask Threeville one last question, because we already know why someone would laugh if it was the afro, and I think Hidden also has a video where he primarily started off with one thing, but then he didn't answer why it laughed, but then he made a second video, and that part is very important. It's laugh tail. So Threeville, why would someone laugh at the sun calendar and Luffy destroying it?
When Roger saw the One Piece, he laughed and said, "What a funny story you left behind. Well, what is such a laugh tale?" And he was laughing. So this indicates what the One Piece has to deal with a story, right? I'll try to pull up the panel as I speak, but if Roger had an item that was basically telling you everything that happened in Joy Boy's life, everything that happened in Luffy's life, how he fought this guy, how he's the opposite of electricity, and all Luffy's little adventures, I'm sure like Luffy being very similar to Roger would have Roger be like, yo, Joy Boy in the past, I wish I was born in your time, but like also this Joy Boy in the future, Luffy, like what a funny adventure, what a funny tale you've left behind. And this would be made possible through a sun calendar that not only tells you about what happened in the past, like the Poneglyphs, but the future, which is the contrast to Poneglyphs.
Got it. All right, so you guys heard it. Oh, Hidden, you wanna?
If I could wild card throw in a point there on this, this is something people brought up to me a lot on my video, where they're like, "Oh, if One Piece is a place, why did Roger laugh?" Okay, first off, it doesn't have to have been that the One Piece is funny. Roger laughing in that scenario does not mean guaranteed that the One Piece is a funny object, or that's something that's guaranteed to be a funny thing when you look at it. Okay, that is not what Oda is telling us there. Two things. One, it's in Odin's flashback. Odin proved to us in that flashback he's an unreliable narrator, because in that very same chapter, he told us that they said goodbye to the Pirate King without a single tear being shed, and then all of them were crying. And when Roger finds the One Piece, we see nothing of their surroundings. We see nothing of the circumstances leading up to it. We just get told that Roger looked at the One Piece and laughed so hard that tears came out of his eyes. This could easily be a situation where the story is just slightly changed. Same visuals, same everything, but the context changes the meaning of it entirely. The laughter or tears that come from laughter don't necessarily have to be from something that's crazy funny. We know that the One Piece is something that's up to interpretation, because Rayleigh told us you might come to a different conclusion. So it could be up to interpretation. That might not mean it's a definitive reactive thing. You're going to react to it the same way. No matter who looks at it is going to find it funny. And the last thing I'm going to add to that is when... Hold on, let me try and gather my thought here. But basically the point is, when we first meet Saul in Ohara, he teaches Robin about laughing, and he shows Robin the power of laughter, and he teaches her the Darashishishi thing. Robin says, "Why do you laugh? Your laugh is so weird." Saul explains that whenever I feel bad, whenever you have bad feelings, laugh to lift yourself up. So what if it's a scenario where this same principle that Saul applied, that we see, like Tom laughs, he does everything with a dun, even in the worst scenarios, he does everything with a boom, and he laughs through it. Maybe it's not that laughing is because it's funny, it's laughing to lift yourself out of a bad situation. It's depressing. Maybe whatever the One Piece is something that's so harrowing, so depressing, and so awful of a truth to find that the only reaction you can do is what Saul would do, or what Roger possibly did, or what Tom would do, is laugh through it. Laugh to lift yourself up. That's
so
my point.
I actually pulled up like 967 really quick. Roger finds the One Piece. It says Roger just laughed, and so did we all. We all laughed until tears sprang to our eyes. Then Roger says, "Oh joy boy, I wish I'd been born in your time. This is quite a treasure you've left behind, a tale full of laughs." Those are two connected statements. Like, this is a treasure you left behind, a tale full of laughs. So that like implies that whatever the One Piece is has to be a story. It has to be a tale of some sort. I don't really get the inclination that like those are separate things, especially since those are like in the same panel.
Yeah, and I want to add too that you know, into what Hidden said about the laughing just in despair, I think is an important thing, because what we saw of Roger's journey was he was too early to everything and he only had a year left, and that's like despairing, and then laughing till tears in the eyes. It's like, you know, it's not the happiest thing, but it's like, what is he gonna do about it, right? You kind of just have to accept some bad outcomes. But like, even if it weren't a negative thing, right, even if it weren't like, oh my god, I wish I was in your timeline because this timeline sucks or something like that, right, the way I've been seeing it, and I talked about it on a few videos, is like, the way that they showed them laughing is the same way that they showed every single time like people are drunk. So like, it could easily be that they're sipping on big sake, they're drinking their lives away, and that might be core to a certain aspect of the One Piece of the Bing sake. And I talked about this in the light of when he saw Shanks is drinking with Whitebeard, and they're talking about the old times, but also when Roger was talking to Whitebeard, telling him about the Will of D, what did he do it over? It was over sake too. And so it's like, there's a very interesting thing where it's like they could have just been laughing and crying because they were drunk. But with that, to close out perfectly on 3:30, you know, shout outs to, you know, if I ended on 3:33, then it'd be Threeville time. But gonna end it there. Threeville does take it. He takes the 4 points, the multiplier that I got here, and that actually comes to a very interesting conclusion. Okay, so what you guys end up seeing, I'm gonna transition to the results, and we end up seeing that there is a tie that ended up coming out somehow, where Hidden and Threeville both at the same 8.5. I wonder if that number is important, but, and then Dax with the 4. And had he gotten that, he would have been a close second to Hidden, which is funny that Hidden was just ducked out of the last vote anyways, because he was already at 8.5. But so there you guys have it, based off of this Road to LAUGHTALE session, Supernova Clash. These are the results. And what I do want to say though is every inch here, and you know, this is a question I wanted to ask before, is like, Luffy may not have all the components on his own, but that might be where Law's journey, Kid's journey, Bonnie's journey, all these other characters, their journeys are gonna connect, and maybe Luffy didn't have a piece that someone else had, and that brings him to the One Piece. So in that same light of conversation, there's probably lots of things here, right, that where like maybe Hidden was wrong and Threeville was right, or Hidden was right, but you mix all of them together and you probably got pretty close to the end story. And I just want to shout out that the majority of Dax's point, because he got the 3x multiplier, was that everyone just agreed that Pluton is a mole. So with that, we are, you know, ending this session. I will check out the super chat. So if you guys want to head out, that's, you know, feel free. You could say piece of shout out anybody in the chat you guys want to, but yeah.
Real quick, if we could just do a joke tiebreaker for me and Threeville, just do a poll and do red versus purple, and just do our background lights, like our lighting right now. Just like put that as a poll. That's the tiebreaker. That's the tiebreaker. Red and purple.
I like that. I like that.
It's literal the color of Conquerors Clashing.
Yeah, that's true. I like it.
It's coming from the Conquer. This is the Conquerors Clash now, bleeding into this stream.
I like it because my color is also purple too, but like, I like red.
Mine's more of yours is more of like a violet. Mine's more of an indigo.
Yeah, true. I try to make your color more accurate, but I could change it right now if you want me to on the graph.
Oh, blue's fine, man. I interchange blue and purple.
Yeah, I wanted to do the primary colors, and so and Dax's background is. Wait a second, that's crazy.
You got the orange glow.
My logo is yellow, and my background is orangish. So yeah.
Someone was saying it was the original admirals, Aki Inu, Kizaru, and
wow.
Aokiji.
Yo, that was crazy. Like 80 votes, it was like 50-50, and it's still pretty close. Then the Threeville squad is strong here. But yeah, so
Hey, I love to throw in purple. I can't even lie.
I'll be honest. I mean, red is probably my favorite color anyway. But it's just... I voted red.
You probably wouldn't believe me if I said I voted purple, would you?
I wouldn't.
So let me just pull this back. Oh wait, hold on. There we go. So let me just transition this out. I just want to take a moment. Thank you guys for. I mean, you guys went a decent while over. Thank you guys for being here for this first session. Hopefully you guys had fun too. And yeah, I mean, feel free to invite me to any conversations you guys have, and best wishes for you guys. And I'm looking forward to hearing more of you guys. Chapter reactions, theories, whatever it is. Like this last chapter was so much fun because I literally came off this chapter and you guys were the 3 people that I immediately thought of when it came to the result of the Saturn, for example. There's so many different things. I think I talked to each one of you immediately after the chapter, and I imagine that's why there's so many people in the chat still. They all love coming to you guys post chapter, before chapter, after chapter, talking about theories. You Plays asked, is it ending? No, there's a bunch of super chats that I'm going to get to. But I don't want to hold these guys here any longer if they need to leave, because I've been holding them for 3 hours and 30 minutes. So
I do need to go, so that I guess that's a good chance for me to.
all right.
I don't know. Okay, yeah, I do have to go like pretty immediately. So, but hey, it was great stream, Par. Thank you guys. I mean, you guys, your guys' poll votes were a little questionable today, but it's all good. It's all good. We won the first round of the One Piece one, just like whenever I did the fantasy draft with Par, and I won the first round and then lost the second round. So we got to figure that out, guys. But it's all good. It was a great stream, everyone. This was really good. All these creators are awesome. This was really a collection of really, just bright people with great content and stuff. So this was a pleasure, guys. Thank you so much, Par. I really appreciate it.
Catch
you guys later.
Thank you for being here.
See you, bro. I actually got to go as well. I gotta bring this PC to Micro Center and get this shit checked out. So
all good. All good.
Yeah, guys, the new PC setup is coming to my streams. Anyone that frequents my streams, the new PC setup is on the way. It's just my graphics card apparently is faulty out of the box. It broke in the conveyor belt when it was being made or whatever. So we'll see. I might have a new computer for this week's stream. I might have one in next year's stream. We'll see how it works out. But I got to head out, guys, so I'm going to go get this taken care of. Everyone in the chat, I love you guys. Thank you for voting for me. Thank you for voting against me right now in this final one and snuffing me in the tiebreaker. It's all good. Still love you guys. Threeville, GG's, man. It was a close one. I respect the takes. I love the way you think, man. I love the way Dak thinks. I wish I could tell him if he was still here. I love this whole stream. Great stuff. And Par, you already know. You're my homie. I actually got to bounce like right now. I will talk to you guys later, and peace out, everyone.
Appreciate you, man.
Appreciate it. All right. And then it was us two, and we're kind of split up right now. Are you heading out, or should I reformat it for just us two?
Hey, man, let's give them a little preview.
All right.
I'll put it that way. Bro.
All right, so let me start the super chats, and then I'll fix the overlay because it was formatted for 4. Now we have 2. Let me see.
Yeah, take your time. I'm actually gonna go grab a drink while you start that.
Okay. All right. So, chat, load up questions if you have them. I see the super chats. Mr. Bushido with €2 a while back with the yo. Welcome. Wow, a lot of subscriptions. Thank you guys for subscribing. This was 3 hours ago. You guys didn't even hear the stream when you guys subscribed. Booty Hockey with the $20 super chat. Hopefully you're still here. I'm sorry, you can get to it. It said Admiral Kobe finna be on par in hockey with Pirate King Luffy. What do you guys think in the chat? I'm gonna ask Threeville this because I've been talking about this. I don't know anymore, but like there was a time when I thought that. There was a time. Let me work on this overlay real quick, guys. Duplicate. 2 done. And apologies for the current situation where the stream is technically under construction. So let me just take care of that real quick. Yes. Central. Boom.
Okay, we back.
So the question, not the question, the $20 super chat was that Kobe is gonna have the same level as Haki as the Pirate King Luffy. What are your thoughts?
Oh boy, I want to start with like when that would happen. I think that's a very important question or very important answer, because like right now the gap between Luffy and Kobe is just unbelievably colossal. You know, I believe power scaling does matter to an extent because this is a shonen manga. People are, you know, fighting. That's how they solve their problems. They throw the hands, right? Devil fruits hockey, blah blah blah. I would never put Kobe in my current top 30. I don't think he makes the cut, and that's mostly because like I would have Doflamingo towards the bottom, and I think Doflamingo beats Kobe. I'll be honest. So I'm not saying Kobe's mid or weak because he's definitely not, and I think he actually has insane potential. But if we're talking about like by the time Final War starts or LAUGHTALE, in my mind, I would have to just headcanon it for it to be in a few months, One Piece time. I don't think Kobe's going to climb all the way that high in a few months.
Yeah, that makes sense. That's kind of my... I said that Kobe was going to be up there with Luffy, but that was like when Wano was happening. I was basically saying like next time we see him, that'll be the telltale of what we're going to see. And from what we saw, I don't think it makes sense to just like no one from that fight should just end. I mean, Blackbeard obviously, but like he shouldn't just be like not participating in the fight between Blackbeard and Boa to then equaling Luffy. That would be kind of crazy. Maybe like an epilogue, you know what I mean? Like, you know, there's a two-piece story. We see Fleet Admiral Kobe. He's very scary and pink and you know, maybe that's when it makes sense, right? But at the moment, not yet. So thank you for the super chat. Booty Hockey again. Yo, the guy's name was Booty Hockey. $20 super chat said, oh, this is about the crewmates. He says 2 more, Yamato and 1 giant. Each crew we've seen has had a giant. We don't know if the Rocks Pirates had a giant yet, but Roger had a giant. So, you know, and you know, Hidden Island said that Loki could be the ancient weapon. So that could make sense. I could see that. What do you think?
Mm-hmm. As much as I do think there's good reasons for Yamato joining, you can't really ignore the counter arguments. And I know she had that infamous video of why Yamato will never join, and you know it was very bitter to a lot of people. But I mean, it kind of aged pretty well, I would say. Yeah, my biggest obstacle for Yamato is like if she leaves Wano, I think that is a massive loss in terms of power, because like at least you could make an argument like Yamato's touching Admiral level. I don't want to get too in depth and start arguing with people, but other than Yamato, like is there that much going on for Wano in terms of combatants?
No, yeah,
probably not.
Yeah, I mean, Kinemon has the #1 durability in the verse, but like that should have happened in my opinion. So, you know, like that's the thing about Yamato. I feel like Yamato narratively is like gonna be super important, but like, does she need to be on the crew to display that power, right? No, she doesn't need to be. What she needs to be is Momo's mentor, which is what she showed at the end of Wano. She's the best person for that because she knows the best person to teach you about a power. If it's not the person who wields it, it probably is the person who's fought against it. So, you know, Momo's gonna learn. He learned about the dragon power through Yamato, right? And then you know, she also read Odin's journal. So there's so many ties into why Yamato is tied to Momo first and foremost. So I always thought that if Momo joined the crew, if he went on the ship, then that's a different story. Then Yamato would probably, it wouldn't make sense to leave Yamato there. But that was also a line of thinking of like Kinemon stays or something, I don't know, or like there's some leader, Sukiyaki being revealed and him being there, that could have lent itself to Sukiyaki taking the temporary throne until Momo did his journey and he came back and he, you know, saw the world, adventured like Odin, and then, you know, came back and did the thing. But then Sukiyaki ended up being the one, like, narratively the biggest L in my opinion, and in terms of characters, because he's just, it's not that he's a, no, it is that he's a bad character, because like he's, like, I was gonna say it's not that he's a bad character, but like no, he's honestly like he knew that the water was fresh water outside of Wano, but he watched Tama just drink poison water. I'm like, yo, I don't know.
Oh wait, I didn't even think about that.
I don't know.
Whoa.
Yeah, I've been talking, like when I put two and two together, Sukiyaki became the biggest L, bro. I was like, yo, he's all worried about Tama drinking poison water. It's like, you knew there's fresh water over there.
That's wild.
Thing. Yeah,
I think a lot of, oh god, I don't want to get into the Wano slander. I'll put it this way, like, I'm sure other creators said it, probably Randy Choi, people on Reddit, I don't really know, but I really liked the take that Hitetsu was going to be the lost king who reclaims his throne. You see this almost every single major arc, but Oda, it's his story, he just didn't take that direction, and, you know, given that scenario, it could have had Momo join the crew as like a little apprentice, kind of like the Buggy Shanks situation, but didn't go that way. Do you think you have reasons as to why Oda didn't take that direction, or
which specific direction?
Like the concept of not making Hitetsu reclaim the throne and Momo joining the crew?
Honestly, like, I feel like, you know, I there was a point where people were saying end of Wano was rushed. I didn't agree until the last chapters, and I feel like closing out Wano, it could have been done better and had the same effect. But like right now, the way things, you know, settled, it's like we have a bunch of fluff characters in Kinemon. Like, you could say the Gucci fruit, the Louis Vuitton, you know, Walmart, whatever clothing store fruit you choose to call it, is gonna play a massive role at the end of One Piece. You could say that, but like, unless Oda has a good reason to keep Kinemon, no, it's not necessary. We could have killed him, right? And Sukiyaki, I think, is like the only way his character would have made sense in the thing was like I think like even Robin was confused. They didn't show it, but like Robin was like, wait, you're not gonna tell everybody who you are, right? And then then the Scabbards were like, hey, you're kind of dumb. We kind of knew who you were the whole time. Like, you know what I mean? Like, even in the story, it kind of memed itself. What Sukiyaki's decisions were, it memed itself. And so I don't know why, and I'm hard, like, I do that a lot with Wano particularly. There's a few videos I have where it's like a lot of the narrative things that didn't get their ends in Wano, I understand why people would be upset about not being encapsulated in Wano, especially things like black blades, swords. That's what Wano's bread and butter is. Why didn't we learn about that? Sea Stone. Well, Sea Stone, we might learn, it might be important later on. Black blade, Sea Stone too, right? So you can make an answer, you can give yourself a reason and cope as to why these things weren't answered in Wano. And so I have a few theories about, you know, Momo, Hiyori, like Kozuki, why those storylines didn't Zoro's too, they didn't end there, but some of these ones, it's just like, yeah, you didn't really need to keep these things. So is there a reason? Hey, the way I see it, and I said it on the Reverie when you're there, is it's like, to me it's just like that just tells us Oda is telling us that this is unimportant, right? If I'm not putting focus on it, it's not important. But
that's a good way of looking at it, you know. As a super fan and as a fanatic, you're like, oh, I want to know about this obscure thing and that obscure thing. But given the opinion that Oda's written such a beautiful story, if he's kind of like skipping past these things, maybe it's just not worth it. Maybe we just had our expectations too high. Although some of those things, I don't really want to take that point of view. Like Zoro, like
yeah.
Why not just give us? I don't want to hear, bro. It's like, I gave someone this metaphor one time. I'm like, if you were, outside of an ice cream shop and you were starving and you wanted ice cream and your dad grabs you by the ear and said, no, we're going to fucking Whole Foods. And then like 2 weeks later, you're all fooled and you're not even thinking about ice cream. And your dad's like, hey, remember that ice cream store you wanted to go to like 2 weeks ago? How about we go there? That's like the kind of vibe that I get if we get Zoro lore in like Elbaf or wherever we go, Winter Island, who knows? It's just like, to me, it would have felt more cohesive to get some information about Zoro, Ryuma's grave, the Nidai Katetsu, Ryuma, whatever, like,
yeah, no,
back
like,
in Wano.
The reason leaving Zoro's story open-ended is the exact reason why when clones came into play, everybody ran to that. Well, if Ushimaru isn't his dad, but they're related, then are they clones? Like, you know what I mean? Like, it's like, honestly, I don't know why Oda wouldn't do that, because even in my explanations as to why, like, I have the Zoro as a plant thing that could tie into the last thing. It, you know, there's legs to stand on. I just haven't had time to do it. But like, even Dax brought up that the Gorosei elemental hockey and transforming into an animal of some sort. I said that all of those things about Zoro specifically, and Zoro is one of those characters where it's like he's a main character, but he somehow just has like a weird background. I mean, Nami does too. So it's like, you know, Nami's makes sense why we might not have gotten her stuff, and I think we might get it in the future. But Zoro's, bro, we went to a land of samurais and swords, and like, yeah, we needed a little bit more, just a little bit more. You know what I mean? Like the fact that, like, this is one thing that'll bother me a little bit. It's like, when will there be a catalyst for him to visit Ryuma's grave, right? Like, because I said that, like, oh, we're probably gonna get Yamato talking to them and explaining the thing later, and we did. The Marco thing later, and we did. But those things, it made sense to do at that time. Honestly, it didn't make sense to do it at the time. It made more sense to do it while we were in Wano. But the Zoro Ryuma thing, when are we, like, is he gonna meet up with Mihawk and be like, that takes me back to the time I visited Ryuma's grave? You know what? It's like a weird thing. Like,
and by that point, the readers are just like, man, we theorized that like 6 years ago. Like, why didn't you just tell us back then? Like,
yeah. And honestly, the only thing that, not the only thing, I don't want to say only thing, but if he were a clone of Ryuma, that would be the door. It'd be like, I'm so glad I visited my source code's grave. Like, I don't know. Like, I just kind of like, like Jose in the chat, Ryuma's grave flashback power up. Like, that's honestly, like with the Kozuburo thing, like that one made sense, right? In Fighting King, he's like, oh, I didn't think about it, but that guy's from Wano, and he made these swords. I didn't put two and two together. That sort of made sense, sure. But like, if we go to like a fight and he's fighting the Gorosei guy with the sword, and he's like, I learned something from Ryuma's grave. The way his tombstone. Oh my goodness! Like, you know what I mean? It's such a weird thing, and that goes back to something that I just revisited. Honestly, and I talked about this. There's a difference between black blades and blackened blades. And the fact that we still don't know what that difference is, and Oda alluded to it in the Road to LAUGHTALE. He said that, what is the difference between a black blade like Yoru and what Zoro's doing where he's infusing haki? And in Wano, Onimaru's about to say what Ryuma did to get the black blade, like Zoro asked, and then Hiyori was just like, and then cut it off. And like, how are we gonna get blue balled? Like that's actually a blue ball. And like, man, yeah, like, I get it though when people say like they, you know, upset about Wano, but like, I also subscribe that like we're gonna get some of these answers later on, especially with how Egghead's running. But some of these ones are definitely frustrating, for sure.
Yeah. To improve the tone though, I do think there was a lot of amazing points in the Wano arc, man.
Yeah.
Like, if we're being real, like some of the best moments across the entire story Wano arc.
Yeah. No, I mean, the benefit of it is the culmination of a lot of the story was at Wano. But like, hey, like if you guys, there's a lot of points, like Roger's base, for example, he hates, I mean, a lot of people hate the Big Mom amnesia thing, and I might have an explanation as to why Oda provided us the amnesia moment, is to teach us about memories. And now we know that memories might be super important to devil fruit powers, a lot of different things. In Egghead, we're learning about clones and Kuma's power and memories. Well, if Big Mom, there might be a lot of things that we learn from the moments where Big Mom loses her memories, and that might bring importance to her later on in the story. So, you know, I think there is a lot of things that Oda will bring back, but at the same time, there's probably a lot of things that he won't. And like, honestly, at this point in the story, I don't want there to be a reason why like Kinyamon's important. You know what I mean? Like, there's no reason to. But with this, we're gonna be in Wano conversation for a little bit, and then we go to Egghead in a second. So Matt Cypher with the 9 months resub, thank you. Says, I think Vivi and Yamato will join because post time skip crewmates so far join after a period of separation. Jinbei and Yamato in Foresight. Yeah, I mean, you could see Yamato in the same light where she had obligations prior, like Jinbei had obligations to take care of. Yeah, Yamato do too. I agree with that. But then I also think about it like, does she need to join the crew, or is she just an ally? You know what I mean? Like, being a Nakama, being a Straw Hat, that's a different thing. And like Odin, he didn't join the crews. He was like, he even refused. He didn't want to be the second commander. I think he was the second commander, so he was in Whitebeard's crew, but he wasn't in Roger's. And if Luffy's the parallel to Roger, then, you know, he wasn't in that crew. He was just a dude who was their translator, right? Like, Roger never, like, he wasn't like, oh no, but they did say that like Odin was like, they did love him to a certain extent. I don't know. I think they
more so depicted him as like, yo, I need you, man. I need you to read these poneglyphs for me. It didn't really feel like that classical Luffy connection. Like, I love you, I will go fight the world government for you. I didn't really get those kind of vibes from Odin's connection to Roger.
Yeah.
Personally.
I think Wave Master puts a good point, and this is up to each person's. I think like Randy Choi, for example, he loves it when like chapter 100 gets referenced in chapter 800, and I do like that if it's done well. Obviously, if it's not like an asshole. I mean, even the one with the giraffe and Stussy, that made a lot of people happy, right? Where in Whole Cake Island, chapter 860, it was done, and then we see him doing the same thing. Very cool, right? But Wave Master says, I don't prefer learning things that make me appreciate moments hundreds of chapters in the future where my emotion while reading was lackluster. And yeah, like that's a whole thing with like, if you rush the end of Wano, then even the emotions that you build up on are then diffused, right? So if you revisit them, you're like, it's Wano, you know what I mean? But, you know, I think a sentiment. Do you watch the anime for One Piece?
I watched episode 1 to Whole Cake twice. Here and there, Wano.
So like a lot of people, especially the people who disliked Wano, are now, because the middle section of Onigashima is being adapted, there's so many people on TikTok or whatever, they're saying, I did not like Wano, but the anime is making me appreciate Wano a lot more. And to that note, it's like they harp on the emotions a lot, the epic moments a lot. Like even the fight, you don't, like even the fighting is like, you expect the anime to do it, but like, man, they're killing it right now with it. So, you know, we'll understand more about how we feel about Wano as it settles in our hearts. So, Ismail Shari, $2 super chat, says Bonnie for Straw Hat. She's getting her backstory. What are your thoughts on that? I have.
You know, it's kind of funny because like I was weighing on my mind like a few weeks ago, I want to say, and then I think like recently Morju actually made a video on that, and I was like, I can't be the only one feeling this way. But that's under the idea we get another Straw Hat, because in my heart of hearts, as much as I would love another crewmate and to see them hang out with Luffy and the Straw Hats, in my heart of hearts, I just can't believe that there will be another one. I know we were talking about this earlier, but I just feel like it's too late into the story. We have 3 road poneglyphs. Generally, you grab people to enter your crew for the sake of reaching LAUGHTALE and finding the One Piece. I think it would be very weird for us to get this character and then grab 4th road poneglyph and immediately find the One Piece. And like one other thing that I'll also toss in, I don't ever really see people mentioning this, but I think my camera just shut off. It just shut off. While I'm fixing this, I want to talk about how like the Blackbeard Pirates essentially are equal to the Straw Hats in terms of members. If Aokiji isn't the 10th,
Yes.
I think Aokiji would play like this role where it's like, you know, I'm not as loyal as people think I am to Blackbeard. I might just leave the island. I might just not help out. I might even rebel. And then, you know, given that scenario, then the Straw Hats are even.
Yeah. I've been on the 10th Titanic Commander. That's why I made that video where it's like, if there is a bona fide 10th Titanic Commander and Oda hasn't been teasing us to something that is just like ending up to be, I wouldn't say flimsy, but like, you know, like you said, Aokiji wouldn't be an exact ally, so to say. So if in the case of the 10th Titanic captain, then I believe that there will be another crewmate. Who is that? Then that's where I brought in Shanks, and I have the video on that recently, where a lot of people have pushed back on it, and I knew that would happen. But the overall, you know, premise of it, I still think people couldn't properly push back on this part, because there's not really a great answer for it, which is one of Luffy's missions on his road to becoming the Pirate King. The reason before. In chapter 1, before he even started his crew, he was given a thing. Promise me you'll keep this hat safe. Return it to me when you're a great pirate, right? And so he has to return that hat, but it doesn't make sense for him to return that hat because he is Straw Hat Luffy. His pirate flag, everything behind that. So in order for him to meet Shanks, what are they going to do about that Straw Hat? And that's where a Davy back fight would come into play. And they would have a Davy back fight over the Straw Hat, where it's, yeah, they wouldn't have like a Kaido versus Luffy fight. That would feel fake. It wouldn't feel real unless like Shanks is actually evil and he's actually a villain, which even though I have the Godfather Shanks theory, I don't think that's the case. And I don't see Luffy in a lot of ways. I don't think that he would be upset at Shanks to the point of like beating his ass down like Kaido, unless like he like, you know, like it's a very weird thing where a Davy back fight would make more sense, because that's the whole point of a Davy back fight. It's peaceful conflict resolution. We're not actually killing each other and fighting. You're bartering essentially, and the result of that bartering is you trade crewmates and you abolish your flag, if it comes down to it. And so, you know, if you think that a Davy back between Shanks and Luffy comes into play, and if you understand that Shanks and Luffy have to do something about the Straw Hat, and Luffy obviously is going to keep the Straw Hat, then that kind of implies that Shanks would confront him, and he might end up joining Luffy's crew. Whether that's as a Straw Hat, that depends on the 10th Titanic captain, in my opinion. It would probably be the Grand Fleet, and that would make sense because now we know Shanks has his own Grand Fleet, so it would just be an alliance of Grand Fleets. And on the other note, the other reason why I jumped on that was because we're on volume 105 now, so the last 30 volumes, ever since Dressrosa, ever since volume 75, Shanks has been underneath the Straw Hats. On the straw, so Oda puts the character list in the volumes, and underneath the Straw Hat crew is Shanks every single volume. So like, you know, he's been playing around with that. Like when Sanji was playing around with Germa, he put Sanji on both Germa and the Straw Hats. That's how intently he looks at that. So yeah, it'll be interesting.
I got this right here. He's spitting the truth, and I noticed this too. Towards the front of I'll just show. Towards the front of the story, or the volumes, they always have Shanks listed there, like you can see him right here. Like you could argue, oh, Shanks inspired Luffy, of course Shanks would be important, but I feel like Oda's putting like an extreme amount of focus on Shanks. This isn't just like some guy that inspired Luffy. This just isn't some guy that stopped the war. Like I think he's like, Oda's drilling it into our head that Shanks is this really important figure. But I don't want to go into that tangent because you said something that was interesting. I will say the Straw Hats versus the Red Hair Pirates in a Davy back fight makes a lot more sense than the Straw Hats versus the Blackbeard Pirates in a Davy back fight. And I know that tends to be a really popular take. What are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I think there's like three major options. I think it's Luffy versus Shanks, Luffy versus Blackbeard, and then Luffy, Grand Fleet, and versus the Cross Guild. And like when the Cross Guild idea came into play, I like that idea. Because the Davy back was like a festival, right? And Buggy's a circus clown, right? So it's like they have that thematic, but so does Shanks. Shanks has all the parties. In terms of Blackbeard doing it, I think it would only make sense to me if we're tying Davy Jones to Zebek. If that's the line of thinking that we're going, like the Devil Fruit or clone or inherited will, one way or the other, then a Davy back fight would make a lot of sense. But at the same time, like I think the very same reason I point this out in my video was like the original Davy back fight fell flat originally. I mean, a lot of people, say they love Foxy, they love Davy back fight. Yeah, but like when it first happened, that wasn't people's favorite things, right? And what fell flat there was like Luffy solo could have just demolished all of Foxy. If Zoro solo, right? Like if he had his swords, he could have just taken them out, and it made the tension of all their fighting, all their battles, though like the Zoro Sanji duo, that was really cool, and the reanimation of it was really cool. At the end of the day, like the tension of it didn't feel that high. And in that same light, it's like Blackbeard doesn't seem like he cares for rules, right? Would he respect it? Maybe, but like I think we have to learn about the Rocky Port, how that went down, what happened there, him and Wang Ji, but I don't see the Davy back fight happening at the moment with Luffy, unless there's something to trade for. Do you have something that they would trade for necessarily?
As far as Blackbeard, no. I think like it would make, if Luffy's gonna have a Blackbeard or a Davy back fight, it would be with Shanks. Because like with someone like Blackbeard, I don't really know if there's anything they would trade.
Yeah.
And like think about like this is at the end of the day, like this is a pirate shonen. Like they're gonna throw hands, they're gonna fight. For us to have a arc like Long Ring Long Land, which for some reason is like notoriously hated, it's kind of weird for people to then want that same exact thing in probably the biggest fight in One Piece, Luffy versus Blackbeard. But I just can't really see a scenario where you have all this build up and then they decide the winner in this bloody battle, and it's all because of Blackbeard that Ace was captured in the first place, to have like this all solved in like a silly game. But something like Shanks, to figure out like, oh, who's gonna have this ship, who's gonna get this crew member, who's gonna keep the straw hat, that to me works out a lot better. There's a lot less questions.
Yeah and I think it would end up closing out that tension point, because Luffy's gonna take down the Yonkos, right? But it's Shanks, right? They're like forcing a reason for them to fight. I don't think it would be very difficult to execute in a way that people would enjoy it. I mean, Shanks already has the deadbeat dad thing, but Film Red didn't exactly help with the Uta stuff in some ways. But like it's like forcing a fight between Luffy and Shanks is almost borderline character assassinating Shanks in a lot of ways, where you don't need to do that with Shanks's character. You absolutely don't. And whether Shanks ends up dying for the sake of Luffy or dying at some point, like that's almost the direction that I see it happening, where it's like, yeah, like he ends up joining and then he ends up closing out, or he ends up dying one way or the other. It's like I just feel like Shanks' involvement of it, it's almost like a candle. Like it's gonna go out sooner or later. It's gonna be blown out, and we have to figure out what Shanks's motive is in the first place, right? The one thing that's counterintuitive to all of this is like it almost feels like Shanks is like, in a lot of ways, like a Rayleigh, I guess, but like protecting an era, Whitebeard protecting an era in his own way. And that's something else I talked about. Whitebeard and Shanks's parallel would be like Shanks joining would be the reverse of how Whitebeard did it, where Luffy and Ace were the champions to Pirate King, and Whitebeard, Yonko, bolstered up Ace by having him under his wing, where Shanks let Luffy fly free, and the way they ended up supporting it was, well, Shanks tried to intervene with Whitebeard's champion. Shanks was like, yo, stop Blackbeard or your champion's gonna die. And that's what happened, and Whitebeard died too. And so Shanks's way might be in a different light, where it's like Whitebeard had to come to support Ace, where Shanks might have to come to support Luffy, but in a different way. Luffy will be able to fly more free and become his own person. And I think that's also something, not to drag the conversation on because we have a lot more super chats, but I think a lot of people say that Ace was weaker because he ended up joining the Whitebeard Pirates, because he was underneath a conqueror, and he was under the impression that he was making Whitebeard the Pirate King rather than the other way around, and owning up his own destiny, owning up his own person. And so people have taken that to his hockey and willpower. And it is interesting how Oda is retcons powers in the hockey thing. Ace was a very difficult character to do that with, because he has conquerors enough to clash with Yamato, and for all sakes and purposes, Yamato with pre-time skip Blackbeard, I don't know, I feel like Yamato would take it, but apparently Ace was clashing with Yamato evenly. We don't have to get into that, but you know, that's getting into like the whole you know, Shanks and Whitebeard's methodology in protecting an era. Ace did it in one way. I mean, Whitebeard did it in his way, and Shanks is doing it in his own way, I think. So, did you have anything else to add on that, or should I move on?
Respectfully, like the concept of Ace becoming weaker or being weaker because he was under Whitebeard, I just think that's blatantly false, because I'm pretty sure there was a statement where Jinbei told people that Ace having that feud with Whitebeard actually improved Ace and made him a stronger man, because now he's like, when he first met Whitebeard and he had that little kind of aggression towards Whitebeard, he was a lot weaker than apparently what he became towards the end of that the end of his life. If someone's curious as to when Jinbei said that, I could go look for the panel, but I won't drag on that conversation.
I think just adding on, it's like, I think Whitebeard himself said something similar, that like Ace needed direction of some sort, right? So like I see that too. Like, I'm not on one end or the other with Ace. I think that Ace's power scaling is so hard to like have a conversation about because it's pre-time skip, so it's like we can't, you know. And then narrative stuff like Crocodile, Anel, Oda came out and said like, yeah, they should have been stronger or felt stronger, whatever. I feel like Ace is in that bubble too, right? Like Ace, Blackbeard, a lot of people would have been stronger if we had those situations perspective of today's power system. So for sure. Let me see. I see. Okay, Matt Cypher, I see this. Cheers. I'll get to it after. Actually, no. I think Davy back fight between Shanks and Luffy has been set up since the beginning, because Shanks tells Luffy to become a great pirate, and Luffy says he would have a better crew, and the best way to compare crews is a Davy back fight. A fight cannot compare crews clearly. A direct fight. Okay, yeah. I could see that. Like, you know, Davy back fight has like more nuance to it, teamwork, camaraderie, whereas like a fight is just straight up brute force power. Yeah, definitely understand that. Thank you for the bits, Matt Cypher. And we're actually going to another Matt Cypher one, which says, I think Yamato is a clone, like genetically. As an Oni, her red horns feel like it makes her a failure as an Oni. We need to know about the horns, bro. Like, we need to know if Page 1 and what's her face? Ulti and Black Maria, are they Onis? Like, what's going on there? Some people still think Who's Who is an Oni. I don't know which way or the other. He's the weakest Oni I've ever seen. If that's the case, I'm sorry. Like,
don't people question Gecko Moria? His horns?
Yeah, Gecko Moria's one fits my Oni theory. Actually, the Big Mom memory thing fits that. So basically, to fit you in, and the people still in the stream, I typically do this. I just leak the stuff so you don't have to watch the videos anyways. But what I'm saying is Big Mom is an Oni. That's what I think she is. I think that might be why Big Mom, Yamato, Kaido, we didn't get a lot of their stuff because of the Oni side of things. When we learn about Onis is when we'll understand them better. And the reason why is we don't necessarily know what an Oni looks like, just that we have Kaido and Yamato as the basis. Well, they're, you know, directly connected. You know, Fishman comes in all shapes and forms, who's to say Onis do? And so I propose that Onis are an all race thing. Onis isn't necessarily a race, but they're a byproduct of something that we don't know yet. But the reason why Big Mom specifically is because the Japanese folklore behind Onis, there's the most popular idiom is that, and this is a messed up thing, I still don't like it, especially now that I'm a dad, is the thing that they used to say, you know, like moms and whatever, grandparents, aunts, they gossip and shit. They would say that if a child does not look like their parents, it's an Oni. That's an old Japanese folklore thing. You can see it. And so Big Mom, that's her exact thing where she was born and she did not end up resembling her kids. We didn't even realize that she wasn't human until a little bit later, and then she was born to normal human parents. And that is the exact lore where it's like humans can be reborn into Onis. They can turn into Onis as they're alive. That's actually the most wicked kind of Onis, when you turn into an Oni while being alive. And some people are, and Onis can just exist. There's like 3 levels to it. And so I think Big Mom might be an Oni in that regard. And the memories part is that the memory that she has is tied to the Oni thing. So when she forgot Big Mom, that persona, she never had a hunger pang. In between the time that she had the amnesia, no hunger pangs, despite her being starved. She was starved, and there was 3 instances, I believe, where she was confronted with food and she did not get what she wanted, and she did not retaliate. She did not get angry. She actually showed compassion and love. And when Luffy did it, yeah, she was mad, but that's because Luffy straight up was like, yeah, I ate all your shit, what are you gonna do about it? You know what I mean? And Queen was saying that same thing. So like, that wasn't her losing control. You can actually see her having thoughts, communication, whereas the hunger pangs are very, very different. We don't know necessarily, but the Yamato clone thing was something you play with. I don't really know. What do you think about Yamato being a clone?
Feel like I don't know if I have too much to argue for it. So it feels like the legs are shaky, but it's not something that's like, that can't be true because of X, Y, and Z. It definitely isn't like that.
I think the biggest, the legs, the shaky legs, not to put the Mori show, but like, who's the mama, right? Like, if we can't figure out who's Kaido's baby mama, then like, maybe she's a clone. I don't know. But
do you think that's something that we'll actually get an answer for? Or do you think Oda's like, I don't need to answer that?
I don't know if we need an answer for it, but it is interesting because like with everything else, it's like pure bloodness. Like Yamato just is a Oni princess that almost insinuates pure blooded. Like, did Kaido unironically after God Valley find an Oni, fall in love? Like, is that why he ratted out? He saw an Oni there, he fell in love, and he escaped God Valley. Like, I don't know what we're gonna do with that, right? But and then his trauma is that she died because of something, right? Like, it could be as convoluted as that, but it doesn't need to be like that at all. And maybe the clone thing comes into play, but I think the Oni explanation that I provide could just do that, right? Like, maybe Onis, like, maybe the kind of Oni that Kaido is different than Big Mom, but that could also explain why Big Mom and Kaido were together. Which, again, shout outs, the most popular Oni story is the blue and red Onis, and that's essentially Big Mom and Kaido, the blue and red, both being Onis that Luffy had to take down, each having different storyline. But on to the next ones. This one was more for Hidden. Lord Vegeta with the $2 said, Hidden is goated for the G take. That was when Hidden cooked up the best clone on.
That was fire.
Yeah, Lord Vegeta, $2 super chat also added, Lao G is Garp's second account. Which, like, when you think about
burner.
Lao G's, like, his power thing going back to his prime, low key, I don't know, like, when because that was on Hidden stream when someone brought that up. I think Tainted Marth brought that up. I was like, I don't want to even hurt that theory, you know what I mean? That's a theory I kind of just want to like let breathe. Obviously, I don't think we're gonna see Lao G. Like, imagine we get clone stuff and then it's like, yeah, Lao G, you remember you fought Lao G? He was a clone of your grandpa. And it's like, what? I didn't even interact with Lao G. What are we talking about?
What if that plays into Bonnie aging Garp into his prime? Is that something we could toy around with?
Oh yeah, I love the idea of Bonnie. Like, Bonnie is such a wild card. Her power like both ruins the story and can make the story really great at the same time. Because the reason why I say it ruins it is because like can't she just, like, we saw her age a lever to like oil. Like, can't she just kill people instantly? Like, I don't get what the limitations on that is. Like, also, like, the way I saw it was Vegapunk got turned into a baby, but like we saw Marines got turned into babies, right? And the Marine babies were crying and they were baby-like. The reason why I think Vegapunk didn't turn to that is he's still connected to Punk Records. So it, like, if she turned Luffy into a baby, Is he just incapacitated? Like, how do you know, like with Law, he got turned into a woman, he willed himself out of it. But can an infant will themselves out of being an infant? That doesn't make sense. Can a decrepit 99-year-old man will themselves out of that? I don't think so. I feel like at the same logic, like your willpower is probably highest at the prime. I don't think as a baby or as an adult it would make sense. So like Bonnie's power is so interesting, but like you said, we can bring back people's primes. I'm trying to see Rayleigh, bro. Rayleigh's my favorite.
Oh boy.
Yeah, I want to see Rayleigh just like, you know, Rayleigh said like, oh man, my back hurt, bro, I can't take on Blackbeard. But like imagine Prime Rayleigh showing up and just bopping just smacking Blackbeard. That'd be crazy. Oh, that'd be wild. That'd be wild.
Yes sir, I'm here for it.
Yeah. Like at the same time, then you could have a cool thing. Bonnie ages Blackbeard into Zebek or something. That'd be kind of cool too. A lot of different.
I honestly feel like if Bonnie aged down Garp to his prime, I don't think Blackbeard's beaten Garp. Like maybe for like a narrative reason, you can't have Blackbeard lose before he lights Luffy. That's like a separate conversation. But I'm saying like narrative aside, like I wouldn't say that Blackbeard is Roger level or Pirate King level. Would you?
Yeah, no. That like I do subscribe that the new. I think you're on the same boat. End of series powers are going to be greater than Roger, Whitebeard, that kind of stuff, but it's not there yet. Like Roger sees Gear 5 and just kind of like yeah, he's gonna fight it and he's probably gonna win. Like that's the way I see it, right? Like he sees Nika and he just kind of laughs at him and just divine departures his ass. And like Luffy, yeah, he might not be hurt the first time, but like I feel like they're not there yet. Prime Garp, I think Garp right now can like pull out some like I honestly think he can pull out like a maybe not like Bajran gun level power, but like at least one time, like, you know what I mean? Like, and that's where this Blackbeard Garp fight is kind of crazy, because when I saw that, I think, I don't know where you were at, but I was like, oh, Garp is dying, bro.
Yeah, like narratively speaking, Blackbeard just can't take an L, and even if he loses to Garp, which is extremely unlikely, or Garp gets away, there has to be some large gain for Blackbeard. Because even comparing that to the Boa Amazon Lily situation, Blackbeard didn't like defeat Boa or get her fruit, but he got Kobe in the process, so there was something to gain. You know, but when I actually first saw the panel of Garp saying he's going after Blackbeard, I actually remembered a tweet and like a post I made like many months ago. I think it was the same. I forgot when I posted it, but it might have been the week where we got the chapter of Blackbeard attacking Boa, and I'm like, yo, Blackbeard defeated Ace and killed his leader Whitebeard. So what if? Or no, I'm sorry. Blackbeard captured Ace and killed his leader Whitebeard. So what if Blackbeard captures Kobe and kills his leader Garp? That was something that I was already playing around. So when I saw that panel of Garp saying let's go to Hachinosu, I was like, oh, guess I was on that wavelength, but we'll just have to wait and see for the real conclusion.
I'm glad you said that, because that reminded me, I think it was like my first video, not my first video, my first like analysis video. I analyzed, I don't know if you remember, it was like Oda made a cover spread of like the top 100 favorite characters or whatever, I think. And it was like a super wide one where like Big Mom, like the Yonkos are in the corner and stuff. And I made a connection. I can't pull it up right now. Maybe you guys can remember it, but it was like Kaido and Odin was there, and then Yamato was there, and then it was Big Mom, Katakuri, and someone else. And then on the bottom right, it was Blackbeard, Ace, and somebody else, and Sabo, I think. And then on the top right, it was Shanks, Garp, and Kobe. And so the way I analyzed that was Kaido killed Odin, his will went to Yamato. I saw the Blackbeard situation, Blackbeard killed Ace, and then, oh, was it Marco? Someone's there, and then Ace's will got spread out to the people around him. And then I was like, yo, does Big Mom kill like Katakuri for some reason? Like that would be kind of wild. But I was more interested on the other side because we didn't know a lot about Shanks, but that would insinuate that Shanks kills Garp, and for some reason, maybe to keep an equilibrium, and that would be the catalyst for Luffy to fight Shanks. And I was like, yo, that would be wild. And then naturally Garp's, will Kobe, would connect obviously there. There's a lot of crazy things that can still happen with Garp for sure. I think at the end of the day, it's not necessarily will Garp live or die. It's more so like who will he die to. But like you said, like what is gained from it, and I think we both talked about it. I think you came in later in the Reverie and said it as well, but like Garp has the memories of God's Valley, so like with Pudding, Blackbeard could take those memories, so killing him doesn't even benefit him. Memories would be more important there. But I just don't know. I feel like Garp has death flags. That's all I'm gonna say. Real quick, I want to just L with the $2 super chat. Is Parvision an evil Morge clone? See, that's the thing. Morge is the evil Parvision clone. That we established that, you know. We don't want to get into ages, but if you ask around, it might make more sense that way. But yeah, Palessa with the clone crap started with Morge and Parvision. Foreshadowing 101. Yup. Oda saw me and Morge and was like, yep, that's the exact same person, 100%. Even though we don't look anything alike. Let me see. The next one, Matt Cypher with the thing says, one theory I have is Lunarians are called Lunarians because they exited from the volcano at Wano, aka the city of the moon. I like that. They have black wings and descended from under the earth, while the angels with white wings descended from space. Threevil, how do you... feels like that might fit in with your idea with the importance of the Middle Earth theory.
Yeah, or even the moon. That's definitely great thoughts. Who was it that said that?
Matt Cypher, I believe. Matt Cypher.
Matt Cypher. You got a good head on your shoulders, bro.
He does.
But you know, as far as NL's cover story goes, we know that that the winged races of One Piece migrated to the blue planet. So I feel like you could just couple the Lunarians with those guys, especially since I could think the Lunarians have much more details about them that would have them tied to the moon. Like if you look at NL's cover story, you literally see the Skypeans with the specific head things they have coming out, the antennas. You see the Shandians, and then I think you see the Birkins. So I feel like, you know, all these winged races came from the moon and migrated to the blue planet, just like what the cover story says. And I think that includes Emu. And I actually wanted to throw this out there.
Okay.
If there's any YouTuber that's willing to bet $100, I guarantee you, this is all for fun, Emu is going to be the personification of the moon.
I mean, we talked about this already. How, I feel like, because people who know my moon records theory, at the end of it talks about but also I brought up how I didn't fully flesh out the imagination. So to give you the context of it, what I was saying was that the ancient kingdom, and the power system were all connected. So if Luffy has the power of imagination, then the ultimate antagonist would be someone who mastered that power. And the thing about imagination is each person's imagination is different, right? Like me and you, we were reading the same story. Our imagination is very, very different. Someone could write, someone could paint, someone can make music. That's how your imagination runs. And so Joy Boy or Nika could be through music, and could be through painting, which is what we saw on the Lucio, is a paintbrush. But essentially what I was saying is that if the ancient kingdom's name was the nation, in katakana that's imagination, so Eam's name is imagination, and also connects to the empty throne, because the kanji for empty throne is kyo, and when you put that into Google Translate or the primary thing, it's a negative connotation of like falsehood and empty, but the direct thing is imaginary. So it's the imaginary throne, the imagination, the kingdom of imagination or imagination, and then imagine, and then the power system's imagine. And so the reason why that was important is because if you had punk records, right, well, the benefit of that was everyone's brain would be connected, and you have the best resources for your imagination, because as you broaden your horizons, right, Chopper even said, it's like, wait, I can get medical records from across the world. Well, that will help Chopper imagine new medicines, right? The more knowledge you have, the more imagination you can have at the same time. And so what I said is that if we have a punk records in this modern day, there might be a version of that in the Void Century, just like everything else. And so might be connected to that, and that's how has been holding a chokehold on the entire planet because they're connected to the imagination of the entire world, and that's how they're able to, hey, which light do I erase? Well, let me tap in, and then boom, Lelucia is the one, or boom, let me do this. These are the ones that are priority because they're connected. And so for you to say Eam is the personification of the moon in a different light, that's what I'm saying, it's connected to the moon. And Hidden Island also subscribes to a similar idea too. So like, I think that's one of those fun ones where like, I would bet $100 with you that Eam is the personification of the moon. Though I'm making a counter to that right now, but like that's how theories run, right? Like I have another theory that I don't want to say it on stream yet. I don't want to say it on stream. I'll tell you after.
Don't leave you.
I'll tell you afterwards though, because it's fun. It's fun. Let me see. Yeah, but the Lunarian stuff, it's so interesting where Oda is going to go with that. Because one thing, to push back on what you said, we did see 3 races from the moon. Lunarians weren't one of them, but they could be on the other side of the moon, for example. They could be, like you're saying, on the underside.
Dark side of the moon.
Yeah, they could be underneath the earth as well. There's so many different ways. Even the fallen angel concept, that gives them a whole different origin source. So, a lot of different things. Let me see. Matt Cypher again says the Lunarians are very much like Tengu in Japanese mythology, which also have black wings and can manifest and control fire. I think they migrated from Wano to the Red Line, and that's why they're called Lunarians. I like that. I'm going to move on from the Lunarian stuff for a bit. If they come back later, that we'll talk about it again. But the if you're saying... So, Matt Cypher, just real quick, because I want to address it. Are you saying that the Lunarians are from that island that Onigashima previously was named? Because I do have a theory that isn't a little bit, it got deprioritized, but now that Nami's back in the picture in terms of theories, I'm gonna prioritize it again. So just answer that question for me, Matt Cypher, and let me see what the next one is. Baby Pluton with the $10 super chat, he said this group is the equivalent of the 92 Dream Team. Shout outs to the Hidden Island, Dak Sake, who had to leave a little early, but great time there. And then we have the crowned winner of the Supernova Clash, Threeville, staying through, flexing his conquerors here with me. Let's see. Definitely a fun group, and you're gonna see this group again for sure.
Lots of fun with these guys.
Yeah, I mean, we were the group at the end of the Reverie too, primarily.
True.
Yeah. Tainted Marth with the €2 says, question for later. Buggy will be important later. Why? If you don't, because we have a lot of things to go through. If you don't have a long-winded answer, go for it. But if you do have one, I guess I want to summarize it with, do you think Buggy would be the pirate god that he said he would be?
I don't know, man. I have rocky feelings about it because, like, Buggy does, what's the phrase? Fall into succession or something like that?
Something like that. It's essentially that.
Yeah, so I can see him getting glory, but like realistically, would he put Luffy above, or would he put Buggy above the main character? I don't know. As far as like a conflict between Luffy and Buggy, I like the concept of the Straw Hats against Cross Guild. You could throw Usopp versus Buggy. You could have Crocodile versus Robin. Maybe you could even throw Zoro versus Mihawk, or did I already say that one? There's a few matchups regardless that you could throw in that kind of battle, but I think that would kind of decide Buggy's final role, Buggy's fate.
Yeah. It's Buggy's interesting thing that I mentioned to you before. I have 2 theories essentially, where the first one was that Buggy's rain god, because the line of logic that I was saying was that the Nika fruit, like at the time and even now, we don't necessarily know how the sun part of it comes into play. So if we go to the 4 god system, which I don't even particularly subscribe to, I don't care if there's 4 gods, if there's 2, 4, there's different boats of theories. And so in that boat, that there's rain god, forest god, earth god, and was it earth god? No, forest god, rain god, sun god. What was the last one?
Rain, forest, earth, rain, sun.
Earth. Okay. So in that boat, that there are those 4. Luffy's the sun god, obviously. And then Buggy being the rain god is the same kind of logic where, like, Luffy, his power, the nature of it makes him feel like the sun. It brings a smile to your face. It brings energy. He would be the source of power, right? And the same line of context, it would be the Buggy's power. The reason why I leaned to it at the beginning was because the Bara Bara no Mi is the onomatopoeia for raindrops. And so, I don't know if you heard that last part.
Yeah, I have my headphones really loud.
Yeah, so the
Onomatopoeia
for raindrops, and we know that a lot of devil fruits, their names are onomatopoeia for what their power is. The Gura Gura no Mi, a lot of them are like that. Exactly, Peronas.
Yep.
And the other part of it was that Law's power and Buggy's power are very similar, in that Law, in the rain, he has said, I'm pretty sure, that like he's unmatched in the rain. Like if it were raining, he'd be invincible. Well, if Buggy and Law's power are very similar, it could come to a point where if Buggy awakens or ascends to a different level to his fruit, he might access a similar level of that. And that actually goes back to chapter 0, which, I don't know, this is my favorite part of it, because to this day, unless Law's power was there, unless the Opi Opi no Mi was there, there is no explanation for how a steering wheel got into Shiki's head. There is absolutely no power, but there is a power very similar to it in Buggy. And the reason that was very interesting is because the narrator said that when the storm came and it had essentially turned the tides, and the end of the fight, it wasn't the end of the fight, it said that an accident happened. How is there an accident in the middle of a fight? Like, if you're fighting, it doesn't matter if, like, I jokingly punch someone's face and then it ends up in their butt cheek, right? Like Kinemon. Like, that's not a considered accident. That's a part of the fight, right? But, like, if Buggy wasn't aware of his powers and during the rain he awakened and that accidentally happened, that would make a lot of sense. And that could explain why, like, Shanks said he's a good fighter and they regard him as a powerful thing. It almost seems like the people in Roger's Pirates regard Buggy with some respect, but like not anybody outside because they don't know. So in that video, my biggest thing was like, until someone explains to me how that steering wheel got into Shiki's head, I don't know. I feel like Buggy has to be explanation, because we're not saying Roger had the Opi Opi no Mi, and we're not saying that Roger like manifested the same powers as the Opi Opi no Mi, and there's no other notable person that could do it. I think the most passionate person against that theory said that the wind was so strong that the steering wheel perfectly lodged into Shiki's head, that he was uninjured, and the doctor said that he's perfectly fine. And I was like, so when in the story have we ever seen wind do that to anything? But when have we seen literally cannonballs be replaced for people's torsos and stuff like that? Like, Law literally chopped people up, put them together, and Buggy's power is very similar. So I feel like Buggy's power is one important thing, and I think Buggy's race might be an important thing. But that one's a hairy thing. I was saying that Buggy's a fishman.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, because basically no one has an explanation for why his nose is red. And I was saying, like, it doesn't make sense. Like, you could say that there's a clown race. Sure, Oda can introduce a clown race. But, like, if we're not introducing crazy new races, then I was picking of the races that we have, and the only one that made sense of the ones we had was fishmen. And the reason why that was important, because I googled animals. There's no animal with red noses, but there is a rummy nose tetra who's, like, they call it the red nose fish. It's called red nose, and it has a clown patterns on it. And so I really like that idea, and it ties into my celestial dragon video where they're like, celestial dragons are fish too. So there's a whole this context. But the reason why was because, yes, Rayleigh could swim the Conbell. He's a really great swimmer. But outside of Rayleigh, there's only two people that like really were noted as great swimmers. Chimney from Water 7. And what we found out about her, we thought she was a normal person, but then we found out she had mermaid lineage. She was a descendant of fishmen. In the same light, in chapter 19, Buggy was supposedly a really, really great swimmer that Shanks noted. And I was like, damn, we don't ever really get, like, Oda's not out there saying like, oh, he's a great swimmer. But he went out of his way and said Chimney was a really great swimmer, and it's solely because she had that lineage in her thing in the SBS. So I was like, oh, well, maybe Buggy is that too. And then it was connecting these other dots. and it would explain the red nose. So until we find out what that red nose is, because a lot of people don't even realize, but that red nose is his biological red nose. That is his thing. So it's a fun one, though. It's a fun one.
I've never heard of that. It's fucking incredible.
I you know, in the same light, it's like I challenge someone to explain it outside. Like, obviously the clown thing could be there, right? But like because then when someone brought up the clown thing, I was saying, like, so what is that? Why Oda's hiding Eam's lineage? Is Eam gonna have a giant red nose? Like, which would be like an Oda thing to do, but like, would he do that though? Like, I don't know. And then that comes into like Buggy is an Eam clone and shit like that.
Oh no, yeah. At least like with the Fishman answer, that's an easier bridge to cross than trying to create a clown race and then explain how Buggy fits into that.
Yeah.
Easier
exactly.
bridges.
Exactly. So we won't talk too much about that. But I think, you know, at this point, Buggy will be important later. Why? I think the answer is because Oda loves Buggy, right? Like, I think that's the best answer to that question.
100%. Good answer.
Yeah, we have JP Legends. So JD Legends Seraphim here. €5. Said the question is Meridra a clone of the Ancient Kingdom?
Oh no.
Honestly, that's not an awful, like... The reason why I say it not awful is because you were bringing up the Pangea thing, Pangea Castle, sure. That aside, Hidden Island primarily the Rome piece, we've been talking about ancient kingdoms, and you'll see this in the next video. I tag your theory in it and stuff like that. But ancient kingdom being Greece, and world government being Rome, and so the transition of that was that they regarded, like, Romans conquered the Greek Empire and like a lot of the emperors demonized a lot of the aspects of it, the polytheism of it, right? That's where Catholicism came in and just like hard no, we can't believe in multiple gods and all that stuff, and we're seeing that in a certain light. But something that they ended up doing at the very beginning was Greek stuff and Rome stuff is very, very similar. Even the gods, it's like you just change the names, it's the same gods, right? Like, so cloning the cities, I don't know, it wouldn't be too far off. And so I could see that Pangea thing playing a role in that too.
My original take on what the Ancient Kingdom was when I first made my channel is that the Ancient Kingdom is Marie-Joie, and that's why they wouldn't want to leak the name, because I feel like most people know about celestial dragons and they would know about their country, their homeland, Marie-Joie. But it kind of shifted towards Pangea, like we talked about earlier. But yeah, I actually couldn't tell if that guy was like joking, like, oh, it's a clone, like they put it into a time machine or something. But in this, like, the not a literal sense but a metaphorical sense, yeah, there's a lot of things that would support that.
Yeah. The clone is like, even for me, it's like, you know, as much as I try to accept all the theories, when I hear clone now, I'm like, I get a little shiver real quick. Matt Cypher says, do you think it's funny we have a red-nosed clown and a blue-nosed reindeer, both called out by names? Yeah, that was another joke I put out, that like, oh my god, Buggy is the red nose, is Rudolph. He's Chopper's older brother that caused Chopper's trauma because he got bullied for a blue nose. But it's like, I doubt, imagine that being the story. That'd be so, that's some like, you need to take like 15 edibles to get to that point and believe that.
We should have had Law switch the noses of Buggy and Chopper.
Yo, that'd be crazy. And then Chopper goes back to his family and he's like, do you love me still?
You accept me now? That's hilarious.
Oh, no. Baby Pluton with the $5 super chat says, Par stays getting trolled on his own channel. To be fair, I didn't want my votes to get voted in the thing. That's what he's alluding to, where like all my things got like 10%, which is like, I'm fine with it, because I loved what we were getting. Matt Cypher says, I want to hear your takes on this. I think there are clones for the famous rock pirates. We did not see clones at Thriller Bark. Stussy could have taken their DNA to Mads to create her own force, but got screwed over by Dufeld. Yeah, no, I agree. I think that there are clones for the rock pirates, but at the same time, it doesn't necessarily need to happen. I don't know if you heard the the context. I was saying like Killer is
A clone of Shiki?
A clone of Shiki, right?
Yeah.
That was the short I made. But when I made that, I was like, wait a second. It almost makes more sense that he's not a clone and he's just like Shiki's kid. And like the reason I was saying that is like all the Rocks pirates had kids, and like the Rogers pirates didn't. But like we see parallels with the Luffy and Kid, and it's like it would almost make more sense that like Luffy interacted with the Roger pirates as he went through his journey. Shanks, Rayleigh, it would make sense that Kid interacted with the Rocks pirates, and we know it's not Big Mom and Kaido primarily. But if Mr. Bushido and I were actually talking about the options, but I landed on that Captain John was Kid's dad, and through a lot of different, for me it was a process of elimination because it's not Kaido. I didn't think it was Rocks. It could be, but it'd be kind of like, oh, he's Rocks' kid, but that wouldn't even like make sense timeline wise, I don't think. So then then Captain John was the only one left after I eliminated the options that had a storyline that continued past Rocks Pirates that could make sense for Kid. And so Shiki and Captain John were Kid and Killer's thing, and that would make sense why they were like in proximity too. So this is an interesting thing that I'm gonna make a full video for because I found a lot of details, but I still landing on.
So just to kind of clarify really quick, you said Captain John would be the father of Kid.
Yeah. Oh, one of my favorite part was they both have the same epithet essentially. Captain John, Captain Kid. Yeah.
So maybe you know of this. I'm not trying to one up you or anything, obviously.
Yeah.
But William Kidd in real life, his father was Captain John.
Oh yeah, that's Mr. Bushido gave me that detail. Yeah. And that was I didn't because that's not where I was just going on process elimination. He gave me that. I was like, no, that's kind of crazy.
And it was said that now this is where they would be the inversions of each other. In real life, it is said that William Kidd had a grand treasure, but if Captain John in One Piece is a father kid, then it would be an inversion where Captain John had the grand treasure that he left behind. And sure, Kid might not care about it, or at least he hasn't revealed he cares about it, but that is definitely something worth looking into.
Yeah, my logic was in this Viva card, Kid said like, I want to be the most vicious pirate or something that ever existed, and that reminded me of like Ace. Ace wanted to be like a well-known pirate or whatever, and I was thinking like, what if they had great dads and their dads bestowed some kind of trauma on them, and so Captain John being, dying the way he did, it might have catalyzed Kid's whole persona about the way he saw the world, saw the pirating world, and it, there's a lot of lines to dissect when it comes to that, but it would also explain why they're so knowledgeable too, if their parents were the Rocks pirate kids. But my favorite part of it isn't even all these details. It's like, if you listen to the short, it was the thing I was like, wait a second, Luffy interacted with the Rogers pirates, why not Kid interacting with the Rocks pirates? We know Wang Ji was alive now, so these other ones, not that they could be alive, but who's to say that they weren't related? I mean, we know Shiki apparently canonically Strong World isn't canon to the story, but canonically he is apparently alive somewhere, so it could be that. So let's see. Mr. Bushido said, I've been saying for years, Kids connected to John. Mr. Bushido, you are a treasure trove. If the community had a One Piece, you might be the One Piece of theories, honestly. You're in all the discords, buddy. You got the you know what it is? The theory, me. I feel like you got a lot of good theories coming out too. I like my favorite one of his, I don't know if you heard it, was the Big News Morgans being a Rogers pirate. I think that was one of my favorite ones. It just make a lot of sense if Big News Morgans was a Rogers pirate.
Oh, I think I saw that on O'Hara's channel.
Yeah, I think that was Mr. Bushido, like O'Hara referenced Mr. Bushido in that. I didn't watch it, but shout out to Mr. Bushido because he was spearheading that, and I think in multiple servers. Let's see. Oh, but also, just to throw out a clone theory, I want to run it by you. I think that I'm not dying on this hill. I'm not dying on any of the clone theories, but I think Crocodile might be a clone of Dufeld. They look very similar. So I have a short coming out for it, but the reason why is because Dufeld funded Mads and their main objective apparently was clones. And like, if you think of even our real world, whenever rich people fund science stuff, it's always for their own thing. And if it was to clone himself, maybe Crocodile is like how Stussy is to Bakens and Dufeld is the bad timeline. And what's funny about that is Dufeld was a loan shark, and so is Crocodile. Crocodile was literally like shaking down Buggy when he came back in the story. He's like, yo, I loaned you money, where's that money, bro? And so it's like, even as a clone, it'd be kind of crazy because both Crocodile and Dufeld would be loan sharks, and they look very similar, dress very similar, make a lot of sense because maybe Crocodile gets the funds from the Dufeld conglomerate. We wouldn't really know.
You know what? I like to be honest 24/7. I don't kiss people's ass on stream. Sometimes I'm actually really rude, right?
Yeah.
But I will be honest. You have very, very unique takes, and I think that is your superpower. See, me, I might have something that doesn't like, oh my god, I've never heard of that before. But like, my superpower, like I could piece things together. But oh my, you have like some unique takes. You just have to respect it, man. You have to.
Is it some of these ones are just fun ones because it's just like, I know people don't like not the clone stuff, but like the killer one, a lot of the comments were like, I can't even be mad at this theory, right? And the Crocodile one, it's like I mean, I like the Croco woman theory. I don't like the Croco mom theory, but like,
that's my favorite theory.
Yeah, but like, and then it's like, if those are Crocodile's current theories, why not throw a clone one in the mess too? So it's like, you know, I'm not mad about it, but like, Dufeld's gotta have some ulterior motive. He can't just be funding the Laboratory of Peace as an underworld, you know, thing. Like, I don't know. It's interesting.
Yeah, I definitely, I don't mean to drag this on, but I'm all for theories that have that reasoning. And like, the conclusion doesn't even matter. What matters is how you got there. And you always like nail that down. I don't feel like, that reason doesn't make sense. Reason doesn't make sense. I always feel like you hit those notes, you hit those marks. For me, as a consumer,
I appreciate that, and to me, that's why I like listening to your guys' theories, because it's like I can see how you guys got there and the logic behind it, and that's kind of where a lot of, not the viewers miss, but like, you know, when they say like, oh, this person has the worst theories ever, it might not be the worst theories. It might just, you have a different perspective on how you think, right? And that's why you float to one person or the other. And I'm kind of like, I just like all kinds of logics wherever it came from, and I like learning how, like, you think Hidden Island things. Like, I think Hidden Island I mean, obviously Dax had the Afro thing is crazy, but like, you know, in terms of logic coming to the conclusion, you and Hidden were the Conquerors clashing more often, and the interesting part of it was like the thematics behind what you guys were saying was the same thing. It was just the end point that was different. So it's pretty cool about that. And
brilliant guy.
Yeah, and like, you know, not to toot the community's horns, but I feel like Dax always mentions it, how like the One Piece in terms of, not One Piece, One Piece community in terms of content creators, it's so hyper niche that if you participate in this niche, even as a viewer, you like end up with like this mindset like of analysis, thinking, like multidisciplinary, that like you go to any other niche, like whether it's gaming or like whatever internet niche you think of, it's so limited compared to here, where it's like you could sit on a stream and talk about the Big Bang and like planets, or then you could talk about like cloning, or you could talk about Buddhism, religion, all that stuff, and you can't get that anywhere else. But like everybody in this chat, whether they like those kinds of theories or not, I feel like they're well versed in it, and that's what I like about it. That's what I love about the community.
Yeah, and I feel like sometimes Oda kind of molds us into those kinds of people where we actually, you know, take time to learn about this religion, learn about this planet, learn about this pirate, this gladiator. Like, it's almost because like when you start One Piece, like you could argue most stories, they start really silly, it's really simple, and then it grows and grows and grows. So sometimes I feel like One Piece, at least from my perspective, it molded me into someone who every Thursday, Friday, Saturday, I'm like on Opera or Windows Chrome with 32 web tabs tabs open, and I'm trying to figure out like what this planet means for this material and this and this and this. And like a lot of times you've probably experienced this, like you'll be there for hours, like so many tabs open learning about all these cultures, and then you just have to scrap it.
For me, it's so wild because like all like this is why I love the stream, because like streaming live, because then I could just share the ideas without having to do any of like the presentation, where the presentations when I have to pull up all the tabs to make sure everything's like, you know, set in stone and all that stuff. And even while I was streaming 1073, it's like I had you open, I had like a bunch of planets, all these different things, and then we went back to like Stussy stuff. I feel like there was so many different things, and oh man, it's crazy. But bro, when it comes to, for me, it's not necessarily scrapping it because I want to make the video regardless of how crazy it is. It's more so like I have too many ideas to share, and then Oda's just like, no, Saint J Garcia Saturn, bro. Are you really gonna put out this Nami theory when Saint J Garcia Saturn's rolling up to Egghead? I'm like, please, Oda. Like, I wish I had more time in Wano. But like Wano also in its own right had a lot of exciting points, like you were saying. Like, you know, a lot of people flag Wano for a lot of bad things, but like at the end of the day, the conversations were still endless. It was just different conversations. There was a lot of great conversations. Yeah.
The whole Sun God thing, man, you were there. Everybody was there. Chapter 1044, that just changed One Piece forever. Not even in like terms of oh, Luffy's fruit's this, but think about like how everyone everywhere was talking about it. I think it even got on like a news station.
Yeah. The France national TV, they spoiled everybody before the official release. I was like, damn, we making
that's
it, bro.
wild.
Yeah.
But like that just goes to show like this story is just evolving. Imagine like when we finally do get to the chapter of the One Piece, like everyone everywhere is gonna have to mention it. Even people that like watch Boruto or Chainsaw Man, they're gonna be like, you know what, I don't watch One Piece, but that story's been going on for 25-30 years and they got their big answer. Like it's just gonna break the internet.
Yeah, for sure. And that, like, honestly, like these streams, it's like out of context, people don't understand, but it's like, again, this is unique. In a week, we're going to have a different conversation, but also like next year, we're going to have a different conversation about what LAUGHTALE might be. I mean, One Piece and LAUGHTALE, that'll probably stay the same, but like the clones, we talked a lot about clones. I don't think we'll be revisiting it in this context next year. There'll be a different conversation, right? L with the $2 says, Sanji had Whole Cake Island arc. Did Zoro deserve more in Wano? I don't want to go back to the Wano stuff, but like we covered it a little bit earlier, L. I think both. I think the sentiment is yes. While there could be more to the story later on, sure. And then you have to sit back and ask your question: does everyone even need a backstory like Sanji's? You know, I think it's multifaceted. But yeah, I think Wano samurai swords, that alone, like, you know, should be more. And I think the extent I will go to say is like, I think I will put more stock in like we're gonna get a retcon of Zoro being like, oh yeah, I visited Ryuma's grave or some shit, or talk to Onimaru again or something, right? That's as far as I'll go for that.
I'm still clinging on to the idea of Green Bull being Zoro's son. All I'm saying, that has not been debunked. I'm not coping. I've thought about it way too much. It has not been debunked.
Yo, and my Zoro's a plant theory went through the roof when Green Bull came out, bro. Because people at the beginning, I put out a video and you had the video about Green Bull's son thing, and I was like, oh, our videos are different. I think I talked to you about it too. And then when his powers came out, I was like, wait. Maybe our theories are similar. Because I've been saying Zoro's, at the time I was like, just Zoro's a plant, Zoro's a plant. I still haven't made that full video. But man, it's a fun one. These boys still 100%. Going. We are Dax. We have a bunch of still have a bunch of super chats here, and I think we're gonna breeze through some of these. I mean, these ones relate more to me because shout outs to Lord Vegeta. He said Pluton is the Emperor Cloud. $5 super chat, by the way. Thank you. Pluton is the Emperor Cloud, Imperial Cumulus. It's literally called the Emperor's Cloud, meaning Nimbus. Thank you, Lord Vegeta. I'm gonna make another video about that because I have another idea about Pluton, completely separate. And the teaser is Pluton being the underworld and death. there's a concept in Wano that still is not touched related to Sea Stone, and it connects to this thing in our world that we call the touch of death. And so those two things could connect, and I'm going to make a video about that, but also bring up the Emperor Cloud meaning thing. So yeah, I do like the Pluton as a cloud thing, but I also love the Pluton as a mole thing. I think one way or the other, I think someone in the chat said like Pluton could be a cloud and then the anti-weapon could be a mole. Like it could be that that's what they developed. There's, again, a lot of different ways they could go about it. And the other reason why I like the Emperor Cloud is because it's Sea King's Emperor Cloud. I feel like the eagle or whatever thing Uranus is going to be, it's going to be a king, an emperor of some sort. So I saw Pazzi saying this a lot in the stream earlier. Emu Purius Nimbus. Emu Purio Nimbus. Yeah, like there's a lot of fun wordplay that you can throw in here. Matt Cypher said Pluton is at sea level, Poseidon's 1,000 meters under the sea, Uranus is at 10,000 above sea level, possibly an Emperor Cloud. Another great point, Matt Cypher, thank you. But also could relate to the eagle thing, because I like the egg idea. I do like the egg idea a lot, and I would be kind of cool if Shanks was raising this like chicken. You know what I mean? Like that'd be kind of fun.
Are you actually aware, really quick? You are aware of Shanks, the name of Shanks' sword?
Shanks's sword, Griffin. Yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. That's another decent. What's the animal that Griffin? It's a bird and a lion, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think it's maybe a lion with wings, something of that nature.
Yeah. Interesting. I have an Void Treasury. Daxaka said, or maybe the cloud is the anti-weapon to the mole because it can spread through all the tunnels and push the mole out to the surface. True. Hey, yo, I would love if our theories had a baby. That'd be a great one. Void Treasury said, who's the strongest Gorosei? I feel like you really like this like Saturn direction, the planet stuff. So what do you think? Is it Jupiter? Because I feel like it's Jupiter.
Very difficult. Or wait, when you say Jupiter, are you talking about whichever one is called Jupiter?
Yeah,
or are you
whichever
talking
one
about like
is called Jupiter. You said it was the Gonfal looking dude, right?
Yeah. Wow, you actually remember that.
Yeah,
crazy memory. I would say whichever one is the young dude. Like I don't have much to go off of. Just like intuition, shonen manga, young blonde dude. Probably him. I could be wrong. It's definitely not something I want to die on the hill for.
Yeah, it's interesting. Whoever it is, I was thinking that young dude was Mercury. No, Mars. Because then, no, the sword guy would be Mars, and the other guy would be Mercury, I guess, the love dude. Whichever one. I mean, it'd be interesting. But the elemental hockey one, that's what I've been saying. The Gorosei are going to have some crazy-ass elemental hockey power. And when we got, like, that the metal, gold, wood, like, all those things, I was like, yo, this is crazy.
So really quick, I actually went back and double checked like all of the appearances of the Gorosei in the manga, and I haven't seen anyone mention this, and I figured it was too late for, maybe I can make a tweet, but it's definitely too late for me to make a whole nother video about the Gorosei and Emu because I just made one. But anyways, the Gorosei in every single appearance are generally in the same order. Like, doesn't that kind of feel like something that's intentional? Like, you have chapter 233, the first appearance of the Gorosei, I believe, is Jaya. Then all the way to Dressrosa, all the way to 900s, they're always in the same order. Except, like, one minor detail, sometimes the swordsman guy and the tall dude with the mustache, Gonfal, will switch. But generally, besides that, like, they're, like, picture perfect one-to-one every single appearance.
Ooh.
So that's why that just adds to my idea that like Oda's intentionally putting them in that order so that you can calculate who's who, and that's why, no pun intended, but that's why I have the young guy as Mercury, because he would be on the far left, the closest to the sun, then Mercury, Mars, Venus, Jupiter, whatever. That's definitely not the order. Mercury, Venus, Mars, Jupiter, Saturn.
Yeah, whichever one. Dax Sake said Gandhi Gorosei guy should be Venus. That ties a metal gold and uses sword. Yo, I'm still stuck at the same order because I'm like going through the panels. I'm like, nah, I'm pretty sure he's cooking here. I'm pretty sure they are in the same order. That is wild. I think the only time that it might not be is when they're walking to the thing, because I think the swordsman guy is all the way on the one side, I believe. No,
That is true.
Yeah, there's. I feel like what you said. There's only one time there might be off, and it's either when they're walking there or when they're kneeling to Eam. One
Yeah,
or the other.
it's when they're walking, but like how this might be me being biased and me coping.
This in the geocentric model, so the geocentric model is obviously wrong, but the reason why, or the reason why they stuck with it is because they coped. They actually coped. The scientists coped. They saw an inconsistency in the theory, and the theory failed to understand why. I think it's Mercury and Mars went in reverse according to their theory. And so what they said was like, oh, it's just in retrograde. So from Earth's perspective, it looks like they're going in reverse, but that's not the case. But that's because they were wrong and it didn't revolve around the Earth. But from the Earth's perspective, it would look like it's in reverse. And so that might explain the changing of orders. And that would be, oh, if Oda did that, that'd be crazy. Because the reason why I wanted to mention that is because what I was getting at, you know how like Poseidon rebirths every few hundred years or whatever? They didn't say an exact amount, and then like we don't know like Pluton and or Uranus or whatever, like Uranus being born. I was like, yo, what if it's the orbital cycle? So like if Poseidon is Neptune takes 165 years to orbit the sun, and so that might be every 165 years is when Poseidon is born, and it might actually line up because I think if you 165 times 5 would end up being our timeline. So there would be 5 Poseidons, and that would line up with when 200 years ago when the Fishman rose up again, legendary Iron Giant came up again. That would line up. And so I was thinking I was going to include this in a future video, but I just got excited by this. The orbit around the sun might indicate when the right time is, and that honestly might go back because the Aztec, the sun calendar, it's a sun calendar. It's based off of the stars and stuff too, right? I think it is based off the stars.
Yeah.
Oh my God! Wait, hold on. This is.
Yeah. So with the Gorosei walking to Emu, you could be honest if I'm coping or if I'm being biased, but I don't really count that one because they're not classically in the room sitting by a table of Luffy's poster. They're kind of moving. It doesn't give me the same kind of Oda Clue vibe.
Yeah, I wonder if Saturn ever leaves, like all the other ones stay together and Saturn just like goes on a different thing. Because then that would explain like, yo, if Oda is actually doing all this stuff, I need him to like actually, you know how we saved like Walt Disney's brain and like Einstein's brain? No, Oda, that brain is a national treasure. We need to like do whatever scientific things like Oda needs to
clone his brain.
Yeah, he needs to help out humanity is all I'm saying, like that's crazy if this is how deep it went. And honestly, I wouldn't put it past it. Let's see, Matt Cypher with the he says, do you guys think Usopp could be the conduit for Uranus if it's on Elbaf? As much as I love Usopp, I don't want to give him Uranus. I want to give him something else. But I have a short video that I didn't think about that. I didn't think about how ridiculous that sounded, but like so I'll leak it here. Usopp wants to be the brave warrior of the sea.
Yeah.
I've been talking about this a lot, the recent short. Sora, warrior of the sea. Is it not crazy to think that maybe Usopp is inheriting Sora's will or something, or is related to Sora because wants to be warrior of the sea? The fact that the epithet is like almost 1-to-1 and no one else has had that, why wouldn't they be connected characters? And the reason why it comes in things, Sora means sky. And so my next video, and I talk about it here, is that Sora it was on the world government side. It could easily be that Sora was connected to the Gorosei or Eam or something in that light, and Sora might be connected to the ancient weapon Uranus, which is why I can't get into all the details now, but which is why I've been hyping on Sora a lot recently, and the planets aspect. That's the next video that we're gonna talk about. But yeah, you have any thoughts on Usopp in Elbaf?
I want him to get a big hammer that's actually like weighing something, because like throughout the story you have Usopp wielding these really light hammers. Everyone knows this. But when he gets to the island of Norse culture, shouldn't he have a hammer that Thor picked up? I forgot what its name. I'm sure.
Mjolnir.
Yeah, that he would have that, and that would be a good tool for his arsenal versus like giving him a devil fruit. I think that's kind of like a very serious thing. But him getting a tool, a weapon, like he's been doing that the whole story.
Yeah, and that's where I like because that's why. How could Usopp possibly harness a weapon that heavy, that powerful? You know, he's been memeing this entire time with a 5-ton hammer, 10-ton hammer. But Mihawk being a sword, and I know that got more light in the recent chapter because a lot of people are like, Mihawk's not human, Parvision's Mihawk sword thing. That aside, what we have been doing, the premise of that theory is that Oda has been increasing the sentience of inanimate objects throughout the story. Look at Enma. Enma could have killed Zoro. We're talking about Zoro. Zoro, the guy who handled all of Luffy's pain. It's Zoro. Almost died to a goddamn sword. And so if you don't think that inanimate objects can do absurd things, then I don't know. Because I think Mjolnir might be a weapon like that. It could be a cursed weapon, which is actually the story of it. It was blessed or cursed, whichever line of logic you want to go. And it could be that Usopp passes Mjolnir's test. And Mjolnir is a sentient weapon. So one way or the other.
That'd be pretty similar as when Zoro found the Sendai Kitetsu. I think it was at Logtown, right? He throws it up in the air and it's spinning and he has his arm out and he passed the test. It could be something of that nature. Maybe Usopp's not throwing it, but something of that nature for him to be accepting, for him to be gifted the ability to wield. You said Mjolnir?
Mjolnir, yeah.
Yeah.
People call it meow meow. Meow meow for short. Yeah. It was the thing is, I have my most watched video is my Usopp video, and I still stand by it. But I just want Usopp to get something. Like, I don't care if he's super strong or anything. I just need him to be relevant, and he hasn't been relevant for like 7 years now. So it's like, let the man live to something, right? Let's have something happen. Tainted Marth with the €5 says, Buggy is the conduit. He got sick because he was exposed to the egg. Buggy's sickness was mysterious all along. The Buggy being the conduit I like, but that's crazy. That like Buggy being Uranus is wild.
That's insane.
Yeah, that's kind of, I'm not gonna say no, but I think I like what Threeville says. When you can't support something, it might mean the legs are a little shaky, but yeah, can't push back on it either. You can't push back something that's already fallen because it's already
It's all about keeping that balance. It's all about being honest.
Yeah. Void Treasury said the egg has COVID. No, I mean, that's crazy. I mean, swine flu could be a thing for it actually, but let's not go there. Hunter 55. It's $5 super chat. That's a newer name. Huh. Welcome. Imagine if the Gorosei are the only survivors from the other planets. Emu can literally destroy planets. Maybe she's from another galaxy. I love this. Yeah, I think Threeville... I've been wondering about this. I didn't watch that original video. I've been planning on it, but... was that the line of context you were thinking when a year ago you were thinking about the planet thing? Yeah, so that makes sense. I think what's interesting is Dax, I was alluding to it, one of his earlier videos, he talked about it in a very different light than you did, but he came to a similar conclusion. And when I say that, you'll understand what I mean when you see like, so the premise of the video is that the Earth used to be a steering wheel. And then in the conversation, he's like, yeah, each thing could be a ship of some sort. And so like these people could be from their own ships. And so it was that was another thing I wanted to connect, but that's another day. Maybe we get more context on this, because though it is fun to theory craft, a lot of times it's not fun to theory craft when it's this open-ended. We are at a point where it's too open-ended to like properly push back on things, properly have constraints to our theories, because right now it's essentially which theory sounds the best, which one feels the best, but we don't know which direction Oda is gonna go. We just literally got a last name. That's all we got right now. And then, you know, then on top of that we have the context clues that Threeville's spitting right now with the same order from a year ago, the planet stuff. So hey, it could be that they're from other planets, it could be from another galaxy. Very fun idea. Caleb Brown, shouts to you, $5, says, oh, absolute shout outs to you. Says, I absolutely love seeing all of you amazing creators come together to support each other's theories and having a great time. All of you are amazing. That's another thing. That's another reason for this, is because like when I enter the community, I feel like everyone tried to pit people against each other. Like Threeville's theory doesn't work with your thing, or like blah blah blah. I think I told you that too. Like when I first started YouTube, it was you and Morge, I think primarily was like spit back at me like, you should hear this, they have a different thing, blah blah blah, this counters that thing, and then when we finally got to talk, it's like, wait, we agree on so much. Like all these people said we disagree, and I was like, damn, that's crazy. But like,
yeah,
for the community, it's like you would never know unless you're in the same room, right?
Yeah, I think like that. I think that happens to a lot of people, and you know, sometimes you yourself as a creator, if you're not watching too many theories or reading comments, you wouldn't really realize how much your people, or your fans, or people that agree with takes you have, would tell other people about it. Like sometimes I don't even realize that, like what you just told me right now, I don't even think I remember you telling me that. I didn't really know people would go out of their way to be like, oh yeah, you should listen to Evil's take because Evil has this and this and this. I didn't even know that was a thing. But like me as a creator, plenty of times, like I'll get a comment that's like, this theory is so horrible, go watch Parvision, his is way better for this, this, or this. And I'm like, I don't want to say anything. Yeah. I'm respectful to other creators, but damn.
Yo, whenever you get one of those and you end up watching the video, feel free to hit me hard in that comment section, bro. Be like, this shit is buns, bro. No, I'm joking. But yeah, that's the thing. The conversation is the important part. And again, like I think it's more of a testament that we all came together on this story, and we would more or less be more alike than different. The way we think might be different, but like we like One Piece, so like we'd probably be more or less friends, right? Like how many of you guys have like instantly made friends with somebody, like you knew nothing about them, but they said the words One Piece to you, and then you just opened the gates to friendship, right? Like I think that gets forgotten with creators because we have different ideas, but it's like, bro, we're making videos about One Piece for a majority of our weeks, if not for the entirety of the weeks. So we're gonna be homies to a certain extent. We're gonna respect
100%.
Yeah. Bao Bao said, good stream, Par. Thank you for the 3-month resub. L says, thanks for the amazing stream. We need a Supernova Reverie between you guys and some other up-and-coming OP YouTubers. Hey, I mean, if all things have to start crawling, then walking, and then running. So that is the way things are gonna go. So look forward to that, guys. Hopefully you guys like this format, because that is the point of this, to test out different ideas and conversations and people. Matt Cypher says, I think Yamato joins at the very end, like how Jinbei joined at Wano Raid after Momo reached a level. I think Vivi and Gaimon joined as later. That makes 4 crewmates post time skip that joined after, like, so I'm not gonna go on to the Gaimon stuff, but hey, you know what? Gaimon relates. Why? He has an afro. All right, thank you, Matt Safer. And Gaimon was on the the microcosm of what the One Piece might be, right? The friends we made along the way. So who knows? Maybe the afro does play along that. I know Dax is still in the stream, so shouts to that. Lord Vegeta, $10 super chat, said, maybe the power source was dials all along. They store every kind of energy and can be used to create an infinite energy cycle, starting with pneumatic impact and ending in electrical. Thoughts? I have a thought. Do you have one, since he referenced your thing specifically?
I'll probably need a moment to actually think about that.
All right, so I'm gonna hit you with you guys. I'm not gonna spoil it, but it's an old thing. I basically forced Dax to watch it because it fit his Pluton as a mole thing. If you're a Pluton as a mole theory fan and you have not watched Gurren Lagann, go watch it. Top tier classic anime. Great story. I say classic because so many things afterwards built off of that. But drills, spinning, spirals. It's super, super important. And Oda himself has said Earth, the moon, the sun, they move in circles. Circles are the power thing. Look at Devil Fruit swirls. He used the golden ratio. So the dials that you're talking about, they have the swirls as well. So I wouldn't be surprised if somewhere in this dynamic power source is the concept of spirals. Now, how does that play in? I don't know. Maybe someone dreamed of spirals and orbiting or something like that. I don't know, but like it goes back to the electricity thing too. Spirals are perpetual motion, so many things like that. But got anything to add to that, Threevil?
Not too much. It is going to be something I have on my mind for the next few days.
Yeah, I pray to. Dials are so cool. I love dials.
They need a return, man.
Yeah, dials are so cool. The way Usopp Batman that shit too. Oh man.
Hey, you know what? My original take of what the One Piece is was it was a visual dial of Joy Boy's journey, but then that evolved into as you know, the Aztec calendar, because it's somewhat like with the Aztec calendar you could learn about Joy Boy's life and then the future, so it's like the upgraded version of Joy Boy's life. But anyways, the reason I bring that up is because I was like theory crafting and I found a lot of connections from the One Piece story to Hinduism, and there's a book / movie or a legend called Ramayana, where it was basically Lord Ram's adventures, and I think he would connect to Joy Boy. But the reason why this would be depicted through a vision dial is because if you get the phrase One Piece, spin it backwards, and throw it into translate, and you can ask people who speak Hindi, it translates to seashell. And like when someone told me that, I was like, no way, like that's way too convenient for me.
Wait, what? Piece-su?
No, it would be
Piece.
It would be
One Piece.
I'm gonna have to like write this down. Yeah.
It's
So
in
like
reverse or piece one? Like wait.
no, like reverse, like the weird sounding kind of thing. I might have to actually write it down.
Interesting. All right, you guys know. I mean, Threeville said it too. I don't care if the video won't get any views because I'm talking about like some random bullshit from like 500 chapters ago. But dials, bro, I'm excited. We're talking about dials very, very soon. Disco64 with the $20 super chat says, I can't believe Sanji had better development, maybe even the best in Wano, and Zoro didn't. No grave visit, maybe because the grave was underwater, but still, Zoro bothered me. Wano as a whole bothered me. Hey, I mean, the only way you could solve that is Oda's gonna cook in some later arc, and hopefully, maybe you didn't like the entree, but you'll love the desserts. You just gotta pray for that, you know, that sundae at the end, the cake, the cheesecake, whatever you want it. Think of your favorite dessert. That's what Oda's gonna cook up, hopefully. Don't also at the same time don't put your expectations too high though, like for a lot of things, but you know, be positive in my opinion. LJ916 with the $20 super chat says, why are people so upset? I'm assuming this super chat was in response to Disco. Why are people so obsessed on Zoro being chosen by fate like Luffy, who already has every hockey power under the sun and an OP Devil Fruit? Zoro's ancestry in Wano should be enough claim, being the world's greatest swordman fairly. So that, I think what you said is actually the problem, is that we don't even know if Zoro's ancestry is in Wano. Like, he could just be some guy who looks like Ushimaru, apparently. Like, we don't even know. So I think that's where people are. I get what you mean, like the ZKK stuff, that's a whole level to it, but in terms of why people are like, why didn't Zoro get backstory? It's because like you almost assume that like Sword, Shimotsuki Village, like Kozuburo, Swordsman, Black Swords, Ryuma, like all these things, it led to like, hey, my dad's from Wano, like he died at Kaido's hands, so like I'm gonna kill Kaido. Like maybe that's where people are gonna get at with ZKK. But honestly, now that I think about it, I don't think anybody spit that as a reason why ZKK made sense to me. I don't think I've ever heard someone say like, oh, Kaido killed Ushimaru and then Zoro's like uncle or dad, so it's like revenge. I don't think I ever heard that now that I think about it.
Nah, ZKK was not my favorite theory, but you know, I have two approaches. I'll just give it quick. Like, if you're having a conversation and having a debate, there's plenty to say why Oda fumbled Wano. But if you want to just think about it and talk to yourself and hold it in your heart, just remember, like, we made it this far with like glorious storytelling. So it might seem rocky now, but you just have to have faith in Oda, like how we did for almost 1,100 chapters.
Every roller coaster needs a low to hit a high, because that's how that goes. You know, I didn't know how to put it into words, so I showed it to you guys. Anyways, LJ916 with the $5 super chat says, also a way for Zoro to have met Ryuma in Wano again would have been that he saw the Reaper and saw his ghost, which maybe we'll see later. Yo, if Ryuma is so strong that he could overtake Brook's soul and his corpse, and bro isn't just boxing Kaido himself as a ghost, like Ryuma's that guy, I get it, but like, how much of that guy? You know, like, this theory is cool, but like, let the man die.
You know, one interesting thing, I made a video about this not too long ago, but in Fishman Island, there's a fisherman that was watching Zoro fight, and he said, wait, like, Zoro did something off screen, and it kind of makes you wonder, like, wait, what did he do? And like, on the next page, the fisherman says, why did he just use a Grim Reaper with a scythe? And I was like, bro, what are the chances that this fisherman says that, and then later on during, you know, many arcs down the line, Zoro meets a Grim Reaper? So it had me thinking, like, okay, perhaps there was a Grim Reaper inside of Zoro to begin with, like a demon, a monster within him, and that could play into Ashura in some sense. Maybe it's just a general demon, and depending on how it feels or how Zoro uses it or whatever, it manifests in different forms. So that would explain why in Fishman Island they said they saw Grim Reaper with a scythe. Then in Wano, it's the same exact thing that we saw, just drawn.
Yeah. I'm upset because that was one of the questions I was going to ask at the beginning, what the Grim Reaper is, because I don't think I've heard too many theories, but I think you were tying that to that, and I saw a lot of theories. My favorite one is that since Pluton's underneath Wano and Pluton's a ship, ships have cabotermans, Pluton is the caboterman, or that was Grim Reaper was a caboterman, you get it. I really like that one. I was wondering what you guys had said, but you know, that one. A question, did you watch JJK movie Zero?
I have not.
Okay. You know, if you watch JJK, read it, whatever. In the chat too, on my VODs channel, we watched it, live reacted, and I put out a Zoro theory. I never made it onto the channel yet, but low key, I think that's Zoro's Ashura. I think that, and it's kind of crazy, but we'll move on. That I think the Grim Reaper thing is one of those things that people just like forget. It's like, ain't no way, like, if Oda ends the story and we never adjusted Grim Reaper, I think that's like my first question, like one of my first questions, like what was that, bro? Was that just like a shout out to Bleach or something? Like, what are we doing like with this? So
very weird.
Yeah. Matt Cypher says, I think Davy back fight between Shanks and Luffy has been set up since the beginning, because Shanks tells Luffy to become a great pirate, and Luffy says, oh, I already read this. Yeah, you know my take. I think Threevil also said the Shanks Luffy Davy back fight makes the most sense of, and that's the other thing. If Davy back fights come back, that's the way I see it. Like, there's not another great mix of characters that makes sense besides cross skills. But then you're like throwing out like the nuance of what a lot of those fights could mean, like Crocodile and Sanji and Mihawk and Zoro, whatever you see for Cross Guild versus Luffy or the Grand Fleet, however the boat floats. But Danda Man $5 super said Blackbeard versus Shanks rematch, who's winning? Is Law dead? How about you, Threevil, for that one?
It would just be the same reason why I think Law is pretty much dead and Blackbeard's gonna lose. It's just like Oda's not.
Law's dead?
Yeah, that's actually going to be my next video. I go into, because when it was first introduced, I was extremely rocky on the situation. But now that it's been like a few months since that was introduced, I would like to think I have a much more clear vision on that. But I don't know if you want us to get into that or just kind of leave that to the side.
Do you think it is? I want to talk. If it's your next video, I can wait. But like, Law dying is crazy. But like, I think Law is gonna be part of Impel Down 2.0, because like Doflamingo's there, and it'll be like Law's finally strong enough to take Doflamingo. Oh, I talked about this already with you at like the Reverie stuff. But like now, especially that Weevil is probably going to impel down. Boom! It's like that. There's a lot of sauce there. But I don't know how Log makes it to impel down, because it makes more sense that he dies. But like, so I'm excited to see that video. But what about Blackbeard versus Shanks rematch? You think Shanks is over Blackbeard?
It's kind of tricky to gauge, but because I feel like in my heart of hearts, Luffy has to see Shanks again. They have to reunite, but at the same time, like Blackbeard and like these future villains, they can't take L's before they meet Luffy. Like you could apply that to pretty much like any villain. Like they were made to seem like unstoppable. Like anyone who crosses their path, they're defeated or killed. So we're coming up to Luffy versus Blackbeard very soon. Anyone that winds up in Blackbeard's way, they're either going to die, be defeated, or somehow be rescued while Blackbeard takes a huge gain. But even with like the context of Blackbeard getting a huge gain, there has to be, I feel like you would have to explain what that gain would be.
Yeah, no, I think the only time Blackbeard took an L sort of was when he ran from a Kainu on the island where he had Bonnie tied up. But it wasn't even like running, it was more so like, now's not a good time for it. I don't benefit from it, so why would I do anything here about it, right? So
exactly.
Yeah, so no, the way you said that, right? Like anytime Blackbeard's done anything, I guess the one thing still to this day, it's like, what was Blackbeard doing on Drum Island? But maybe that's the core of it. Maybe that's the crux of the conversation of Blackbeard. That's gonna be wild.
I think it was for the human fruit, as hinted through Fishman Island.
Yeah.
Are you aware of that panel?
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. Why would he want your fruit? like the Chopper's like, oh no, he's gonna want me, and then he's like, why would he want your useless human fruit or whatever? Yeah, that one's a fun one for sure. The mushroom aspect of it is just so interesting to me. But with that, L $2 super chat. Oh, is Parvision Evil Morge going? Oh, we're finally wrapping back. We're getting closer. Okay, so Matt Cypher the bits. The only reason why I don't want to put Lunarians on the moon is because it seems like their wings are adapted to higher gravity and atmosphere. I'm gonna pause there because King never used his wings. His Lunarian wings, he never used. I'm pretty sure. He only uses pterodactyl wings. I'm like almost certain about that. I don't know if anyone could fact check me, but I'm pretty sure all the times we saw him flying, like we saw him floating in the air sometimes, but it's not his wings were like, you know, flapping. I don't think we've ever seen any Skypean person, any winged race ever use their wings.
True.
So those wings, I'm gonna say they're sus. I'm gonna throw it out there. The only winged person that has functional wings is my boy Stronger. Mythical Zoan Pegasus. Stronger is rocks, or rocks is a horse. Whichever one you go with. Yeah, I mean, we're there for it. But let me read the rest of this one. But the other three wing races would probably be able to fly the lower gravities of the moon. Now, if they came from a different moon, they could also make sense. Yeah, I'm interested to see where the Lunarian thing aspect comes from, because I'm leaning towards they're not from the moon, but like, it's confusing. It is really confusing, because the reason why I say that is because misnomers are a thing, but like it also because that the whole story is interesting, because Enel goes to the moon to look for Verth when Earth was Verth, right? Like that's kind of the point of it. And the Skypeans don't actually know why they came down, because they lost that history. But like on the moon, they came down for resources. So like, I feel like all the winged races are just like, they just don't know what's going on because the Void Century. And whether Lunarians are related to those winged races, I will lean more towards, yeah, it makes more sense that they are. But like, where does the fire come from, right? Like there's a lot of weird situations with that. It's one of those things. It's one of those theories where we don't have enough to like talk about to like go anywhere with. And maybe the Seraphims is where that thing is solved. Because something that interested me is like Stussy has black wings, but they're not Seraphim. They're not Lunarian wings, but they're bat wings. So like, what was the logic behind that? Was Mads like, oh, Lunarians, the black winged race, and they just created like a Walmart version of a Lunarian with a bat and Stussy? Like, I don't know. Drek the Drek $5 says, why does everyone want Zoro to have Hack's ancestry? Do people hate self-made men or something? Don't make eugenics everyone's claim to fame. Yeah, I do get that, but I also get like the hintedness, the hints throughout the story specifically for Zoro, right? Because you could say that more about Sanji, right? Because Sanji never, like, yeah, there was a theory that there was a lot of people, there was a minority of people that thought he was a prince, but to like go to the extent of Germa, all that stuff at that point, then you'd be ass pulling eugenics there, right? But then he's like blonde, blue eyes, that makes sense. But like, you know, Zoro, like, I mean, he's from the Wano village, bro. Like, you know what I mean? Like, and I'm not saying you're wrong though. I'm not saying you're wrong. I agree. Not everyone has to have the Hack's ancestry. I agree with that. What do you think about that? Because you specifically have a Zoro ancestry video.
Yeah, so like from my perspective, just because someone's related to someone great or has like this great lineage, that doesn't necessarily mean they get carried. Like especially for someone like Zoro, who's like lifting like 10,000 pound weights like every time they're sailing island to island. I wouldn't ever argue that Zoro being related to Ryuma carries him, because that's clearly not true, and he had to work hard. He had to be trained by Mihawk for 2 years. Like, it's a combination, and probably more so the fact that he worked hard, and then he has that little bit of spice for talent. Like, for an example, no one would ever say like Michael Jordan or Kobe Bryant was carried by talent. They would argue like, yeah, to be the best of the best in your field, you need to work extremely hard, but you need that little bit of talent as well. Like, it's not necessarily like a false dichotomy where, you know, either you're all work or you're all talent. That's not, I don't think that's necessarily true.
Yeah, and I think the Zoro one plays better because even if you look at the ancestry, the people who were connected to him were like, yo, Zoro is crazy, bro. Like even Ryuma was like 3-sword style. What is this man talking about? How is he this crazy? And was it Ryuma said like, I wish I saw you in my prime, or Zoro said like, I wish I saw him in the prime?
It was Zoro telling Ryuma.
One way or the other, it's like there was a mutual respect where it's like, you know, like, yeah, I think that lends itself to what you're talking about. Just because, like, I mean, there's so many Charlotte kids, for example, in Big Mom's crew that aren't Big Mom, right? So I do think Oda might play that well, but it is anime shonen, so can't escape it. I do want to shout out Dax, what he said. Lunarians have a name to throw us off on purpose, in my opinion. I agree. I'll get into that later in a future video though. Danny, 4 months membership. Thank you so much. Tarkov goat in the chat. I don't know what that's referring to. If that's a chatter, shout outs to the goat. If that's related to the game. Yeah, if it's the game, I heard it's a great game. Haven't played it myself. But yeah. Do you play? Are you the Tarkov goat?
Nah, it's him. He's always in like my Discord playing Tarkov.
Gotcha. Well, thank you for that. Thank you.
All right, I could do one more question and then I'll be heading out.
All right, so let me scroll to see real quick to see, because there's a few more.
Appreciate you having me here too.
Yo,
lots of fun.
There's a long time coming, and I think there's no better place. I feel like we always do this too. After like a scheduled stream, we just sit with each other for a long ass time, reconnecting on like our ideas. Like,
we definitely need to make a designated day.
Yeah. Okay, so I think this one was a good one. Time Lord with a bit says, what, not that the other ones weren't good, we're gonna get to them. What if Vivi is a parallel of Imu and they're both Nefertari queens? Imu uses Uranus to cause the Great Flood. Vivi gets her hands on it and stops the rain, paralleling Arabasta, proving Tom's word about how a weapon is used. Vivi then proves to Imu what good leadership is as a queen of the world after world governments fall. The reason why I ask, I'm bringing that up is because, you know, the Uranus stuff with the bird thing. I wanted to know your take on Vivi, and you mentioned that like Imu's gonna use her, but like, do you see the Imu Uranus line of logic? Do you see this line where like Imu and Vivi are of the same cloth essentially? Like, how do you contextualize that?
I don't necessarily think that we can figure out why Vivi is being captured or potentially being captured by Emu, because like, how do I put it? You could argue that I don't know if people really talk about this, but when Stelly got to the empty throne, they told him that there's 20 swords there to symbolize the 20 kings that created the world government. But if you count out the swords, it's only 19. And then we saw when the Gorosei were walking to talk to Emu, they said it was 19 kingdoms, not 20, like how Doflamingo said. But the fact that Emu carries a saber, and they were making a point that it was Alabasta that didn't join the world government, perhaps that's implying that Emu is carrying the sword or the saber of Alabasta, so therefore they have a deep connection to Alabasta. But I don't necessarily know if that would be enough to argue that Vivi's like an ancient weapon, or Vivi can control the rain or anything like that. I would more so lean to the idea that Princess Kaguya, a girl from the moon, is largely inspiring Emu, and maybe it's just like this vendetta where it's like, okay, I came down to the blue planet, I'm gonna trick all these 20 kings to help me overthrow Joy Boy, but you didn't want to help me. Nah, like now I'm gonna be petty, and I have like this anger, this vengeance against you.
Yeah, the Princess Kaguya thing, like I think a lot of people just immediately go to Naruto, but each writer is gonna do a different thing, and there's a lot of ways you can go about it. He already has a Princess Kaguya reference, because Kaguya means like white rabbit or whatever, and carrot being that, and then the Sulong, and now being the Duchess. There's a lot of interesting lines of logic with that, but you know, since this is the last thing, I wish I knew the sword thing before the next video, which already shouts you out, but now I feel like in the comments something I'll be like, yo, listen to this timestamp of what Threevil said here, because yo, the Nefertari line, I think we're gonna get something there. But even without that, I think the princess aspect, I said this to Randy before, I was thinking that like Bonnie, since we got her at the beginning of the last saga, is going to be a parallel to Emu, in the sense of Bonnie is currently not like traumatized because of what Vegapunk did as a scientist in his research, and doesn't care about what things he's doing. It's like, you killed my dad, blah blah blah, you did this awful thing, and he did it for the sake of science, or whatever reason he might have with Kuma. And I was thinking that if Vegapunk is the parallel of the Ancient Kingdom, as he's making all their inventions and trying to learn from the Ancient Kingdom, then the Ancient Kingdom might have done something similar to Emu, and that might be the reason why Emu is so hard pressed against the Ancient Kingdom. It doesn't matter what good they did, because if Bonnie doesn't get a good answer, or Emu never got the answer that justified what happened to their version of Kuma, then that would explain why they went this route, not allowing this to ever happen to anyone else. It could be a huge reason, but the connection is Bonnie's a princess. That would make Emu a princess. And then I sat there, I was like, wait, Emu being a princess just hit so hard, because then what if Emu is going to be, and we've seen this, every single princess in One Piece had some sort of trauma stemming from different aspects of people that thought they were righteous in some different way, and you can assimilate all of those people to an idea that could line up with an Ancient Kingdom if you took the core of it rather than the outcome of it, and then you see the trauma it caused these princesses. And I'm thinking that, like, yeah, you can understand why Vivi, Rebecca, whatever, Hiyori, all these people, they did all these, Hiyori specifically, all these awful things, or what they did and how much trauma they did and how that affected them. Well, what if you combine all of that trauma and just put it into Eam, and that's what the Ancient Kingdom did to her? And that would be Princess Eam. And that was another one in this video. Like I was telling you guys earlier, I have like literally 9 Eam theories, and some of them connect, some of them don't, but like I just put them all out there because like that princess angle, like with a character like Eam, with how much everything is connected, like Wano is connected, so many different history lines, why not the end stage antagonist be that connected? Something that I before you go, this is the thing I want to leak to you in the DMs. Remember I said, like, have you made a video about Eam and Buddha?
Yeah, I remember you asking that.
So the reason why, and someone pointed out in my last video, but I was making a video on this, is that I've been doing the kanji work on Eam, so Eam and katakana and stuff. If you combine the katakana for Eam, it's the same kanji that you'd use for Buddha. So that might also be why Oda chose that name. And the reason why I like this idea is because wasn't Buddha's ultimate thing like nirvana? Nirvana was like this empty state, right? It's not necessarily a good or bad thing. You don't know, because most people don't go to nirvana, but it's like a state of like, not nothingness, but emptiness. And it's like up to your imagination. You have to get to that realm. And the other part of it is nirvana, in the etymology of it, means to blow out, means to erase. And I was like, wait, what is that? Like Leloucia got sent to nirvana essentially. And so like I'm gonna have there's a lot of more things I can cook, and maybe I'll talk with you more about it because you know a lot more about the Buddhism stuff. But like when I saw that, I was like, no, Eam is just sending everyone to nirvana like in some twisted way. That'd be crazy. But
yeah, that could also tie into basically what Uta was doing. Didn't she want to basically create like this fantasy world?
Yeah, exactly. It's like and when it comes to like, you know, we got the devil fruits, like each one being the end stage of evolution for humanity. Well, I don't know what Buddha's perspective of it, but like devil fruits probably wouldn't line up with it with these like random ass powers, because that's not how you reach nirvana. So it'll be interesting, but I don't want to hold you too much longer. You've been here with me for 5 hours and 30 plus minutes. Just really quickly, guys, know for a fact me and Threevil will be collabing in the future, be talking again. Definitely, you guys, my viewers, go subscribe to him. You know, keep on sharing his videos with me. One thing about we've talking about this, like if we could watch each other's videos all the time, we would, but we can't because we're making our own stuff. And like and then there's also a certain amount of One Piece you can devour in a week, right? So like when we're not connecting or talking, it's not because we don't agree with each other's views or whatever, we don't like it. It's mainly because, man, we need a hyperbolic time chamber for these things. And so when we do sit down, it ends up being like this, 5 hours and 30 minutes. And Threevil, thank you again for spending 5 hours of the day with me, with my chat, with your viewers coming in here. I saw a lot of support, a lot of your viewers here. Thank you guys for tuning in. Thank you guys for being here and supporting. I will go through the rest of the super chats, but Threevil, you could close out.
Appreciate everyone being here, always supporting Parvision, you know, helping his channel and his community grow, as well as myself, Dax, Sake, and Hidden Island. Just thank you guys for even just coming to the stream, let alone watch all the videos and content. Expect more theories on the way. My next video more than likely will be I guess it's technically a Law Blackbeard theory. It's going to be with Marshall D. Preach, but just I'm going to keep pumping these out. Have a nice morning, day, or night wherever you guys are. Love all my supporters, but salute. I'm heading out. And thank you, Parvision. I really appreciate this opportunity.
Yep, thank you for... You don't need to thank me. You don't need to thank me, and just know we'll be talking more again in the future.
100%.
Yeah.
All right, peace, everybody.
Yeah.
You too, bro.
All right, guys, we are going to transform the stream one last time. Wait, hold on. Can I do this? Can I do this? And then, does it fix? No, it doesn't fix. All right, hold on. Give me 1 second. Duplicate. So let me just close out the last parts. Dang, there's like so many versions of me on the screen right now. I'm too lazy to change them all, so we are just going to experience this weird, oh god, this crazy version of me. Okay, all right, guys, we got the mask, we got my left ear, we got my eyebrows. That's not a bad view. Oh, I could just like leave this smile here, honestly. And it's like, this is the bottom of my face. I got Bara Bara no Mi. I got Opi Opi no Mid. I am Buggy, your resident jokester of the One Piece community. If you want... Oh, that was another thing about Buggy, is that he brings smile to people's faces. Oh, man. because like the sun and rain, they're like parallels of each other, because when it's very sunny, then it rains afterwards, or it should. Otherwise you're in a drought, which is a very bad thing. But let me just fix this real quick. I just deleted that, and then boom. So yeah, I just want to, before we get to the super chats, I know a lot of you guys are gonna probably hop out soon. Very long stream. I need to eat lunch and dinner. But my next video is starting out talking about Three Evils theory and Hidden Islands theory, then mine, and it takes us into a crazy place. Honestly, it's not super organized, but I had to get it out, so it's gonna probably be out tomorrow, and then the next video after that, which probably comes next week, is something I'm gonna reference Dax Sake video, his steering wheel video. So it's gonna be a lot of fun, really great. I'm honestly enjoying how crazy this the stream layout is right now. I feel like it has a lot of what's the word? Has a lot of character to it, you know? You guys know what I mean? Flip horizontal. So we're almost done throughout the stream, and again, I just want to thank you guys for being here, for participating, all the support, chatting, showing love to all the creators here. Three Evil, The Hidden Island, Dax Sake, love them all. And I think I think this is like the same thing you'd say about One Piece Odyssey. Like, if you're a fan of the game, you're gonna love it. And I feel like when you see a One Piece fan, I don't know, it's just something about it. I just always have fun. Like when I went Comic-Con, Anime NYC, it didn't matter. It was just like instant connection. So, you know, looking forward to connecting with you guys later on. And thank you guys for connecting with me. So Matt Cypher with the 10 bits said, I do think Lunarians have a strong connection to Wano and Onigashima. Plus, Marco said it was renamed, so I wouldn't be surprised. Oni and Tengu are Japanese monsters, so it could have been Land of the Yokai. I have a fun name. It'll be interesting though. It'll be interesting because I see that. I like the idea that Wano was originally Lunarians. Oh, that'd be kind of crazy if like Lunarians lived on Wano, which is a volcano, and then their descendants were like the Kozuki and the Amatsuki. And that would explain why the Kozuki are just so strong. And like why Odin's so tolerable to heat. Oh yeah, wait, wouldn't that make sense? Like Odin survived the boiling for so long because he's part Lunarian. I mean, if we're saying that about Sanji, like why not? Like there's already so many parallels between Odin and Sanji. And Lunarian, Wano is literally all the clans are moon clans. Wait, like we don't have an explanation on why Odin survived the boiling, right? Like I imagine King would be able to survive it. That's interesting. I guess the question then is like how do you get to the Kozuki from the Lunarians? Is it just they refuse to inbreed? Like not to bring up eugenics, but like Lunarian DNA, like Lunarian lineage is one of those ones where it's like incest. You guys get what I mean, right? Like if you're just human, it's like it doesn't matter, bro. Anything is better than a human. But like if you're a Lunarian, I get it. You know, you want to keep that shit inside, right? But like so then maybe they were like they're so wholesome that they were like, you know what? Nah, let's mix with the humans, bro. Let's create little Kozukis and Amatsukis, right? Yes, Odin was Lunarian yet. Like, I now that I think about it, like, that's like, as much as we theorize, like, that is an inverse explanation of how Odin survived the boiling for that long, right? Unless Lunarians live extra long. No, but... Oh, God. Explanation, he's a Chad. Par, what do you think Zoro wants from Dr. Vegapunk? Bro, Zoro, I don't know, bro. Zoro wants a lot of things. There was something someone brought up earlier about Zoro. Not early in the stream. Early in the week about Zoro and something that he might want from Vegapunk. Oh. No, I have no idea. Never mind. I think it was something about the Seraphims though. Keep the blood pure. I mean, wrath, right? Like, I mean, like, think about it. If you were not Lunarian, right? Like, you were just a human. You were... Who's a hopeless human? You're a Rochi, right? You're like this Garbo man, right? And then, like, you see Lunarians, and like you want to date them. And like, we don't date, not from our kind. And like you know, like in our world that's messed up, you know, like not, you know, like that's weird, right? Like we're all, it's just separation of melanin, different languages, that stuff. But like human to Lunarian, if they said that to me, like, I get it. Why did I think you would want to, you know what I mean? Like, what are we covering now? Odin is part Lunarian. Zoro wants an artifact. He wants his eye fixed. You think Zoro wants a prosthetic eye? That's crazy. Kozuki has moon in their name. I'm pretty sure the name came from Lunarians that lived there. Yeah, I'm liking that. Gotta go. It's getting late. Thank you, Mr. Bushido, for being here, for supporting, and hopefully enjoying. It's not that weird to date within your race. Yeah, and for Lunarians specifically, I don't think it... As an outsider, I wouldn't blame them if they're Lunarians, bro. I'm just saying. But to be fair, if there was a female king, simpin'. Let's see. Dan the Man with the $5 super chat said, Sun God equals Luffy, Rain God equals Dragon, Forest God equals Ryokugu, Earth God equals Emu, aka Mother Nature. Very sound take. I can see that. For sure, I can see that for sure. Dragon is the one where I disagree. It is definitely my man Buggy. Now, Forest God could be Blackbeard, but Ryokugu obviously makes sense. For Forest God and Earth God to be on the same side, I can see that because Sun and Rain would be on the other side, right? Cool. And now that we know that Earth could refer specifically to the sea and not the land, Forest God makes more sense. But female king, yeah, exactly. I can't do it like yo, I can't do it like Cole, Brago, Geo. Can't do it like them, but you know what I mean. Mr. Bushido with the 2 euros says, why do you think Kid has got it out for Buggy and Shanks? You asked me about the Buggy thing. I have to think about that longer. The Shanks one, Godfather Shanks theory, bro. Even Kid's backstory in the SBS could make sense for Shanks. It really could. If his town was run by gangs and Shanks has like a grand fleet mafioso yakuza type of thing, it could be, and Shanks loosely controls them. Bartholomew burned Shanks' flag in Luffy's name. Who knows what Shanks' fleet could be doing under Shanks' name? Right? Mr. Bushido, 5 euros says, I think that Ancient Kingdom was called Pangea. I will share the full theory on Discord, but I think they stole the name. Hey, make sure to share that to Threeville. You'd love that. 7 from the Sins, $5 said, Shanks has to know about Emu since he was in the same place and has observation hockey. Thoughts? Why is he not taking action? You know, that's a good point. He has the observation hockey that spans continents, heavens. Him not sensing Emu. I wonder if he could Wi-Fi hockey Emu, you know? Sai is the closest to the One Piece. He's a Kainu's clone. Sai would be a fun one to bring onto the stream. He would be. I gotta think about that. You're right about the Shanks thing. I think he does know Emu. It would make sense, right? Does Doflamingo know Eam, right? Maybe Eam itself is the national treasure ancient weapon, right? I mean, that would make sense. I mean, we already talked about that. I talked about the Reverie. Other people have talked about that. Eam being the national treasure itself could make a lot of sense. It might be that like you can't do anything about it without certain things lining up, right? So even if Shanks wanted to just no-diff Eam, if that were possible, he might not be able to. L super chatted, $2 says Sanji. Okay, talked about that. Mr. Bushido, 2 euros says, calling it the One Piece will be a beetle. Hey, If it could be an afro, it could be a sundial, sun calendar. If it could be a straw hat, if it could be a entire continent, country, sure, why not? We went to this one. Alexander with the $10 super chat said, would love to hear your guys' perspective on cross guild and where they sit. I feel Garps is going to find an empty island and Kobe will be turned into the cross guild, pushing us towards Mihawk. Perspective on cross guild and where they sit. I feel like Garps is going to find an empty island. You think it's going to be like the reason why I just don't think so is because that would diffuse Garps' current, because he has momentum, right? They have momentum. Blackbeard, Hibari, Helmeppo, Garp, Blackbeard, right? There's a momentum, and then for that momentum to be like awkwardly shifted to Buggy in the cross guild and then Mihawk, it's interesting because I don't see there being like necessarily beef. You know what I mean? I don't know. It's weird. Because, yeah, he wanted to get Kobe back, but, like, it's not the same momentum of Blackbeard and Garp. You know, like, the way Garp and Blackbeard felt when you saw... Like, think about when you saw the panel. By the way, I'm closing my eyes more often now because I'm getting tired. So when I get done with the Super Chats, we'll talk a little bit, but I'm going to close out the stream soon. So thank you guys for being here. Honestly, I should probably do the thing. So, this is the thing. So, try to think back at like when you saw Blackbeard in Garp's panel. Like I think there was like an instant reaction of like 99%. It's like, oh, Garp is dead. This is crazy. If Garp's not dead, Blackbeard's gonna go sicko mode. Is Garp strong? Blah blah blah. And then for that to just be diffused, and then Kobe's shifted, and then it's not like, I don't know. You know, like I don't know how I feel about that. I'm not saying it's not possible because that was the initial thought that Kobe would be there, but because of Sai especially, I'm on the boat that Kobe was taken to test Aokiji's loyalty. That's where I'm at with that one. So let me see real quick. Thank you for the super chat. Mr. Bushido with the €5 says, I'm not gonna even read it. I'm gonna predict it. I read the first lines. He said, I'm still for Carrot joining the crew. It's going to happen sometime this year. And then afterwards, or when that comes, Momo and Yamato are also going to be en route and join as well. And then create the number 13 with Vivi. Too bad he's not here to verify, but let me see how good I did. He said, I'm still for Carrot joining the crew. She got on Kid's crew by mistake. I think Yamato will die defending Momo from whoever Caribou tells about Pluton. What? How does Yamato hear about Caribou? And then like how did you connect? Okay, I just want to point out none of those dots are at all connected at the moment. Besides Momo and Yamato. Like Caribou's on Egghead, Carrot's on Zoe, she's on Kid's thing, so that means that she's on Elbaf. Which, you know, I'm not totally against that kind of gag, but like, you know, you can't be for the gag until you get gagged. You know what I mean? So, he's reaching LOL. I'm just upset that I was wrong about what he was going to say. Someone tell Mr. Bushido I tried to predict it and I got mind blown. She's on Kids Crew for the win. Mega Migs, are you saying that ironically or unironically? Alexander, $5 super chat said, I fear Zoro and Ryuma's similarities not being addressed in Wano means it's another story point, maybe clones. Yeah, I'm with you. Like, that's the problem. Killer and Zoro, especially if Killer is a clone of Shiki, bro. Like, then Zoro being the parallel firsthand means he'd be a clone. I don't know. Like again, I'm not against clone things, but there is a tolerance level. And my tolerance level might be higher than yours, but it's honestly not that high. Like I maybe like 1 or 2 clones to make it make sense. But I also want failed clones. Like I need failed clones. I need like 100 failed clones. I need to know that like Skypeans are failed clones. Like I don't know, Lunarians are failed. I don't know. I don't know what it is. I just need failed clones. Besides Weevil. You can't just have Weevil and then get Stussy. You know what I mean? Like Weevil, that progression. Imagine being that guy. You're a scientist. You go from Weevil to Stussy. That's like, bro, take my money. If I was an investor and you produced Weevil on your first try, I'd be like, okay, not bad. It's not great. It's kind of awful what you did to this guy, but you created something. It's similar. And then on the next bat, they got Stussy. Bro, take my money, bro. You're telling me you made a suck. Like, I mean, you know what I mean, right? Like, all I'm saying is, I'm an early investor. Call me a seed investor. Let's see. Oh, call me a seed. Oh no, not a seed investor. Oh god. Oh god. Oh god. Maybe an angel investor. There we go. Whew, not trying to put the seed in Stussy. Okay, Matt Cypher also said, Parvision, I think each head of Ashura develops a personality reflecting the original owner of the sword. I also think the Grim Reaper is the Kitetsu, especially with its Curse Blade history. Interesting. That's interesting. Can't push against it. I have another idea, but it might not be even better than that. So I like that. Hey Par, Matt Cypher asked, hey Par, do you remember my Chopper Forest God theory? The Wendigo thing? Was it the Canadian one? Whatever that one was called? Chopper literally looks like the forest god in Princess Mononoke. Oh, which released at the same time as One Piece. And the fact that Blackbeard was on Drunk Kingdom. I have to refresh on that. But yeah, I remember you bringing it up, Matt Cypher. What about it though? You just said, do you remember? It's like, do you remember? Yeah, I remember. Like, I was about to break out in song, guys. Lord Vegeta said $5. Part, you should try reading Immanuel Kant's What is Enlightenment? You're welcome. I feel like I have read part of it. I feel like I was forced to as a child, but like, definitely will pick up reading again. Eventually, reading will be something I do once One Piece is done. Right now, we're not reading anything. I'm just kidding. And we are caught up. Matt Cypher with the 10 bits says, want more connections between Lunarians and Wano royal families. All the royal families have Moon in the name. It's because they are descended from Lunarians. Exactly. Mike Super, Parvision, word selection. That's where you got the Devil's Seed theory. I mean, listen. The way evolution works, right? This will be a tangent, then I'll read the chat. Know that I will be closing out the stream very soon. Listen. So what we learned about devil fruits, right? They are evolution in a fruit, right? All the various evolutionary paths, right? And the way it would naturally work is like, hey, that guy's really cool. That guy's really strong. Or that girl's really beautiful or really smart. Whatever it is. We should procreate, right? That is generally, you should have a child with somebody that you think is a good person and you genuinely enjoy, right? And that is sending evolution towards a path where you're guiding it, right? You're using your seed to guide evolution. And so the devil's seed theory is like, yeah, 100%. If I saw if Miss Golden Week is, if I was a girl and I saw Polly pulling out the rope, okay, there's no great way. If I saw, no. If I saw, we're just gonna go with that. I'm just not gonna look this way so you guys can't quote me on this, because it's, if I was a girl and I saw Polly pull out the ropes like that, bro, all I'm saying is like, yo, I'd want to progress that evolutionary trait. Put that seed wherever to go watch the Devil's Seed theory if you guys are thinking I'm wiling out. Just know that it makes sense. Par's tired. Yeah, please stop for your own good. There was like no right way, because the two ones on the thumbnail are Miss Golden Week, which I think is like young, and then there's Polly, and then in order for me to, you get what I mean. So we're there. We're here. 5 minutes away from 6 hours. Oh damn. So I missed 5555 by 10 seconds. That's crazy. Oh, we're at the Gomu Gomu. Okay, we're gonna end in 1 minute, or not 1 minute. It's gonna say 5, 5, 6, 5, 6. All right, we're gonna do that. I'm gonna end the stream there. So in like 30 seconds, I just want to know. I just want you guys to know. Thank you guys for being here. I really appreciate it. Hopefully you guys enjoy this. I was very tired. I didn't really sleep last night because I'm also on dad duty. So I have like 10 more seconds. Go support all the content creators that are here. Know that there will be more in the future. Thank you for subscribing to me. If you haven't already, check out all the videos. There's more to come. Have a good one. Peace.